All right, boys, here we are for the Legacy of Racing Association Parker Dam 500. We are here in Las Vegas, Nevada, reporting for this race that's going on out there today. Everybody started this morning at about 5:30 in the morning. They're on lap 3 currently. Everybody's going to be doing 3 laps today. They're about 126 miles apiece. Today's race has been presented by Brenthel Race Trucks. It's going to be a good day out there. Live stream kind of took a little bit to get going, but here we are. Robert's got some stuff on the track up on the screen that not on the screen, but on his computer. And we're going to talk about what's going on and what's been going on.
All right, so the morning started off. Doug Matag was our fastest qualifier for the day, or on Wednesday when they did qualifying. Second off the line was Michael McFadden. Third off the line was Travis Sally, and fourth off the line was Bob Briggs. Now they are currently on lap 3. They just went through pit 2. The lead car on course right now is Michael McFadden, according to the tracker. Now this is all unofficial. Travis Sally looks to be second on course, and Doug Matag is third. Earlier today, Doug had a pretty good lead going. At one point in time, he was about 10 miles out. It looks like McFadden started reeling him back in towards the start of this lap and has now gotten around him. It looks like fourth place currently on track is James Moore, and fifth place is Keith Schultz. And this is all in the side-by-side class. Currently, the lead car on course looks to be Chase Warren in the 1088. And then
anybody that's home watching this live stream, if you guys don't know where to find this course map and live timing, it's on racingtracks.com. So just jump on your web browser. You can do it on your phone or on a laptop, and then you can watch all of this stuff live. There's little blips on the map. You can click on each little blip and it'll show you who it is, where they're at, and split times.
Can you unpin that? There you go. So let me get this other qualifying sheet up.
Yes. Just to
I'm going to go over and take a look at our Pro and A classes. I saw we had some lead changes starting this lap. Angie Mitchell looks to still be down. She was in third place. Our lead car was Becker Chase starting lap 2, and he has been stopped for about an hour now, so not sure what's wrong. Hold on a second here. The current lead car is Deacon Gonzalez, and as far as I know, that is a brand new car to him for this race. Looks like second place is Lance Sutton, and third place would be Mike Pascarella in the Desert Vets Racing sponsored car. And as far as I know, yep, they're all on lap 2 still. So they still have a whole nother lap to go. The Pro UTVs have started their third lap, and most of them are just about halfway through. Well, the lead cars are. Lead car is currently at race mile 64, which is it's a tight battle between Michael McFadden and Doug Matag. The trackers update maybe 30 seconds apart. Sometimes they're right on the money, but they're less than a mile apart.
keep in mind that
Copy
I was
that.
trying, that says, just so everybody knows, a few of our sponsors here are Rugged Radios. They've been with Legacy since day one. Liquid Moly is the official oil of Legacy. Wordco PC is bringing have to be pulled with BLM and different organizations to be able to allow these off-road trucks and cars to be able to race out in the desert. There's special species that are out there that need to be taken care of and watched. So there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that comes into play for all of the environmentalists that need to go out there and make sure stuff doesn't get ruined. So part of that being with Wordco, they'll bring heavy equipment in, and then we'll have people come through and grade and return the desert to its natural state, which is really awesome to see that, we're not just going out there making a mess and then just leaving. Team Real Racing is the official advertiser. Maxxis Tires jump on board this year. They are the official race tire of this Legacy Racing Association. They're going to be wrapped around Raceline wheels. They're also official wheel for Legacy. VP Race Fuels, Hostile, and VT Construction. They also provide, like I said, that equipment that's coming in on Wordco's trucks is going to be VT equipment, as well as Trophy Tractor has some stuff out there. It's really awesome to see the amount of work that goes into making one of these races happen. There's a lot of logistics that need to be planned. And like I said, I mean, it's a group effort. So the guys at Legacy Racing really know how to put together all of the things that need to in the background that make stuff like this happen. Cause it's not just, hey, let's go have a race. It's there's a lot of prior planning. So awesome to see that stuff.
Currently looking for our lead class 10. Because we should be getting close to a finish for the morning heat. There we go. So our lead class 10 is a race mile 96. These are about 126-mile laps today. There's 3 lap classes, 2 lap classes. Most of the pro classes will all do 3 laps. Your stocks, some of your other rally classes, stuff like that, do 2. I don't have the list in front of me of who's all doing 2 or 3, but we are looking at 378 miles total today for all the 3 lap classes. Chase Warren is currently leading, and he's got a big lead. So he is coming up on race mile 96 right now. It looks like Jake Indris will be in second, and he is all the way back at race mile 56. So pretty good gap there with one of our female racers, Caitlin Cox, in third place, right at race mile 55. So she might be able to sneak by Jake Indris and get into second place. It's pretty cool. We have a couple female racers racing with us today in the different classes. We have some class 10. Bradley, I think, knows who else we have with us today.
We've got Angie Mitchell and Caitlin Cox. Caitlin Cox has got her whole family out here today. Basically, her entire family is racing with her. It's kind of cool to see female racers out here. They've been kind of breaking gender stereotypes, providing the way for future generations of women in motorsports. Their presence and achievements on the track are proof and talent that, it doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl, is if you know how to drive and keep the car together. I think that is awesome to see women out here being able to do that, because predominantly it's kind of been a male sport, but with being 2024 and all the stuff that's going on, it's kind of cool to see that, there's girls out there that can take and put their bodies through the extreme stuff that happens in the car while you're racing. Cause I mean, you don't just get in the car and drive. It's, no matter how good your suspension is, you're still getting your head tossed around. Your back is kind of getting demolished. So, it's cool to see women coming out and doing these kinds of things.
So we are currently looking at some shots from some of the ground cameras, some of the drone cameras that are out and about. There's cameras placed at various parts of the course, different pits, main pit. Lot of little different sections where there's some good action. Currently, I was going to go back and touch on the different classes of side by sides. So we have the stock modified class. They actually have classes that are more stock that are, you can buy a unit off the showroom floor, do some safety stuff to it, good cage, some good seats, some good seat belts, your fire extinguishers, all your different things like that. And you can actually show up and race and have fun with everybody. It's kind of cool to see what the UTV classes have turned into. Made it a little bit more affordable to get into racing if you're sticking with some of the stock ones. Pro Turbo, some of the Pro Rs, Maverick Rs, stuff like that. Those cars, a lot of them are pushing six figures, $100,000 plus. But some of these stock cars you can get into for under 50 grand in some cases and go out and race and have a good time with your friends and family. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, especially being able to go down to, Ride Now or where any of these people that are selling the cars, you could, like Robert was saying, is just get a stock car. You can still have opening doors and then just have a secondary latch to keep the door shut. There's some other rules that you can get on Legacy Racing's Association rule book, and then just go to that UTV stock class and be able to look at the rules. And then it's fairly simple. Like you could literally get in one of those cars off the showroom floor, do a couple things, and then race it. So it's pretty incredible to be able to do that in, a professional race series and just go from the showroom floor.
So that being said, let's touch on our current stock class and where they are at. It looks like leading the stock class right now is a Michael Ofut from Full Potential Motorsports. He is coming in on lap 2, so he is actually almost at the finish line in the S904 car. So that will be his finish for the day. He is one of the 2-lap classes, and given he is ahead on time, he might be getting the win today. Obviously, everything I say is unofficial, and it'll be made. The results will be posted by Legacy once they have everything finalized up there. Second place is a Speed UTV of Max Gordon. And third place is the U948 of Corey Weller. Looks like we are going to some of our drone shots over the course right now. It's like they're just bringing this one into land. Fourth place on course is Seth Jones, which is actually a cool story. Fourth in the stock modified class is S982 of Seth Jones. They are actually from Australia. Originally, they just moved over here recently. They were living in California and kind of got the bug for racing. I believe they have now moved to Utah, but they race a Polaris. I believe it's a Pro XP, and his dad co-drives with them. So that's really cool. His dad kind of coaches them and shows them the ropes and keeps them safe. They race a little bit here and there, but they definitely do a lot of the legacy stuff.
Those Pro XPs are really similar to the Pro Rs. From my knowledge, Robert, the Pro XPs and the Pro Rs basically have the same thing, but they're different drivetrain. Am I correct?
No, that would be the Turbo R.
Or that's what it is, Turbo R.
Turbo R and the Pro R are basically the same chassis, just some different trailing arms and different rear shocks and different engines. Turbo R has the same engine and trans as a Pro XP, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it does.
While the Pro R is the 4-cylinder naturally aspirated.
Yeah. It'll definitely be cool to see in the coming years these, like you said, the 4 cylinders in the Can-Ams and the Pro Rs to be able to put a turbo on something like that. I mean, they're already competing with the 6100s, the big trucks. These side by sides are competing with. It's like we've seen in the past that a side by side can overall a race over a truck. I think that's due to the power to rate ratio. These razors and UTVs in general are becoming more and more capable throughout the years, especially with the suspension setups that they're running. Basically rebuilding the whole suspension valving that you're familiar with. Getting that set up is
blowing a turn there.
Yeah, key to their success.
Getting a little rowdy out there on the slick roads. That looks like one of our Can-Am entrants. I'm sorry, guys. We are having a little bit of technical issues this morning, but we are getting them sorted out as we are coming to you today. Having to change some settings here while we're on the fly. That being said, Brad, do you want to touch on the town of Parker where this race is being held?
Yeah, actually, I did a little bit of research last night as we were coming into today. And the first race in Parker, Arizona was in 1972. Nora put that on, and it was called the Parker Dam 500. They've now brought this back, and they ran the race for 2 years under SCORE, and they changed it to a different name. Later, it'd be known, like the names changed a billion times, but it's really cool to see that it's coming back. And being in Parker, Parker is also known for
that is actually Seth Jones on screen right now.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about him.
Yes, sir.
Looks like he's doing pretty good out there.
Not bad.
Who did his shot?
It's a company in Vegas called Vital Motion Co.
Wow.
Ooh, what do we have?
Also, if nobody knew, the Parker Dam was done in 1938, and it's like 320 feet tall. It spans across the entire Colorado River between Arizona and California. That dam is going to be responsible for why Parker is what it is. There's a lot of jobs that go into building that dam. It brings construction workers to the town, and then once the town kind of gets established, it just grows from there. So Parker being what it is today, it's really awesome to see that they can let water out, and then you can have family fun on the water. I mean, I know I've been down there with a few of my buddies, and you just go rent jet skis, and right after the race, when we were racing in a couple other series down there, and go from racing in the desert to running around on the river. So
let's jump back into our pro side-by-side classes. So we're going to go to the pro UTVs and get an update on where everybody's at currently. So we are on lap 3, and leading physically right now, it looks like Michael McFadden is out front. Looks like Doug Matag is at 10:11. He was at 10:11, was at race mile 80. Michael McFadden was at race mile 83 at 10:14. Yeah. Third place on course would be Travis Sally at race mile 76. And fourth place on course is James Moore at race mile 65. Still making some adjustments to the studio here. Looks like we are on one of the 10 cars. Hard to tell exactly which one it is from this shot. It does look like Chase Warren, though. Yep, that is Warren. So that is our overall leader of the race currently. Looks like on the tracker, he's coming up on race mile 109. And this is one of the very slick parts of the course. It's all the roads for the power lines, like the access to the aqueduct, and it's a lot of pea gravel on top of hard roads. So some of these sneak up on you, and every year we'll have a couple go off. Most of the time, they can just recover and get right back on course. Sometimes you might find that wall or something that hurts you, but Chase is absolutely flying. He's got a massive lead in that class.
The biggest thing, like we were talking about with the suspension, everybody that makes fun of those Can-Ams, like Robert was saying, when you can come bashing into a corner, where you're going to see the difference in the style of suspension is going to be in that Can-Am coming into the corners. Like we were talking, the leverage point is now extended, so you're not taking out bearing carriers, because that's the biggest thing with some of the other manufacturers is everything's kind of centralized into the hub and the bearing carrier. So if you're coming in smashing into a corner, the wheel's basically standing up like this, and then all the force is exerted on the bottom of the tire, and the leverage point is the center of the axle. So now with Can-Am having that pivot point up top, it's going to allow for the load to be spread out throughout the suspension components instead of being centralized right on the end of the axle snout.
Yep. Definitely makes for a much stronger vehicle that you can drive a lot harder. And I think that's why we're now bridging the gap from side by sides to the class 10s. The class 10s actually don't make a whole lot more power than some of these side by side classes nowadays. We have pro turbos doing 220 horsepower to the tires nowadays, sometimes more. Some of these big pro Rs, one of the things that's going on right now is people are exploring that class, really building those 4 cylinders out. You'll see some of those pro Rs absolutely dominate qualifying, like put 10 seconds on second, and then second through fifth be separated by 3 seconds total. The cool thing, I mean, it's cool to win qualifying, but then it's reliability. Desert racing is all about reliability. You have to cross the finish line to win races, and it sucks when your car's already in the trailer and you're packing all your stuff before the first car's even finishing, because you got this big motor that blew up 12 miles into one of the biggest races of the year.
Yeah, it's not just showing up to the race like he was saying, crossing the finish line. I mean, there's a feat in its own just getting to the race. Especially when you're starting to build the car. Fuel economy is huge, and especially these 4-cylinder cars. We're going from the traditional Can-Am that has 3 cylinders, the Polaris that's got 2 cylinders, naturally aspirated or turboed, and then you're throwing bigger cylinders, bigger pistons, bigger injectors. There was kind of had to reinvent the wheel on fuel economy, pit stops, the logistics to get these cars to go around the track at this 126 miles that we're going this time. There's going to have to definitely be some strategy that comes into play, because it's not just like, oh, hey, let's build a race car and we'll put 100 gallons of fuel on it and we're going to go the whole time. It's like, well, okay, let's put 100 gallons of fuel in it. And then it's like, now we have 8 pounds a gallon or something is water. So fuel's relatively close to that.
6.7 for fuel most of the time.
Yeah. So you can't just throw 600 plus pounds of fuel in a car and expect it to go, especially in your line of work, Robert. It's like you're accounting for driver weight, you're accounting for all your gear weight, safety equipment, and then adding fuel on top of that. Your spring rates become a little overwhelming at that point, and then you're trying to slow all that down with valving. It's kind of becomes a challenge.
Yep, shocks start getting hot. Vehicle starts to get a lot looser feeling. It starts bottoming out when it wasn't bottoming out before. Fuel and where you place it in the vehicle plays a large part of these chassis. And you'll notice Lone Star Racing has started building center cell cars where it's right between the driver and passenger. So instead of it being favored towards the rear or towards the front, when they put it in the center, as you're losing fuel, the car is just gaining ride height front and rear. When it's a rear cell and you start losing fuel or you're burning through gas, the lower you get, the stiffer the car feels in the back and the more oversprung it feels. So when you start getting into the whoops, it'll start kicking the rear end up a little bit or whatever. But if it's a center cell, the car rises front and rear and it just stays more consistent. I feel like it's a better setup in general. It's a lot harder to do, it's harder to mount, it's harder to package, but the cars seem to work a lot better. We have a couple of them out here today.
Yeah, especially the costs associated with fuel cells these days. Center mount fuel cells are kind of ridiculously priced when you start looking at center mounted fuel cells due to the fact that they're not just a conventional square tank like you would put in the rear and the front. Now you're conforming to going under the seats, going around the firewall. Like it becomes okay, make a template, send it to the people, and get it back. And that's all custom work. There's extended lead times on that. It's kind of cool now because, like we were talking about manufacturers. So Polaris has a platform, the main frame rails, and then whoever builds these fuel cells, it's you can kind of more or less have a off the shelf kind of thing. But there again, race cars, race trucks, these vehicles that are out here on the track today are far from throw it together and let's just go race. There's a lot of mil spec wiring that goes into it. Just the amount of man hours that it takes to build, let's say, a class 1 or a 6100 or an unlimited
Looks
truck.
like we have a pit going down right now on the. This is main pit from one of the
Fly at
drone
a safe
cameras.
altitude.
Sorry to interrupt you, Brad.
No, we're good.
Hard to tell the number on that one that just went in to get pitted. See if we can get a view of what they're doing. Another car rolling by.
Look at all the vehicles that are out there. That's freaking insane. Like you figure, what pit is this? You said
This is main pit.
so. Main pit. You're talking. Look at all these people. I mean, there's a few hundred people out there. A
If
few
not
hundred
more.
trucks, trailers. Like, can you imagine the amount of money that's just sitting there on the side of the road?
Yep. So you got to factor every race car has at least two drivers, co-driver and the main driver. They're going to have at least 2 or 3 people in each pit. 3 pits. We're looking at 12 people just to get one of these cars through a race. Some teams do it with less. Some teams do it with a lot more. It's one of those things for me. It's always been fun to make it a family aspect. Have parents, siblings, friends, family, all of it. Off-road racing is really a family sport. It's all about having fun. At the end of the day, the racing sometimes comes secondary, but it's definitely one of the coolest sports in the world.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of why I had to get out of racing, just because, like you said, there's so many working parts that go into just getting to the race. It becomes a second job. I hate to say it. I mean, I'm not trying to, put any negative light towards the sport, but if you want to do this and be at a top level, it is definitely time consuming, and it takes, like you said, your entire family and friends to either work with you or donate their time.
Looks like we have those 2 cars leaving the pit now.
They're right on each other. That's one thing I hate is driving in the dust, man. You can't see nothing.
That guy in second right now is very frustrated to be going out behind. That is for sure. Hard to get a exact number off of that lead car, but it does look like, man, I want to say Schultz, but it doesn't. It's not his. Let me take a look see here, see if I can see who's in main pit right now.
Fly at a safe altitude. Altitude.
I am not seeing who that could possibly be. Racing Tracks is updating a little bit slow today, sadly.
This becomes a family event, like we were talking. The great thing for me, I've noticed is, like you said, it's a very family oriented thing. So let's say you guys are sitting at home watching this, or you don't know how this all works. Just keep in mind that, this becomes, instead of going to Chuck E. Cheese's or these random places for your family outing on, Saturday morning, you can be putting together a race car, or you could be out at the track racing. So that puts the younger generation, is going to be the future of off-roading. So it kind of gives Legacy Association the opportunity to give the younger generation a chance to get out of the social media screen and just get out there and do their own thing. Today, it's like all these kids don't know how to change their tire on their car. So they turn 16 and they're like, oh yeah, we're going to go to this. And then they get down there and they come out and their tire's flat and they're like, what do we do? Then they call somebody like me and you got to go out there and change a dumb tire that takes 5 minutes. So it's like, I think families that can get involved in off-road racing or racing in general, it doesn't have to be off-road. It'll give your kids a more positive things to look into and learn, rather than saying thing on social media. It's like, you want to go do some kind of crazy things.
I'd rather be racing with my family.
Exactly.
So it looks like one of our 2-lap classes has its first finisher. It's Michael Goffin in the S904. Got 2 laps done in 4 hours and 37 minutes. It looks like the only other car in this class, the Australian we were talking about, Seth Jones. He is not crossed him. Looks like we got some live on camera from McFadden's car now. Get a rough estimate on how far he is from the finish line.
Could you imagine coming over here tonight from an entirely different country? So, we want to start racing. No. It's like, how do you become like situated with getting all things?
And he is fast. They won the Cedar City race at the end of last year with Legacy. And so we are actually live on board right now with Michael McFadden, who has the overall lead of the race, according to the tracker, with Doug Matag on his bumper, it looks like. I can't confirm that. I haven't heard anything from the pits or from anybody on the ground, but it does look like he's in clean air, and Matag is right behind him. Sounds like we're going to cut to an interview on the ground.
I like interviews. You get like a feel of like how people really are. It's like you see these guys driving the car.
Yeah, they are.
You don't see the guy behind the helmet until you get an interview.
Yep. Wow, Michael is flying. Not sure if his co-driver today is Sadie. His co-driver could be Sadie Gray or her father.
For Team GBR,
Sounds like
what position you guys in? What's your guys' number?
Currently, it looks like we're leading
Sick jack on the
physically.
back there.
We started pretty far back, so it looks like we should be doing pretty good on time.
An AMG.
Currently out on the
Does.
last lap, kind of thought
Like AGM jack.
Oh, yeah.
just for preventative measures. Just kind of got with him and told him to relax a little bit. Looks like we have plenty of time to be able to conserve the car and make sure we get it around. And I think that's the biggest goal, is make sure we get it to the finish line first. But once we get through midway, things like that, we'll start doing splits and see where we stand. And if we need to change our game plan at that point in the race, and we should have enough miles to be able to put something together.
That's perfect. And do you think it's gonna come down to the final end, or do you guys think you guys can keep it together?
I'm really hoping he, like I said, left with a more conservative pace. We really kind of got on him about that. I think if he can kind of go cruise around, I think there's enough time that we can give away to conserve the car and hopefully stay about where we're at. But like I said, until we get into the later pits on the third lap, we won't be able to know the splits.
Perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
Have a good race. Perfect. Thank you.
We are back in the studio after that interview with the Gonzalez team. He is currently leading Pro in A. I do not think there's going to be anybody that has anything for him for the end of this race as long as they can keep that car together. Give you guys an update on mile. That would have been Deegan Gonzalez's team. So Deegan Gonzalez is currently on lap 3 at race mile 24, coming in on pit 1 very shortly at race mile 32. Second place in his class just started their lap. It is Lance Sutton, 1938 at race mile 4. So I don't think anybody's got anything for Deegan unless he has some kind of issue. Earlier in the day, it was a very good battle in that class. Deegan, I believe, was back in 3rd. Ethan Broom was up there. Becker Chase was leading until his car had some kind of issue that took him out, with Mike Pascarella running up there as well. I am assuming Mike is still in 3rd. Yep, Mike is still in 3rd coming into main pit right now. Not sure if we'll have a drone shot of him coming in, but it looks like we are off the back of Michael McFadden's car right now. See if we can catch a glimpse of who's behind him. Oh, who'd we cut to now?
Keep in mind, Deacon Gonzalez is fairly young. Like we were talking about the family oriented stuff. These guys are like still in high school. So it's really cool to see the younger generation out here, you know, battling with these older guys and still being able to keep up. And it shows you how capable the cars are. It doesn't matter who's behind the steering wheel. At this point, it's who can pace themselves well enough to drive the car and keep it together and get it across the finish line.
That big old thing about reliability and not overdriving the car.
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to prep. You know that pretty well.
Yep.
I mean, you're talking, like we were saying, the man hours that go into, like after this race, these guys are going to take these cars home and they're going to be completely stripped down to basically a chassis. They're going to send A-arms out to get Magnafluxed.
Oh, here we go. Here's Mike Pascarella, our 3rd place pro in A car.
There you go. 4-seater right there.
Yes, sir. Let's see if he stops. He does have a big fuel cell in that car, so if it is lap 1, he might be able to sneak 2 laps out of it.
Yeah.
I'm not 100%, but my NA car, we average around 9.5, 10 miles per gallon. So if he's got a 30-gallon cell in that car, might be set. Now,
having the 4-seat definitely gives them more room to hold more fuel.
Oh, yeah. And then on these rougher courses, here is our overall leader, Chase Warren. So if that is main pit, which I do believe it is, that means he is coming in for his finish right now. We might be having our first car crossing the finish line. Yep, that's Chase Warren. So if he's in main pit, that means he came through the finish already. So he is probably just heading into his pit to get parked for the day and get out, kind of debrief with the team and go over what they did. Second place in class is not in the next 20 miles behind him. So safe to say he probably got that win physically and on time. Oh, yeah. Second place is at pit 3. So second place in that class is only at race mile 92 of 126. So I would be pretty confident in saying Chase Warren has got that win unofficially. Obviously, there is penalties and different things that they have cone sections up, like where they're trying to funnel the traffic down and keep you from going out into the bushes or hurting some of the vegetation out there in some of these sensitive areas.
Turtles.
Tortoises.
Yeah. Those things.
That's one of the big things about racing is they usually race when they aren't out. So the colder months when they're hibernating, summer months is when they're the most active, and when we do races during the summer months, they have to go out and believe it or not, a lot of times they know how many are in certain areas and exactly where they're at. So they'll go out and make sure they are safe before the race starts. It's very common to have a BLM sweep before a race to make sure that there's no tortoises out and everybody's good to go on race day. Looks like we are back in par with Michael McFadden. And there's not much more to say about this kid besides he is fast. From as far as I know, he preps the whole car himself. You see, if you follow his social media, you'll see him out in the shop pulling engines, trannies, doing all four-corner prep. I mean, the kid works hard and puts his heart and soul into it. And it's pretty clear to see. He was the class champion last year. And, man, his hard work definitely shows. This car is fast. And something that caught me off guard the other day, it looks like he is going to factory Honda and racing in a Talon
Oh boy.
for the rest of the year.
That's definitely going to be a curveball. There's a lot of differences in between these cars, especially when you get into, let's say, like this Michael McFadden. He's Can-Am right now. The amount of parts that you have to carry at the races at home to be able to prep the car, you're talking thousands of dollars in parts. So to be switching manufacturers mid-season or at the beginning of the season or any time in general is a huge undertaking, just to be able to figure out the new car. Going from a Can-Am to a Talon, I mean, they're completely different cars. It's nothing that's going to be the same. So being able to do that's awesome.
Yeah, I think we got some awesome action on screen right now. That is Doug Matag. So I think we might be following our lead. Ooh, blew the corner.
Oh boy.
I was mentioning that earlier. It is pea gravel on top of a hard packed road through here. That is very easy to do. That is definitely Doug's car. So that is our second place car. It is a Pro R with Doug Matag, and the dust he is chasing is Michael McFadden. And I can promise you that is like a red cape to a bull right now. McFadden actually qualified second. So that means to win this race on time, Matag would have to pass Michael, and then I think the start gaps were 1 minute this morning. He would have to pass Michael and put a minute on him before the finish line.
Yeah, that's going to be a feat.
They're at race mile 111 right now out of 126. I'm going to say that's going to be a tough call.
It could happen. If Michael McFay makes any sort of mistake, it's going to be Doug being able to get in front of him. Clean air. A lot of the people don't know, maybe that haven't raced, having clean air and dirty air is two whole different worlds. As you can see in the in-car cam right now, Michael's just ripping. He can see, half a mile to a mile in front of him and can anticipate corners coming up, and then his co-driver's there with the Lawrence or whatever he's using to view the entire track. So Doug's going to have a hell of a time. Looks like he kind of went off course there a little bit, just for a second.
They're pushing hard, both of them.
They know
They're
Doug's
going
coming. With that said, if Doug can be that close on Michael in the dust, it kind of makes me wonder what would happen if Doug was to get in front of him.
Yep.
Because like we just seen just now, Michael's kind of blowing corners. I mean, it's hard to do, especially when you're coming through pea gravel. But
did you see the push to pass lighting up on the side there?
Yep.
Oh, they let Doug around.
No way. I think he has a flat tire because it kind of looks like they're squirrely. So something may have happened here.
He might have popped a tire when he went off course.
I mean, yeah, because he's counter steering the car like a lot. Yeah, there's
he's
something.
off course. Something's wrong with Michael. That's not good.
Oh boy.
Well, yeah, let's see. Anything look out of place here?
It kind of looks like when he's flooring it, it's kind of pitching.
He might
Maybe a
have
broken axle.
broken front diff, stuck in two-wheel drive.
Yep.
Wow, that's kind of cool.
Keep in mind, all of these UTVs are all four-wheel drive. So anybody that's sitting at home and doesn't know, these cars are four-wheel drive all the time. Wow, something is going on here.
Man, that was cool though. It's not very often you get to watch a pass for the lead live.
Doug is definitely going to be able to get that minute and potentially move into the number one spot. That's going to be awesome.
Yep, this is going to definitely be a story to follow to the finish. I kind of panned forward. Oh, McFadden
boy.
is stopped.
He kind of got sideways. Something's bad in the rear.
Yep.
Too bad we don't have in-car audio.
Man, that is a bummer for Michael.
If that was me, I'd probably be like throwing hands.
Man, trying to see if we can get any insight into what's going on here. Man, what a bummer, dude.
Yeah.
He definitely earned that pass at the first and was flying. I wonder if
It looks like there's more dust coming off of his, what would be the right rear.
Side rear.
Yeah.
Could have been some radius rods or something.
Oh boy.
I wonder if one of those off-course excursions we watched when he slid off, stuffed it into a little ditch or something and bent it up in the back.
Yep.
He was explain why it was so squirrely.
He was kind of getting squirrely, and then I almost wonder maybe he had a flat tire and kept getting squirrely, and then finally pushed off the course where we saw just back there a little bit, and then broke something else. But yeah, something's jacked here.
I was kind of peeking ahead to see if the tag had clean air all the way to the finish, and he has about 2 miles of clean air. And then he'll be coming up on a naturally aspirated car. So the closing speed of a turbo versus an NA, I mean, you can talk about that. You're the turbo guy. I'm the NA guy.
Yeah, it's two different driving styles, like you said. A turbo, they have lag, and it's not like an extreme lag, but you definitely have to plan. When you're coming into a corner, you're almost power braking. And a lot of the times on these Polarises, they have a brake switch. So we're having to bypass the brake switch so that it doesn't tell the ECM, hey, he's pushing the gas and the brake at the same time. And then it limits the gas pedal function. So the turbos, you're 2-footing the entire time. I mean, with any of these race cars, you're going to be 2-foot. But once that turbo spools and you're hitting, 20-ish, I don't know what everybody runs, but 18 pounds of boost, there's a considerable power difference between an NA and a turbo car. With
just
that
the
being,
closing speed on top miles per hour is insane.
yeah, I mean, like when I was racing co-driving with Sean Saxton,
Oh yeah,
we were
there's
pushing.
something bad on the
Yeah,
passenger
it's
side rear.
flicking up rocks. That's bad.
And then you see that red triangle on their racing tracks there.
Yep.
That means they are coming up on a stopped vehicle ahead. It'll start counting down the closer they get. So it just kind of gives you a heads up when you're racing. It's some of the safety features they've been starting to implement these different things. Based on the tracker, it looks like they might be coming up on Troy Dyer, who has been stopped for about a lap now, waiting for some assistance. But yes, the racing tracks is awesome. We saw earlier, Matag requested to pass.
Mm-hmm.
McFadden's co-driver reached up, accepted it, and they got over and let him go. And then one of the awesome features of the racing tracks unit is when you break down and you're on course or wherever you might be, they give you a little wrench button that you can hit. And that wrench, here we go. We're on Sally now. I believe this is our 3rd place overall car. Let me double check. Yep, that is Travis Sally. That is 3rd place overall. So they race with Chase Mankin, and I could not tell you who's in the car right now. I know they split. I am getting reports that McFadden has a right rear knuckle
Oh
broken,
boy.
or that's what's hurt. Thank you to Fish, who is watching with us right now. Um, looks like he's got about 12 miles to go. Hopefully, he can limp that bad boy in. He's had an otherwise awesome day until just now.
Well, we were talking, McFadden's in a Can-Am.
Yep.
And we were talking about those higher leverage points. So Can-Am from the front, we were talking how they have those funny little, I don't even know what they're called, but anyways, in the rear, they kind of did the same thing. So that kind of tells me that he may have come hot into a corner. Because like I was saying, those new Can-Ams with that new suspension setup, it is an old one? Well, then I lied. Either way,
McFadden's in an X3, the older, not the R.
either way, definitely if he's got a broken knuckle, as reported, that may or may not be the case, but he definitely slid into something hard, especially being in the back. The back end starts swapping around. It can be kind of sketchy coming into corners sometimes like that, especially coming over rollers. The weight of the vehicle comes off the tires. You have less drivability, and then you have like a crest into a left. It becomes a problem when you're trying to gain traction to get back into that corner.
So, looking at the live tracker currently, looks like McFadden is at race mile 113 and he's cruising about 20 miles an hour. Doug Matag is at race mile 118 going 60. So I have a good feeling he's going to put that minute back on McFadden and really be in contention for this side by side overall. Class 10, Chase Warren, I think, will have the overall for the day. He was absolutely flying, but Matag putting on a heater of a lap right now.
So he's got clean air, like we were talking.
Yeah, and there's nobody in front of him.
Yeah.
He's got clean air all the way to the finish, and he's only 4.5, 5 miles out at this point in time.
Yeah, that's when
that's optimal situation.
Turn on the gas and just rip.
What sucks is, well, hopefully he has some team watching this live stream or watching the tracker and they saw McFadden having an issue and they can actually call from main pit and be like, hey, Doug, calm it down a little bit and make sure you get this thing home. Because you can, man, I'm telling you, I've been 5 miles from the finish knowing somebody's on my bumper and pushed a little too hard.
And you didn't even need to.
Nope, you didn't need to. So
Yep.
if he knows he doesn't need to push crazy hard and can just get it home safely, that's going to be.
That's where one of our sponsors for Legacy Racing is Rugged Radios. Having a radio system in the car and with your pit support, being able to relay that information is huge. And Rugged Radios does a great job of providing that ability to communicate with your driver in your pit.
I know a lot of these teams have satellite communications now.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter if you have a clear line of sight to your car, they could be 100 miles away, 200, 300. They could be in Mexico.
Yep.
And you could be in your house. As long as you have the right setup, you guys can talk to each other.
You know, there's a lot of technology coming in with Starlink.
Ooh, another blown turn there.
Oh boy, keep it on the track there. If you notice, so that car is 2-wheel drive. Anybody that doesn't know, these class 1s, big motors, 2-wheel drive. So it becomes a challenge, especially on the pebbled roads. You have hard pack underneath and then a whole bunch of basically marbles on top. So
yeah, it's like a slip and slide.
Yeah, I mean, having 4-wheel drive is definitely a huge advantage in the desert. People may say that is the case, some may not, but to my, I don't know, driving ability, I don't think I could drive a car as fast as some of these guys do without 4-wheel drive.
Oh man, we got some bad news from McFadden. Looks like about race mile 115, he is stopped again. Man, they were obviously limping. What they were saying was a right rear knuckle issue of some kind, and it may have let loose. Man, It's hard to know without being able to see, but that might be the end of his day.
With that said, Robert, you probably know a little bit more of the safety stuff than I do, but if they do break down on course, it's not like one of their pit guys can just run up there and say, "Hey, here's a knuckle," and throw it on. Somebody's got to bring it to them, right?
Correct. So the way these no chase races work is you are only allowed to work on the vehicle with your team in the pits. So it'd be main pit or any of the other 3 outlying pits. Now, you can ask one of your competitors to take a part to your car and they can fix it in the desert themselves. Or if you're patient enough and there's resources available, you can ask for a race official, which would be one of the retrievals or one of the rescue guys. They can actually drive out, get your part for you, and bring it in. Now, the only problem with that is sometimes they're tied up with other things, other accidents. If you're just a car needing a part and you're not on the course and they're helping flip over a racer that's upside down in the middle of the course,
You're second in line.
they're going to drive right past you and go help the incident. That could be an issue. Looks like we are getting ready to have our first. We have. Oh, here we go.
Oh, boy.
Man. Oh,
That's a whole knuckle off.
that's the whole knuckle. I have a feeling they're strapping that thing up and they're going to 3-wheel that thing on the trailing arm
Yeah,
all the
they
way
are.
to the finish.
If they can get like a ratchet strap to.
So
that
what I would
sucks.
do if this was me and that's the right rear off, I would attempt to unbolt the driver's side front shock and put a ratchet strap and suck that whole corner down.
Flip that rear off.
Oh man, they're just gonna drive it on the trailing arm.
At this point, I mean,
Looks like 12 miles to the finish.
so as you guys may or may not know, that trailing arm comes back, and then there's 3 hinge points on the Can-Ams. There's a tow bar, and then you have your radius rods.
Yep, so there's a tow bar in the center that makes sure the wheel stays nice and straight as the tire goes up and down to its travel. And then the radius rods are the strength part of
Yep.
making sure that trailing arm isn't being
So
leveraged into the car. Is that
If-
another car stopped right in
that's
front of them?
what it looked like. You have
Oh,
to
it
look on the
is.
map.
It looks like they were stopped with Troy Dyer.
Huh.
So, man, the rear shot right now is probably the biggest dust cloud. They are putting up the biggest smoke screen you have ever seen.
Oh, definitely. They're dragging. Hopefully they got those radius rods and the tow bar up out of the way so they're not just flopping. But either way, they've got a skid.
Oh, and he's not going slow.
No.
There we go. Looks like Travis Sally got around him, so they are now in 3rd place. 2nd place is Travis Sally and the Chase Mankin team. They go by Sally and Mankin Racing. They are in a Polaris Pro R, so we currently have a Polaris Pro R leading with Doug Matag.
There you go.
Center fuel cell, real low car. When you see it from the side, it's maybe 5.5 feet tall.
Wow.
6 feet at the most. I'm a short guy in my wheelchair, and the roof line's not much taller than me.
Oh, wow.
So it almost looks like a short course style Pro R. 2nd place is the Sally and Mankin entry, which is a Lone Star Racing built car. That's a little on the taller side. It's one of their first style Pro Rs. Man, Faden's flying with that whole corner missing. He is getting that thing across the finish line. This is pretty dang cool. I'm not going to lie. This is the definition of never give up here.
Yes, exactly. And especially with that one wheel being gone, you got to remember that there's going to be all of the power input from the transmission being put out to the 2 front tires, which is okay, but that left rear CV joint is going to be getting hot because you have all the force being exerted on that one side. So hopefully he can get it there without ruining anything else. And because I mean, it'll drive with just front wheel drive, but it's going to be tough.
It's going to be a handful the whole way there, but I have a feeling if anybody can do it,
The Australians can.
McFadden.
Listen, these guys are from the bush, all right? So
They aren't.
wait.
They're from California.
Oh, no,
the
that's the other
Australians is Seth Jones in the
Dang
stock
it.
class.
I was thinking of the wrong people.
It's all good. It's what I'm here for. I got it. Somebody
Either
got to
way.
tell you you're wrong.
You know what? Listen, we're just gonna say that they're from Australia because they're doing Australian things right now.
So do we want to go to a naturally aspirated update on lap 3 here?
Let's do it.
So it looks like we got Deegan Gonzalez currently leading the naturally aspirated class just outside of pit 1 at race mile 42. On screen, it looks like we got some 10 car action going on. Ooh, up on 2 wheels there. Hard to tell what car that is. I can't quite make out the race number and I don't recognize it.
It's a red, black, and white car.
That it is. Almost looks like a single seater. So our lead in A car is Deegan Gonzalez, race mile 42. Second place, Pro NA, Lance Sutton. And the difference between these Pro NA cars and the turbo cars is Pro NA is exactly what that says. It's naturally aspirated, no turbochargers. It's actually the older cars. Some of these are actually still 2014 chassis out there racing. Snore's Rage at the River this year, not Rage, the Snore 250, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Caden Wells started the physical last side-by-side off the starting line in a 2014 XP1000 and passed his way all the way to the front. Now, they don't have as big of a pro turnout or pro turbo turnout like Legacy has. So he was able to get around all the turbos, there wasn't a Pro R racing, and he was able to get the overall win at that race.
You know, I've actually been in their shop, and it's pretty cool to see. They don't do things conventionally.
No,
And
not at
it's-
all.
It's definitely not a bad thing because it's working. But
Ooh, what do we have here? Oh, that is Doug Matag. This is Doug Matag coming into the finish line currently. And he is, man, I don't think he slowed down. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that McFadden's hurt because he is driving that thing like he's running.
You can tell though the speed difference from the previous shots to these shots.
Yeah.
The clean air difference and the speed that you're able to obtain.
So so if that's main pit, that means he has already crossed the finish line. So I should have a total finishing time for him available to me over here. Let's see. Doug Matag got 3 laps done in 6 hours and 17 minutes.
From 5:30 this morning, keep in mind.
Yeah. So these guys started in the dark. They had to mount lights. Here we go. Here's McFadden. So they started at 5:30 in the morning Arizona time. So for all of us Californians, Nevadans, etc., they were off the line at 4:30. And I had been watching since the green flag.
I don't even know what time of the day that is. My day don't start till maybe 7 or 8.
Yeah. So
Did you see all that dirt coming off the back of that McFadden car? That is crazy. He's definitely dragging.
yep.
Looks like
So
they're towing something there. with
yep,
their-
that's one of the 10 cars getting towed in. I'm not sure if that's one of the course officials or a team. They got dropped off and their team's towing them in. But I feel comfortable saying that Doug Matag probably got the overall win in the side-by-side class.
He's definitely
Um,
ripping.
Travis Sally was 4 minutes back at the halfway point through lap 3. Doug crossed the halfway point in 5 hours, 16 minutes, and Sally was at 5 hours, 20 minutes. So if Sally made up 4 minutes, he could potentially take this one on time. But unofficially right now, our first across the finish line is Doug Matag. 6 hours, 17 minutes, 21 seconds, according to Racing Tracks. And this is all unofficial. Sometimes things can be a little bit off, little time skewed here and there. Obviously, Legacy Racing Association has their own live timing loop that is completely separate from Racing Tracks. Racing Tracks is GPS based. So when the GPS unit senses that it's moving, that's their start point from the start line. And then now when they cross the finish line, it's all GPS based. So it's not the most accurate thing in the world. And sometimes you'll see pretty big swings. But that being said, just based on start times and that Doug was the fastest qualifier and then just finished first, and we have not seen anyone cross the finish line yet, I have a feeling he might have this one wrapped up.
That car is really low, like you were saying. That looks good.
It looks so good. It looks like a short course car.
It kind of looks like that right rear might be kind of towed in.
Yeah. If you look on his, they fuel that car through the hood there. It's kind of hard to tell, but up there, up above the bumper in the center of the hood is the fuel probe. The fuel cell starts right beside them and goes forward all the way up and actually kind of works its way into the dash area of that car.
Oh,
Kind of looks like a T if the T was facing forward. The top part of the T was facing forward, but I am impressed. Those guys are ripping.
keep in mind, you guys, while these guys are fueling in the pits.
Oh, McFadden stopped again.
Oh boy.
No.
Gosh dang.
Let's see where he's at. Oh, the tracker shows him moving, but the live camera definitely shows him stopped.
We kind of have a little bit of a delay.
I have a feeling this corner is going to become a problem come the afternoon race
Mm-hmm.
because that's another car that blew it, and it is slippery. So this looks like our drone cam from right around race mile 107. Going back up. That was the Schultz car of Schultz Motorsports. Keith Schultz is the driver of record on that one today in the T946. That is one of the Lone Star Racing built Pro Rs. Now, that car is actually stretched. So it's a Pro R that they then added a little bit, I think it's 4 or 5 inches of length in the middle there to kind of give it a little better wheelbase for hitting the rough stuff.
They keep all the same mounting points though, don't they?
Correct. They literally just stretch the car in the center. So they aren't touching the suspension mounting points at all.
A lot of these
Although-
cars are widened too, aren't they?
Yeah, but they still have to be 80 inches or less. And those cars come 74 inches from the factory. So by the time you put a different offset wheel on them,
Well, they're widening the chassis in the center, correct, to accommodate for the fuel cell. Because I know that was
sometimes,
a thing.
yes.
Yeah.
There's some that aren't, and there's a lot that are. Looks like we got some 10 car action. Man, I'm going to go ahead and guess by this live thing that McFadden is possibly out of it. Yep, the tracker's reflecting that he has stopped now. He's sitting right on an access road, which is Shea Road too. Man, the speed at which they're doing things leads me to believe they might be coming to an end.
Dang, first race we've DNF'd in a year and a half.
That's a bummer for Michael, man. Like I was saying earlier, that whole team works really hard. I'm sure he wanted to finish this race on a high note and get ready for that new ride in that Honda he's getting. But that being said, you know who paid off on this deal is Travis Sally.
Oh, there's a picture being taken. Maybe we'll get lucky and get it.
Oh, man.
That sucks. It looks like there was a bunch of rocks and stuff in the wheel too. It looked like the
Is
inside of the
that
wheels all straight.
Sadie riding with him? It actually looks like that was Sadie Gray riding with him. She is becoming one of the premier navigators in the Class 2. She was with them for qualifying, and they have their live in-car video up, or not live, but their in-car from the lap up, and she was calling every turn perfectly.
Oh wow.
And that's one thing that's so paramount in these races is having an awesome co-driver that can kind of predict the turn that's coming up for you and tell you how sharp it is. This was a pre-run race, so you were allowed to do one lap earlier in the week. So it's take it slow, nice and easy. Make sure your co-driver's nailing down your notes as you go.
But yeah, they put notes right on the screen. So anybody that's not familiar with the Lawrence and some of these other GPS systems, when they do go out and pre-run, they can go on the track, stop, set a little waypoint or a flag. So when they're coming up close, they'll, move that flag a little bit back and they'll say, hey, there's a danger here. And then it'll pop up on the screen as they're going so they can remember this 126-mile course 3 times that they're going to go around it. That way, they can anticipate some of the stuff that's going to be coming up. There'll be like a stay right or stay left. It's very helpful, like Robert was saying, to have a co-driver that's competent in being able to put those waypoints in, especially Legacy going out there and marking the course. Because I think how they do it is they'll receive the GPS file and then they'll download it onto their device. And then when they go do their pre-run, they can then add the waypoints that they want to see.
Correct. So Legacy will give you a base file. They usually have the big prominent dangers marked, like your big fence lines. So if you go to jump out in the dust and pass somebody, the fence lines are marked, the ditches are marked, usually all the giant day enders are marked on the base file from Legacy. Now when you pre-run, the big thing for them is like, so a lot of people will do rally style notes, like starting from 1 to 6. So 6 will be one of the tightest. It's going to be no, sorry. So R1 or L1 would be your tight turns, like your 180s back, slowing down. In the rally style notes, they usually say, so 1 would be your gear. So you're in first gear. That's how fast you take it, slow. R6, wide open, as fast as the car goes. So a lot of these premier teams and the guys that are running up front have notes to where when they're coming up on, there's Sally coming to the finish line right now. They'll have notes. They'll know that turn they can take wide open before they even start driving through it.
Mm-hmm.
Or they'll know, hey, we need to check up hard. Like this turn is a 180. This could be the end of it. Looks like Sally is getting second.
Unofficially. Looks like somebody's got a Wildtech trailer out there. What are they doing? Diesel programs?
Probably one of the team's big sponsors.
Man, wouldn't it be nice?
Looks like Vision X got a big rig out there.
There's a Lone Star trailer.
Yeah.
These are killer
Bilstein.
shots.
Bilstein.
Hey. Well, Doug Matag's got great big Bilstein on the side of his car too.
Yeah. Some awesome drone shots coming today.
Yeah, this is way cool. There's quite a bit of dust out there. It doesn't look like there's very much wind. Kind of looks like the dust is kind of loaming around, but looks like we kind of ran out of audio for a quick second here.
Looks like they're with Chase Warren Brothers Racing in that Class 10 car there. The screen does say Doug Matag, but I can almost promise you that is Chase Warren.
Looks like we kind of ran out of audio for a quick second here.
Another Class 10 car coming into the finish here. Sorry about that, guys. Having some audio issues today. We are working through them actively and trying to get it all dialed in.
So isn't Conrad, his is a single seat, isn't it?
Single seat Class 1.
Yeah.
So he will be in the afternoon race. That is a single seat Class 10. It looks like finishing. I don't believe there were any Class 12s today.
What's the biggest difference between these Class 10s and Class 1s? Because I know there's some buggy Class 1s.
So they're both buggies, obviously. So they also, a lot of them share some of the same transmissions. Some of the Class 10 guys will run the big Albins, the big Fortins. And then when you only have that little Ecotech, or I think some of them are Hondas, but most of the guys are running the Chevy Ecotech in them. And then you got that trans where as long as your axles hold up, you don't have to lift in the whoops, and they can pound whoops all day wide open. And that's the big difference between the Class 10s and some of these, like the Pro Rs, the Maverick Rs, etc. When it gets rough, that's where the Class 10s shine. When it's the tight, twisty fire roads, that's where these all-wheel drive side-by-sides really, truly shine. Races like this, it's a good mixture of both. So you'll see the pro Rs pulling when they're on the fire roads. You'll see them pulling when they're on the roads like the drone shots were showing earlier, where it's that real loose stuff on top of the hard pack. But when you're in the rough washes where you're getting into the big whoops, Parker has some notoriously rough areas,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where those class 10 shine.
Well, you have such a diverse like landscape. You're going from hard pack roads to sand washes to big whoops to rocky-ish sections. I think with the class 10 that would be ideal to have at this race in particular, but the all-wheel drive UTVs and the unlimited stuff is definitely going to play a huge speed factor here. What are some of the lap times differences between, like, let's say a two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive? It's like a huge difference.
In the unlimited heats in the afternoon,
Well, I mean, just in, well, yeah, I guess we could look at like time.
super bermed out, tight qualifying course. These buggy guys showed up. The class ones, they showed up to play this weekend. They're letting them unlimited trucks know. This is one of the biggest 6,100 turnouts, if not the biggest one in the United States. And the first 6,100 qualified, looks like pretty far back.
Looks like there's a lot of Brenthal 6100s, couple
yeah.
Jimco's, couple custom stuff that people are building. But as far as
Aircraft
there's a
will return to the
geyser
home-
in there.
Aircraft will return to the home point
A little
So-
bit of
in 10
everything.
seconds.
Yeah, it
Okay.
looks like we're gonna have quite a bit of different things coming through, and some of that 6100 rules are kind of more or less.
It's the same engine, same trans. Who do we have coming into the finish here? Why did that look like a Kawasaki? I'm probably
I mean,
way off.
the headlights.
That's a
look
Pro R, right? Or a Pro XP of some kind.
something.
See if I can get a. Sounds like we are getting our finish line interview problems worked out. Might be getting ready to throw some of those up on the screen here in a second. But currently, trying to get a fix on who is going to be our next finisher. As of now, 3 cars have finished in the Pro UTV class. Unlimited UTV does not have a finisher yet. And Vito Renuo is going to be sleepy fast. I'm really looking forward to seeing him crossing the line in that Maverick car, especially with his split times that he had so far. He might be one to look out for to maybe take the overall in side by side.
Well, Legacy Racing Association. So this UTV Pro class was just kind of made with the Can-Am Maverick R coming out and the Polaris Pro R coming out. They kind of were in a class of their own. So Legacy kind of made.
Zach, I'm in position now. Zach, I'm in position now.
Compete together. So now you're going to see this UTV Pro class is just going to be on fire with these new designs that these two manufacturers have come out with.
Just got a ring to it. I love it. Because you normally say the Parker 400, but the Parker Dam 500, a novel running right here.
Again, the UTV stock class.
To me, that's
There's
history.
not like a whole lot of people doing it, but
Stick
I feel
around,
like
more
if we
racers
could
coming
get
up.
more people to just do it once, just do it twice, it's easy to get into.
Hey boys, we got to do an interview for the live feed. All right, guys. Doug Matag, dude, super gnarly race, huh?
That was gnarly, man. It was so dusty. We had a good run on the first lap. I think we were down about a minute on corrected time, but we were just cruising and getting a feel of the tire. The puncture right on the top, super random. I don't even know how we got it, but we got out. Kind of had a rough. It was like a 4-minute probably change. It wasn't very quick. Got going again, made our way back up, and man, that was gnarly. McFadden was running a solid pace. I feel bad for him. We were applying the pressure for the last 3/4 of a lap, waiting for some sort of mistake or something, but I think he ended up having a failure right in the exact same spot I got my flat tire, so he pulled over and I was able to pull away, and I'm pretty sure it's official that we just got the win.
Dude, that's pretty cool. Well, first of all, high five on that official win, but give us a little bit of a breakdown of what happened during the race, because I mean, it's not easy to bring a car across the finish, especially with all those gravel pit at the end and all the high-speed stuff.
Yeah, leaving main pit and coming into main pit is probably the roughest section. So just keeping the car together, and I mean, dude, I can't believe this thing is together. The last lap, we were driving way over our heads. We lost brakes. I don't know if we lost the line or something, but having to pump the brakes, and it would barely slow the car down. We ended up going off a graded road 2 or 3 times, blowing berms, just trying to push in the dust, and that's part of it, you know. And car held together. This Polaris is insane. The Weddell drivetrain, we were hard on it all day, and it all held together. Maxxis tires, Hostile wheels, Bilstein shocks were dialed. This car was on rails, and besides that one little random flat in the beginning, I mean, the last lap I deserved probably 5 flats. I would have been okay with because I deserved them, but that first one in the beginning, I don't know how it happened. Just a fluke deal, but is what it is, and here we are, hopefully winning this thing.
Hey, so how was the pace though? Because it seemed like it was pretty fast.
No,
right?
it was crazy fast. Like I said, I feel bad for McFadden. He was running a super solid pace. We caught back up to him. I think we were down 6 minutes. We caught up to him, and we could not get around him. We were in his dust for a while. So hats off to him for driving a pretty flawless race. He ended up having a failure.
Dude, he was keeping you honest, right?
Yeah, I know. This pace was insane. These UTVs are crazy. I can't believe that they pulled up and what they go through, and here we are. Yeah.
All right, dude. Killer job, man. All right, so we're going to walk around the car. Hopefully production will stay on us for a little bit, and then we're going to talk with Chase Mankin. So killer job, boys.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for letting us by earlier. Oh, yeah. We were pushing it so hard. The dust hole every time we were done.
I guess I can find racing tracks.
Thanks for letting us by.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, Doug. He did get a flat.
Zach, we have Chase Mankin interview.
Was able to bring it home. Got.
Zach, we have Chase Mankin
I don't know if
interview.
it's not
Do you wanna-
official yet, is it?
Let me know when
that
you're
he
ready.
got first.
He said that they were waiting on making it official, but he does believe.
Yeah, so I mean it's pretty official. We're gonna go to an interview with Mankin right here in about 2 seconds. So here we go.
Zach, let me know when you're ready for a Chase Mankin interview. All right, Chase Mankin, Travis Lee, get in a little closer, dude. You guys drove this car like it's trying to make the wheels fall off.
I mean, yeah, that's what you have to do to keep up with this pace with Doug Matag and Nick Faden out there. I mean, they're running such a strong pace now in these cars. I mean, these Polaris machines, they hold up to it. They're just animals out here. It's a different ballgame.
So being a little bit younger than these bad boys, you guys looked up to these guys for a while, especially coming up through the ranks in your UTVs. Now battling with them, how do you feel about the pace, Chase?
Oh yeah, this is our second year. First year went good. We were just going through the finishes. Just starting off good.
Yeah, well, you got to keep it consistent, right?
Yeah, that was our whole plan the first year, was just to finish races.
And what about today? Did you feel like the pace was too fast? I mean, how hard did you guys push it?
Today we were going hard. He started like really early start. Like I think we got up at like 3. We were in the dark for a while, and he made up to a really good time. He got us into first at one point. Then we just had some clutch issues along the way. But
okay.
Other than that,
So it was just like bringing it home, Travis. So you got to take off and start the race then, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I started. We went off the line about 5:41-ish. That's whenever we were off. And I mean, we're just fighting through this dust with 10 cars and Doug and Nick Faden. I know that they're pushing hard and getting through, so I just followed that blinking blue light, and sure enough, it got us up there, and we ended up first for a little bit, had a fuel stop, McFadden got by us, and then, like he said, had a few clutch issues, but he got in the car. I mean, he pushed this thing to the finish, and sure enough, here we are, P2, and we really can't complain. It's first race of the year, and doing great.
Yeah, it's actually really good. I mean, the way that you guys drove was pretty mature, right? So let's actually see if we can talk to the co-driver. So, Dad, Brian Slee.
How you doing, George?
How was it, bud?
It was good. It was good. We started a little early, so we're all, a lot of dust in the beginning with the dark and the lights, and then the sun came up and had some good clean running. Yeah, really rocky. Just get more and more like traditional Parker tour up. Boys did awesome.
Yeah, that's one thing that we want to talk about, right? Is like it's different because they've looked up to Doug for a while, right? And they know that they want to be that type of racer, and they get to follow that pace. How was it being in the passenger seat, seeing these guys go that fast?
Dude, these kids, I mean, it's just starting our second year. These kids are so good. I mean, they got 8 years under their belt. I mean, they learn. It's just amazing to watch. I mean, I've been around with a lot of guys for a long time, and they're good. And running that pace and to be right there when one of them tripped up, Doug had a little problem there, and we got by him, and we were running, we're running up front on the first lap, and then to be right there at the end of the race, so we're right there. And,
cool.
These boys, this car, I mean, it's a good thing.
Great job, boys.
Thanks, George. I appreciate it.
Keep killing it. We'll see you guys soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Keep killing it. We'll see you guys soon, I'm sure.
It's pretty cool to hear from those guys. Kind of future of the sport coming up with their riding with their dad and getting it done. I mean, second's no easy feat at a race of this caliber.
No, especially, Doug's like in his, 40s, it says. Anyways.
Awesome. Well, welcome here to the finish line. Got our first top 2 cars here in the UTV Open class. So we got a big announcement. So let's get over here to Doug. Hey, Doug. Just want to let you know we're live streaming here. Congratulations on your first place and $12,000 from Driven Motorsports, and should make you a happy man taking home that money.
Yeah, man, a good weekend for us. 13 grand. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
good job.
It's been a great weekend, and you guys put on a hell of a race. So I'll be back.
Appreciate that. Love having you. You're welcome next
Thank
race.
you.
Keep the series going, buddy.
Yep.
Good
Thank
job.
You. Appreciate it. It's official, huh?
Yeah, it's official. I was worried about Josh, and he's not here, so it's official. Good job. Yay. Woo! Can I get you?
Turn around and give me some of them before you walk off.
Give me some.
Good to see you. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Very good. You are.
Thanks, Zach.
That's the
Appreciate that.
race. What do you call him?
We're gonna go get ready for the starting line of the unlimited race in just a little bit here.
His wife, Christy.
Yep.
And Liz Marshall are kind of the driving force behind this whole thing. They make it happen, and that's pretty cool to see them.
Yeah, out there
a little bit extra there for that finish.
Definitely.
Legacy is doing big things this year with the awesome cash payouts, and
well, that's the biggest thing is trying to get people here to do to have the cash payouts. You got to have the people that show up because it takes an army to make something like this happen. So,
yep. There is so much going on race day. Kind of support.
Well, even like when so later today when they have the pro lights, like those guys aren't super fast and they take forever to go around the course. So for them to stay out there till when we did that Baja, Nevada, I was up there doing finish line announcing, and there was people rolling in till 6 o'clock in the morning the next day. Yep. So it's not like, oh yeah, we're just gonna do a race and it's one day. It's like, no, it's a 24-hour. And everything leading up to this, Donald's been out there prepping the course, marking the course. So it's nuts to have just the amount of work that goes into doing something like this. I don't think anybody realizes.
So let's go back now that we have some of the lead classes finishing from the unlimited and all of that good stuff. Let's go take a look-see at the Pro and A's. So last we checked in, Deegan Gonzalez was still leading. Let me take a look-see. It looks like Deegan Gonzalez is still in the lead physically, Pro and A, coming up on race mile 77. So 77 of 126. He's working his way up there. And let's not forget, Pro and A class started behind all of your Pro Turbo, your Pro Unlimited. Man, they started behind a lot of people.
Which is how it should be.
Pro Unlimited, Pro UTV. They were, I believe, the third or fourth class off the line this morning. So they started, if they were doing 30-second splits or 1-minute splits, they could have started 30, 45 minutes behind these guys that just finished. So Deegan might be there on time. I mean, some of these fast NA guys will be maybe 10, 15 minutes slower than the cars with almost 3 times the horsepower, some of them.
Exactly.
And twice the size, twice the weight. I mean, Vito on his Maverick R, that car built by Lone Star, actually has a coilover and a bypass on the rear trailing arm.
Oh boy.
And that is, when you get in the rough, that's where that really shines. Those shocks in the back aren't getting hot. Like some of these Pro Rs with a single shock all the way around, you'll go to the end of it, you'll even just testing, run a 20-mile lap, and you'll go to touch the shock and you can't touch it. It's like grabbing
200
a barbecue.
plus degrees, isn't it?
Yeah, like you can get shocks up to 300 degrees easy. 200 degrees is operating temp.
So that comes into play with having quality lubricants in there, especially with like
Correct.
Liqui-Moly. 300 degrees, if you guys remember, water boils at 212.
Yep.
So you run a conventional oil, it's going to start breaking down at 220, 230. So,
Correct.
I mean, we're running high quality oils, synthetic blends, and full synthetic oils to accommodate that 300 plus degrees.
Yep. I actually use liquid moly in a lot of the shocks I do for some of the racers, many of which are out there today. And they have some fluids that are, I'm not going to say, but they're pretty damn trick.
Yeah.
They'll be 400 degrees and they hold viscosity. So you don't get that feeling of the shock breaking down as gnarly. It doesn't blow through the stroke as much. And it'll let you go all 3 laps wide open without fearing your shocks fading on you.
Exactly. Some of these guys that maybe not know about Robert talking about viscosity. So as the heat increases in the oil, it becomes less fluid, or it becomes more fluid as the heat increases. So what that means is Robert could set up a shock to, dampen the shock rod movement at, let's say, 70 degrees ambient. And then you throw 400 degrees at it, and now that 10 weight oil is like water. And then your valving comes into play. So that's some of the things that you have to anticipate being a racer. You have to be like, okay, well, we're going to go out to, let's say, the Parker Dam 500. You have to know the terrain. Comes in factors of having airflow designed into the car to be able to get the flow to come across the shock bodies. That's correct.
Yep. Just airflow is paramount. Getting air over those shocks. Some people hide reservoirs, tuck everything up in all neat, cooking that shock. Something seldomly talked about is how close the header is to the rear shock. Looks like we got Doug up there on the official podium now. That passenger side rear shock on most traditional side-by-sides, not the Pro R, exhaust on the left in the back, it's cooking that shock. So I always try and get people to get some heat wrap on it, keep the heat off the shock as best you can, because you'll go out there with an infrared temp gun and that shock will be 80 degrees hotter than the one on the driver's side.
Yeah, and then you're, like you said, coming into corners. So if your right side shock is, bottoming out because your fluid's so viscous, you're going to dip that side, and that could be the difference between flipping the car and not flipping the car.
Correct. And it's definitely one of those things. The people that put the time and effort into setup and really prepping a car between races, it shows on race day.
Exactly.
You change your engine oil, you change your transmission oil, you change your front diff oil, and then shocks have oil in them too. And it's working just as hard as everything else.
There's a lot of, basically metal on metal contact in there, isn't there? Because, your valves are fluttering right next to each other, which introduces foreign material into the oil. And then that's the only seal between the piston head and the outer bore of that shock is an O-ring. So
it's got a lot
like
of times it's like a PTFE wear band. Thank God. It's a consumable. So it makes everything nice and slippery in there. So it's not metal on metal most of the time unless something's wrong.
Yeah. But like you said, that foreign material being in there, it needs to be changed on a fairly regular basis.
It definitely is something overlooked by some of the less experienced racers, but I'm pretty sure that guy up there on the podium right now gets his shocks rebuilt every race.
Oh yeah, guaranteed.
Let's venture back real quick, touch base. We got Deegan Gonzalez with a massive lead in Pro NA. He is at race mile 87. Second place is Lance Sutton, coming into pit 2 at race mile 55. So over a 20-mile lead for Deegan. Hopefully, with no issues, he'll have that one wrapped up.
Oh, yeah.
But as you can see with McFadden, it ain't over till it's over.
That's right.
And talking about McFadden, he is still sitting there. So he's not even going to get a finish today.
What race mile is McFadden at?
What was that, bro?
What race mile is he at?
Which one? McFadden?
Yeah.
So it looks like he got it to the road crossing at Shea Road at race mile 120. And here we are back in the pits. This is the main pit right off of Shea Road. So I don't know the exact miles from town this is. This isn't the traditional Python that they've used in the past. This is up on the BLM land past the crit land. So this is the main pit today. And I would say it's about 10 miles from town. So just a short drive. If you're in Parker or Havasu, you could still come on out and make it and be able to spectate this afternoon race. The 6100s, the unlimited trucks, our class 1500s, traditionally known as class 1 buggies, are all racing this afternoon, and we have quite a bit of action coming our way. The young Jack Oligas from here in Las Vegas, Nevada, was able to nail himself a P1 qualifying spot, and that's impressive because I believe he only has about a year and a half racing in these trucks. And he's got guys behind him that have been doing this for, I mean, you look at Joe David, his family's been in off-road since the 70s, maybe 70s, 80s, and he's in 4th. So that's impressive for Jack to go out there and nail that. And that's in a brand new Geyser trophy truck or unlimited truck. Behind him, we have Cole Barbary out of Scottsdale, Arizona in a Racer Engineering Class 1. So that's impressive. Class 1s have traditionally kind of fallen off in popularity in the last, I want to say 5 years, it feels like. The 6100 class or the trophy truck spec class kind of came through and took a lot of entries from the unlimited trucks and the different classes that just were kind of fizzing out. And 6100 came in, it's a spec engine. When the class first came about, it was a spec engine, spec transmission, and a spec tire size. And today, they've kind of opened it up a little bit. It's still a spec engine. You're only allowed to run a GM LS3, which is, I believe, a 525 horsepower drivetrain. You're limited to a turbo 400 transmission, and you're allowed a 1-speed underdrive behind it. So that being said, everybody is on the same playing field. They have the same engine, the same horsepower, the same transmission, and underdrive. There's a lot of different manufacturers out there. Everybody has their preference. Most of that comes down to like service life. If you're in Las Vegas, you've got a Gearworks underdrive, you only drive 30 minutes to Speedway, drop it off and get it rebuilt. If you have a Fortin, etc., you're going to be shipping it. So that being said, 6100 is one of the coolest classes in my opinion.
So it comes down to driver ability.
100%. And some of these guys are absolute animals. It's driver ability, prep, and the loose nut behind the wheel, man.
Exactly. Prep is huge on that one, but where they're on a same playing field, it makes it easier for, there's no cheating. This is what it is. And if you can drive and you had a solid prep, you're going to make things happen on the track. For the unlimited trucks, our reigning champion, his point to prove, Team Real Racing, they put a bounty on Eric Husted's to see what they can do this time.
That was for qualifying.
Yeah.
And you know who got that bounty? Jack Oligas.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. By thousands, wasn't it? It's not even.
Yep. So Jack Oligas, qualifying time, 4 minutes, 5 seconds. Eric Husted, 4 minutes, 7 seconds.
So they're right there.
Yep. And in between them is Barbary by 0.02 of a second behind Jack.
That's what I'm saying. I was looking at those numbers and I'm like, that's not even enough to even blink an eye at.
Yep. The top 4 are all within 3.5, 4 seconds, give or take, which is impressive. And that was a very sandy course with some giant bowl turns. Man, this is going to be a hell of an afternoon race. And once again, turning back to the town of Parker, there's so many people that help make this race happen. It's an awesome event. I'm bummed out. I'm not there hanging out watching, but we're here helping put on this show so everybody at home be a little part of it.
Well, especially with them losing this Parker race in general. So that this race hasn't happened for the last 2 years down in Parker. So I think the city or town of Parker is definitely going to be stoked to have us back racing there again, just because
Sure.
I mean, you look at the sheer amount of people that show up to this, they're going to be going to the gas station. They're going to be putting money back into the community of Parker, buying fuel, buying
every hotel's sold out. You can't get a room if you wanted
like
to.
you can't even freaking go down there and do nothing. So it's definitely a big weekend for Parker. And it's awesome to see that Legacy is basically giving back to Parker and being able to bring this back after 2 years.
So that's the handshake between Legacy and the town.
Yep.
You guys let us race, have some fun on your land. In return, we're packing your restaurants, we're packing your hotel rooms, we're packing the gas stations. Everybody's buying snacks. This event started earlier in the week, so everybody's been hanging out. It's a family thing. Your team comes down. You guys can all go get dinner. You can cruise up the road a little bit, hang out at the different river spots, the Parker Keys. It seems to just pack the entire town. And I think that's what's so cool about it is when these off-road races go to a town, everybody supports it.
Yeah. Well, and it extends past just the race. I mean,
correct.
You've got Donald out there doing the pre-race course prep and then after cleanup. Like, it's not just the 1 day or 2 day event. This is a big old deal.
Correct.
Especially the equipment that's going to be there. I mean,
VT construction.
Yeah, like it's going to be awesome to see. There's going to be fuel bought for them. There's going to be people there all throughout. I mean, we're talking 2+ weeks of money flowing into Parker.
Correct. And then another thing about it is families that race off-road that may have never heard anything about the town, they come in, they get familiar with it. They're like, hey, when this race is over, we should come back and we can focus on hanging out on the river. We could rent a boat. We can hang out on the beach. We could come bring the family and enjoy some time away from the races too. And they might not have ever known Parker had all that available to them until they came for the race.
They can go experience a little bit of London, England. They can go across the Brooklyn Bridge.
Yep, down there in Havasu, right
or the
up the road.
London Bridge. Sorry.
Yep, London Bridge.
Yeah, it's 30 miles south of Parker, but I mean it's right there. But that bridge was originally built in London, England, and then in the 19th century it was dismantled and transported to Parker.
Correct.
So it's like you're
Well,
gonna
Havasu. Close enough.
Same thing. But I mean they packed up a whole ass bridge.
Yeah, they
and brought it to the United States. It's definitely a sight to see, especially at night. There's on one side of the bridge they have all those locks and stuff. It's really cool to go put a lock on there and have a little note. The town of Parker is riddled with things to do, things to see. There's ghost towns. It was a mining town back in the day. One of the ghost towns is the Swansea. It was a copper mine in the late 19th century, and then it was abandoned in the early 20th century. But it's just cool to go, like you said, hang out with the family. This being a family event, it gives you opportunities to go back and hang out, see the things.
Just enjoy some time away.
Yeah. In Parker, there's a ton of hunting, I'm assuming. But they have bighorn sheep there, like we were talking earlier about the desert tortoises. There's coyotes, bobcats, numerous birds. So there's a great big national wildlife refuge. It's the Bill Williams River National Wildlife Refuge. So, I mean, Parker is a great place to be.
So back to the afternoon race. We do have some cars up on the finish line there. That is a Kawasaki. That is the U830. So I believe, hold on one second. I don't want to talk without knowing for sure. It's not
Maddie Dunlop.
Yeah.
She's from Parker.
That's what I thought. That is one of our women racers in a Kawasaki.
Yeah.
Had a rough go, if I remember right, at Rage at the River last year and went off the cliff.
Oh boy.
So I'm pretty sure being on that podium today probably feels pretty dang good after the last race ended with a fun tumble down the ridge there.
Well, you only learn how to drive once. I'm sure she definitely learned from her mistakes.
That looks like we are watching the 29-22 coming in. So all those live shots there that it looks like they're on that pea gravel road is roughly race mile 106, 107, somewhere in there. And that 29-22 was Jeff Fox of Fox Motorsports. Looks like he is trailing Chance Parsley into the finish line there on their third lap. As this race is kind of coming to a close here, not really. There's still a lot of classes out there battling. Michael McFadden's definitely out. Looks like they are getting ready to put it on a trailer, according to the tracker.
Definitely hasn't moved.
No, has not moved.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, after having such an awesome day, that sucks, man.
I'm curious to see what happened after, like, because they got it moving for a minute. And
yeah,
then,
what officially made it stop?
Yeah.
Because it looked like they were for sure going to make it to the finish unless something else failed.
Yeah.
They wanted that thing there, that's for sure.
I'm going to say that the tranny said no more.
You think maybe the front diff went and then it's just shooting power to the one side so it couldn't move anymore?
You know, that's had to have been what happened because, I mean, he already was putting an excessive amount of pressure on the front. So, I mean, he could have babied it, but yeah, there's definitely something happened with power delivery, and it had to have been drivetrain related because, I mean, he just was going and then he wasn't.
Looks like we got another Class 10 pulling up there, the 1091.
Except for the gate that my brother had to get out and open on lap 1. Yeah, I did. Well, what's about it? Tell me about it.
So,
that is actually one of our women racers, Caitlin Cox, at 1091 up there on the podium.
Isn't that Caitlin Cox girl?
Looks like she was teamed up with Kyle Cox and Bert Cox.
Yeah, her whole family is the one that's racing. Because I think Kyle Cox raced Works.
That would be your wheelhouse. Sounds like we are about to get an interview with Vito, who just crossed the finish line in 6 hours and 25 minutes, unofficially, according to the Racing Tracks live timing, which means that Doug Tag definitely got this one on time. Doug was 6 hours, 17 minutes in his Pro R. Vito was 6 hours, 25 minutes in his Maverick R with the bypasses on the back there.
That's the secret sauce.
Yeah, well, it looks like them single shock Bilsteins got it done today.
Yeah.
We're going to throw it down to Vito and see what he has to say about it.
Yeah, boys.
What's up, man?
Vito, what's happening, man? You're live.
I'm alive.
Yeah. How'd things go today?
Oh, it went good. Just
let's get by the car so we can see the car, dude. So, was this your co-driver?
This is my co-driver today, my son.
All right. What's your name, bud?
Hi,
What's your name?
Alex.
That's pretty cool that you guys can do this as a father-son team.
Oh, yeah.
Do this as a father-son team.
Oh, yeah. So, I was telling myself, you know, that when I was out there changing the axle, just like, you know, I won regardless, right?
100%.
And it was super.
100%.
And it was super exciting to be able to share that with them.
So,
we had a great time out there.
What'd you think, dude, about going that fast with your dad? Because he's an animal.
It was pretty fun.
Was it? Did you ever get scared? At all? Really?
He's quiet out there, man.
Did he give you good advice on where to go, like lines to take?
Yeah, he was reading off notes out there, and we had the iPad on, and then it died close to the end, but...
Crap. Who's the one that was responsible for charging it? Dude, that's super cool. I didn't know you. That's super cool. I didn't know you were gonna race with your son today. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was super fun. I had my cousin in the car for the first two, and then
we did a co-driver change on the last lap. That's when I brought it in.
So there's a lot of guys that do the father-son stuff, and you're obviously starting him young. Did he have to ask Dad for permission, or was he begging beforehand?
He races already, short course stuff, and I know he loves the desert, and I let him pre-run, and asked if he wanted to do it, and it was good. Couldn't turn it down.
So let's ask you a question then. Since you got to go that fast, do you think the next time that you get in your car, you're going to be like twice as fast, or what?
Yeah.
Just pedal to the metal?
He already gives me a heart attack.
You that fast? All right. So one last question. When are you going to ask Dad to drive?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I knew it. All right, buddy. So I'm glad you guys had fun. This is the true spirit of Legacy Racing, right? So thank you guys very much for showing us. So one last question.
We are back, guys. Oh man, Vito was on a heater there. It's pretty cool to see him racing with his son, and that's what I think it's all about.
I'm gonna do it.
Have fun with the family, bring them up.
Colson's 3, so we got another couple years. I'm gonna be out there unlimited.
Come on, you got to get them in one of them 170s or one of them 200s.
No, we're gonna throw him an unlimited truck. It's gonna be sick.
Right off the rip, straight
Yeah.
to unlimited truck.
I'm gonna have somebody buy me one, and we're gonna go out there and just rip.
Well, it is coming up on 1 o'clock there in Arizona. And in 30 minutes, our unlimited race is going to be firing off here today.
Those unlimited trucks are a breed of their own.
Oh,
seems
yeah.
like
It's one of the craziest vehicles you'll ever see.
I mean, they've got. I mean, it's like 100% from start to finish. As far as the build quality of the truck, I mean, you've got mil spec wiring throughout the entire truck. Everything's labeled. Anything happens, I mean, you can trace a wire from the front to the back.
Yeah. So traditionally people think of this sport and it looks like a truck, right? It looks like a Ford F-150, a Chevy Silverado, etc. But in today's day and age, they never started off as that. It started off as a pile of tubes on a shelf, and they kind of grafted into what it is today. Some of the most talented fabricators in the world work on these things. You have people that come from other motorsports. Like I was just talking to a guy the other day. He builds the dampers for Formula One stuff and IndyCar stuff, and he was blown away at what we work with for a bypass on the back of a trophy truck.
Yeah. Well, because they don't have that range of motion. Like nothing other than desert racing has that much range of motion.
Correct. The shock shaft alone in a rear bypass on the 6100 that I help with weighs more than the entire shock on an Indy car.
Yeah. And they're just like, what is this? And it's like
almost 3 gallons of oil in each rear bypass.
No way.
Yep.
I didn't know it was that much.
And for reference, not to downplay a side-by-side by any means, you can rebuild every shock on a Can-Am that has Foxes with 1 gallon of oil.
Wow. So they're literally having to have heat displacement. Like, it's got to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Because you're basically
If
1
you get
gallon of oil for 4.
If you get a 4.5 to 300 plus degrees, you're ripping like that. You're hauling in some big whoops. That being said, the weight difference is also massive. We're talking 5,500 to 7,000 pound trucks, depending on make, who did it, how light they like their stuff, if it's all-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, etc. Versus a 2,000 to, well, some of the NA cars are like 1,500 pounds to 2,500 pounds side by sides.
Yeah.
So that weight difference definitely doesn't help the shocks from staying cool. But
well, and you got to
they still get it done.
Yeah, like even side by sides, like I think you have to keep or retain the center rails more or less when you're rebuilding them.
Some of the classes, yes. The unlimited class and the open class, I believe they allow a little more leeway. You can move shock points, like Vito has the added bypass, etc.
Yeah. So, and then you go to an unlimited truck, and it's like 120 wall tubing throughout the entire. Well, I mean, not throughout the whole thing, but there's just a ton more metal.
Yeah.
In
So
a
you're
class
talking
1.
2-inch main tubes, 120 wall tubing, some of it even thicker. I've seen some trucks built out of like 188 just for the safety factor. And then we had not to say anything bad, but a Brenthel truck crashed qualifying. I believe it was last year, going, I would say, almost 100 miles an hour. And it was one of the brothers driving, and it looked like it was not going to be racing. And they fixed it that night. They were showing videos on Instagram. The cage didn't move in a millimeter.
Wow.
Put it back together, got some corners on it, and raced the next day.
Yeah, it's like the ingenuity that goes into building the trucks. I've seen some of the stuff on Instagram from Brenthal and a lot of these other guys that are making those unlimited trucks. It's all CAD designed stuff.
Correct.
They have stress test points. It'll show. What do we got here on the screen?
That almost looks like Deegan coming in for his finish. I am going to confirm. But that might be our lead in A car.
Looks
Not
like he's
coming
got-
in through his finish, but
He's got clean air. And he's not sliding that corner section. Usually you see a lot of the guys
That
sliding
is-
off the corners.
that is Deegan. So that is our lead in A car coming in, Deegan Gonzalez. I cannot confirm that that is the first race for this car, but I think it is a new car for him, and that is his first race. And talk about a good showing. That's pretty dang impressive. That family is fast.
Well, he even was racing Works for a while, and he was fast. So
Yeah, he's no slouch.
yeah.
So Deacon is currently around race mile 108 to 109, right in between there. Our second place in A car is still back at 76 miles, race mile 76, which is Lance Sutton. Go over here. Let's take a look at I believe all of our main stock class finishes have already happened. So let's touch on that. Looks like in the stock modified UTV class, we had Michael Ofoot with the first place finish at 4 hours and 37 minutes for 2 laps. And then our Australian, which would be Seth Jones with his dad Chris, did it in about 5 hours and 11 minutes. So pretty good time difference there. I'm not sure if anybody had any issues, but like we were talking about earlier, just getting across the finish line is an achievement some days.
Oh yeah. Well, and get with times, what everybody's doing, the type of prep that everybody's doing. For them to be able to come out here and do what they're doing is pretty impressive.
I mean, close. Ooh, looks like McFadden got it fixed. They're cruising back down the road.
There you go.
Looks like he's eating a snack there. Doesn't look all that happy.
At least it's rolling.
Yeah, they definitely got a corner back on it, driving back under its own power.
Like you said, you've got to have the parts available in the chase trucks. Comes down to logistically being able to have, all 4 corners sitting in the truck, all 4 axles sitting in the truck, a spare engine, spare tranny. I mean, the amount of stuff that you could bring are endless, but I bet you these guys have enough parts to build an entire.
Yeah, because whatever you leave at home is going to be what you need.
Yeah,
that's the way it always works.
Oh, if you needed that part, oh, well, just kidding. It's at the house in the toolbox.
I'm not going to lie. Driving down the road, eating a sandwich with a live feed out of your car is pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, no doubt.
The Starstream and what George and his crew have put together is pretty damn impressive. They're kind of bringing off-road to us in a way nobody else really has over the years. There's some other productions that are pretty dang neat, King of the Hammers, etc. But the live feed stuff that George has been able to put together with the Starstream and his crew is really impressive. And that pass we watched earlier, Doug getting Michael, would have never saw that.
Yep, nobody would even have known.
Nope, you would have saw it. You would have known about it on the tracker or at the finish line, but watching it live,
it seems like the more and more traction that we can gain with the live streaming, I think it, as everybody probably agrees, it'll bring more traction to the sport. So we could potentially see in the coming years side-by-side off-road racing being like a NASCAR. NASCAR is easier to produce because they're going around in a circle.
Yeah.
And
Think about how hard it is just to get this clip
exactly.
right
I mean,
here
they're
onto our screen.
126-mile loops. Well, do you have the people to cover that?
No.
Exactly, and we're doing it right here. I mean, it ain't no NASCAR, production, but I mean, we're learning as we go, and this is gonna be the stepping stone to something great in the future, I feel.
I agree. Now, who do we have up there on the podium right now? Is that T893 or 2893? Let's take a look-see here.
Looks like it's a Can-Am of some sort.
Definitely Can-Am. The numbers are all stacking up on the tracker. I'm not sure who that is.
393.
I think it's 893. Could be wrong.
893. Well, if it is 893, it's Nicholas Gurries.
Oh, it's not 893 because that would be Joe Fidos, and that's not his car. 2893. Sitting here playing the guessing game, people. Sorry, wish I knew that car better. Not sure. That being said,
it looks like there hasn't really been that many tire failures out here.
None that we got to watch.
Yeah.
Earlier in the day, before the live feed was up, I was watching a lot of the racing just via the tracker.
Mm-hmm.
And every time you watch a car go to zero, your heart kind of drops because you're like, okay, do they have a flat tire? Do they have some other kind of mechanical issue? Did they maybe dump the car on its side, get a little crazy in the wash and put it on its roof? You never really know, and that's what's so cool about all these different live feeds and the drone shots, the in-car shots, all that stuff. It was T893. So all these different shots kind of let us show the action that we wouldn't normally see. And then this looks like, I don't want to assume, but I believe that is the Chernos racing car pulling up to the podium right now with the multi-tool car behind them.
We like multi-tools.
Yep, that is definitely Chernos. Not sure which of the family was driving today. There was quite a few of them. So, driver of record is Sam Chernos on that one today. I'm going to pop back over and see how close Deegan's getting to that finish line, because that might be a fun one to get an interview with when he crosses.
Deegan Gonzalez is a 5-time WORC champion.
Really?
That's what I'm reading here.
Wow. That's pretty impressive. Hell of a resume. Looks like Deegan is about race mile 115, so 10 and a half miles to go, give or take.
Looks like he's won Best in the Desert 2 times as well. He's done the World UTV World Championships, got 3rd place there. Kind of scrolling through his Instagram here. Looks like he's got some stuff on his story.
It's like we got a live in car here. Is that McFadden again? RPI Racing. Ooh, so this is some of our afternoon.
You guys have fun.
Cars firing up their live streams. So, funny story about this car. This is a all-wheel drive Class 1. It's the only one currently racing that I know of. I know there's been some in the past, but this is the only one I know of currently racing or actively racing in the last man, I'd say 10 years. This is the RPI of Reed Products. They make a lot of like bolts for the aircraft industry. They make a lot of bolts and hardware for the off-road industry. Most of the big manufacturers in the sport use bolts that RPI makes. So this is going to be one to watch out for. They didn't qualify super far up front. In fact, yep, he qualified 6th. So they'll be 6th off the line today. And that's impressive for a Class 1 car at a race of this caliber. But what's crazy about that is he's the 4th Class 1, and he's 6th off the line. So he's got his work cut out for him. Cole Barbary is lightning fast. And if that car stays together, it's going to be up front. He is very, very fast. Looks like we got another one of our Pro Rs going up on the stage right now, which is the Boltons. Not sure if that would be Joel Bolton racing today. Usually,
where are the Boltons from?
That I am not sure.
Team 905.
Let's see who the driver of record was on that car today. Oh, well, it was Joe Bolton and Austin Bolton. So, not sure who's finishing, who drove what, but here we are. Where are they based out of?
Corona, Riverside.
Ooh, okay. Got some California natives. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of them up on the podium today.
Going through the entry list, it looks like we're Arizona, California,
Nevada, and
Utah.
That's about it. There's a lot of Colorados and then you get your outliers like Chattanooga, Tennessee for Robert Johnston and his Chattanooga Whiskey Unlimited truck.
Yep.
It's awesome, the diversity of off-road racing and where people come from. One of my favorite things when you're actually race side is getting to know the new teams, or they might not be a new team, but you've never met them before, and kind of get to know their story, where they come from, what got them into it.
Well, like David Payne's from Missouri.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah, like, were they West Coast based and then moved over there?
Yeah.
And just kept with it?
Exactly. It's like,
you never really know. We have Chase Swanson from Hawaii.
There you go. Flew all the way over here.
I wonder if anybody's from farther away than him. Could be. The Australians are based here now, so they don't count anymore.
Yeah, that's not even.
They actually just moved up to St. George, Utah.
You know, I'm actually getting ready to move to Cedar City, Utah, and I can tell you, pretty excited to get out of Vegas, but at the same time, you know, it's going to be a loss and things to do, but we're going to make it work.
Heck yeah, man. Utah's awesome.
We're going to go hang out with Eric Husted.
So let's touch back on that again. That was a good segue. So we are about 20 minutes away from getting our afternoon heat started. And going into this weekend, Eric Husted was undefeated at qualifying. Oh, looks like we got Nate Hale pulling up on the podium here. Sorry, I gotta give my guy a little love.
I don't have the driver here, and I'm not
sure
gonna
exactly
jump
how
over
he finished for the day. It looks like possibly a top 10, so 9th.
Okay. We'll see you in a second. Let's go get going.
Nate is on.
There's good old boy Sean Gilbert.
Ooh.
For anybody that doesn't know who Sean Gilbert is, he and his dad Ladd and his brother Ladd Jr. So Ladd, I don't know the technical terminology, but Ladd is basically the owner of VT Construction, one of the main sponsors for all the heavy equipment that gets put out here. So it's cool to see a sponsor that sponsors the race also doing the race.
Yeah, VT Construction is a big part of the Legacy Racing Association from day one. The Gilbert family definitely helps out quite a bit with graders, water trucks, loaders, the equipment they need. They haul it with a lot of times on Wordco BC trucks. Gilbert is actually in a very unique vehicle. It is a Class 1, but it is front engine with a traditional style tranny in between their legs there, right to the left of that passenger. And then it has a diff in the back with your traditional buggy style trailing arms. Now, what makes this one so unique is with the engine being in the front, this car actually has 2 lay-down spares at the very back of it to help get some weight in the back and get this car working the way they want it to. Little known guy here in Vegas, goes by the name of Jordan Kundert, helped set this car up, cut the back off, and kind of change things around back there. He's also their shock tuner and builder.
It seems like they've done a lot of changes this year on this car.
That car. So it's originally a Bunderson. I don't know if they went into it and just said, hey, give us the coolest thing you can build at this time. But it's definitely unique given that it is a front engine Class 1.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they've got Brian Johnson in there prepping that whole car every day, all day.
He's a talented prep guy.
Yep.
Looks
Came
like
from
we back
BJ
up
Baldwin's
to
shop.
Swirl Woodcraft up there. They are another one that's Utah-based. They're kind of St. George, Cedar City. Got the Vital Motion Co. shocks on that bad boy.
He must have worked pretty good if he came across finish line.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully no shock issues. Sounds like we are going to go down to an interview with Gilbert here in a little bit. Until then,
a little bit of backstory. I actually used to work for VT Construction.
Did you?
I did for a
Is that
few
where
years.
you got your start in mechanic stuff on heavy duty?
I wouldn't say. Well, that's actually the first time I got into a field service truck. So
Gotcha.
They put me in a truck, and I had never been in a truck with a crane, and I just kind of figured it out. It definitely was a learning experience, and it definitely pushed me into what I'm doing today.
Looks like we got the CJ Equipment car pulling up there. He's actually normally a front runner at a lot of these legacy races. Man, I feel dumb. I'm spacing his name right now, but Tim Fitzpatrick, that's right. So that's one of the Lone Star Racing built Polaris Pro Rs up there. He is fast. Most races, you'll find him up front. Looks like might have had a little bit of bad luck today. According to Racing Tracks, looks like possibly 6th overall in Pro UTV. Once again, everything me or Brad say today is unofficial. Legacy will put out official results at the end of the day. That'll include penalties. If they have certain cone sections that if you hit a cone, it's 10 seconds added to your time, etc. If you have any infractions in the pits, your fuel guys weren't wearing their proper gear, safety gear, it's all huge.
Fuel mats.
Fuel mat, that's a big one, especially if we want to keep racing.
And your fuel storage containers need to be on the mat.
Correct, or in the bed of a vehicle. Needs to be contained. You need to have somebody on a fire extinguisher. The level of the sport has gotten to the point where the professionalism is going up. The need for safety has always been there, but it's being heavily enforced. And we're going to cut to an interview with Ladd Gilbert.
In the passenger seat.
Well, good. I'm pretty comfortable in this seat.
Are you?
And there's a lot to do, and we've been a great team as it comes forward. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so you guys are racing a Class 1 car today, and what word on the street is, we might actually be able to kind of ride along with you guys.
yeah. Monday we up our Starstream box and Starlink, put it in the car, and see it all kind of thrown in here for now, and we got a camera. Yep, camera's riding here inside the cab. We got one in the back, and our whole crew can watch it. So
That's going to be pretty cool.
Yep.
And one of the coolest things about it is all the viewers that are watching the live stream right now will be able to ride along with you guys. So does that mean Dad's going to give it a little bit more pepper today?
I hope not, because the first 10 miles is rocky nasty. I don't want to get out and change the tires. So.
Well, we appreciate you guys letting us get out there and do it. Get first race jitters, staging jitters, stuff like that.
Yeah, you know what? As you get through it, you just kind of find your routine, talk to your people around, the drivers here, and everybody kind of calms down. Kathy runs around.
First 20 minutes.
Yeah, the first 20 minutes.
And then you settle in.
Is that because the adrenaline starts pumping?
Yeah. Well, when that just kind of that checkered flag starts.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not your guys' first rodeo, so all right. Well, give me a little bit of a strategy for today, then.
No type of problem.
Nice and smooth.
See where we're at on the third lap and see what we got to do. We finish. Thanks. Thanks.
So that was good to hear from the Gilberts. They are definitely one fast family. Lad I feel like kind of a loose cannon, but damn is he fast and fun to watch. When I'm working these races and I'm course side and I see that helicopter coming that he always has, you know to get the phone out because you're about to get a show.
Yep.
You got Lad. Like, let's go over our top 5 here. So, number 1, Jack Olligus.
Yep.
Pretty impressive. Brand new truck. Jack's first time in an unlimited truck. He's normally racing in a trophy truck spec 6100. Second place, we have Cole Barbary in his class 1. Also unhinged fast. When you hear that car coming, and you will hear it coming, it is insanely loud.
Yeah.
And so fast. He puts on a show, and he's going to run up front. In third, Eric Husted, St. George based. Little backstory on that truck. That is probably one of the oldest trucks racing. One of the oldest trucks racing today. It is originally a 2-wheel drive truck that in-house, they cut the front end off, changed the transmission, made it all-wheel drive.
Oh, wow.
So they worked with, I believe it was Triton. It could be Triton Armada. I don't remember. It was one of the two. I believe it's Triton, and developed an all-wheel drive front end setup for that truck. And it is it's just fast. Fourth place, Joe David, in arguably one of the older, maybe oldest class 1s racing in the race today. Well, depending which one it is. Trying to see it in the shot right now. Not seeing it, but it is insanely fast. Joe is a wheelman. His family's been in it forever. Right behind him, Sean Gilbert. That's going to be, if Sean Gilbert can reel in Joe David, they will push each other to the front of this pack.
Yes.
And if they get even close to Eric, they're all going to be, Jack better be running for his life.
Well, it seems like the Gilberts in general are really fast, but something just random happens and it takes them out every time. So I think hopefully this race, they will have the opportunity to let this light shine on them.
So Gilbert, his issues seem to be self-inflicted. He'll miss a turn and catch the biggest rock hiding behind a
the
tree
one
that
rock
you've ever
that,
seen.
Exactly.
Just bad luck, man. And for everybody's sake and all of us watching today, I hope he has a clean day.
Yeah.
If he has a clean day and if these top 10 guys have a clean day, we're going to have a show for everybody. In the background there, is that Deegan?
Looks like it.
That certainly does look like our first Pro NA finishing in the background there, but currently it looks like that orange truck at the front, that's the number 27 of Jack Olligus. The class 1 buggy right behind him, Cole Barbary. The truck behind that is the ELE Motorsports truck of Eric Husted. And then let's jump back. So right after Sean Gilbert, we have the all-wheel drive class 1 of Cody Reed. So today might be his day to let that all-wheel drive shine. They've had some growing pains with it. Little problems here and there. I want to say it's about a year old now. They mainly race score, and they are the architects, I feel like, behind this huge class 1 turnout we're having today. He was on Race Desert, promoting it, posting it, getting a side pot set up. All these class 1 guys here, they're here to win. They're not here to finish.
Oh, yeah.
They're here to win. They want to beat each other.
Yep.
And it's, for some of them, I hate to say it this way, it's win, water, break.
Oh, yeah.
We're showing up. We're trying to beat everybody. We're gonna break it, or we're going home on the trailer.
Exactly.
Got an interview coming up now. We're gonna cut away.
You know, that, especially right out of the gate, you know, you got the little jitters.
About the people to make your race program happen.
Oh yeah, 100%. So to start, you know, my family, you know, my mom, my stepdad, my wife, my kids, you know, they all, you know, support me in every way that I could ever imagine. Wouldn't be possible without a bunch of help. My stepbrother, my little brother, like everybody, you know, it's all a big group to make everything happen. So
co-driver,
have some of the best, you know, people behind me, including this guy right here, my co-driver. He stayed in all 3 laps. I know after the second lap when I got out, he's like, man, I guarantee it. He's like, I wish I was getting out right now, but he stuck it out. So
his way of saying, I'm talking, come on, man, let somebody else have it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said, would you do it again? He's like, ask me in a couple days.
These are a little worked right now.
Yep, exactly. So, and then besides my family and whatnot, over there they build a phenomenal car. Always helping us out with any parts and anything that we need before race day. Helping out with everything. The guys over at Bilstein, Nathan, he builds a phenomenal shock and sets up cars very, very well. He's always there, always helping us out and answering questions, and pretty much anything shock-wise, he's always there for us. Also, congrats to our Bilstein teammate Doug on the win today. Yep, like I said, very, very.
Hey Martino, what's up, dude?
Hey, how you doing?
You guys get any of these first race jitters kind of thing?
Not really. Just get in here and just breathe, baby.
It sounds like everybody's getting fired up, so we're gonna wish you guys good luck. Is there anything you guys are gonna concentrate?
Just take it easy lap 1 and then keep pushing.
All right, good luck, boys. Have fun.
Thank you.
You guys get any of these first race jitters kind of thing?
Good job. Let me get out of the way. You guys slide in their family and I'll take a picture. That makes a nice, great job, you guys.
Looks like we are getting closer to our start. It is showing 4 minutes for the normal, well, what the schedule calls for our start. But I am not 100% that that is going to happen. Dude, I'm not hearing him. It is showing 4 minutes for the normal, well, what the schedule calls for our start. I am not 100%. Looks like.
Again, touching base, class 1 for this race is the most entries Legacy has ever seen. So it should be, like we were talking earlier, a huge.
The biggest class 1 turnout Legacy has ever had.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
And it's the biggest 6,100 turnout of any stateside race. I think they've had a bigger one in Baja, but stateside, this is it.
It's like, yeah, because it was, the highest was what, 43 entries or 42 entries or something like that? So we're pushing the limits.
So it's pretty rad that we're getting that kind of turnout. A lot of the teams are putting into these side pots also, which they'll throw in like an extra $500 on top of their entry fee that goes into a side pot. However they dish it out. Sometimes it's winner take all. Sometimes they pay out the top 3, top 4, top 5. I'm not 100% how they were doing it for this one.
What kind of fuel mileage are like class 1s and 6,100s getting?
So that's the big question of the day is pit strategy. And I was trying to get it out of some of the racers leading up to this because it's a 126-mile lap.
Yeah.
Now, some of these 6,100s have 70 to 60 gallon tanks. Some of them have 100.
Yeah.
And they're getting 1.4 to 2.5 miles per gallon in some of them.
Well, and we're talking there's only 3 pits.
Yep.
So
So are they going to be pitting to just do a 126-mile lap? I would hope not. I would hope a lot of the 6,100s will be able to make it, even if they have a small tank. They're getting enough fuel mileage to make it around. I know most trophy trucks, especially in the era of these new Joe Gibbs engines or the JD1 Gibbs engines, where they're 1,200 horsepower, they're getting 1.4, 1.5, 1.6 miles per gallon.
Well, and the Croyers are roughly the same, right?
Correct. And so they're pushing those big blocks with terrible fuel mileage. I'm going to interrupt myself. It looks like we're getting really close to a start from this drone feed. Looks like Donald's getting ready to get that first truck fired off the line. We're supposed to go hot in roughly 1 minute. And at that point in time, we would see Jack Olligus get his day underway there.
You probably know this track a little bit better. How big of a pain is it for them to be getting from main pit to pit 1 to pit 2 to pit 3?
Oh, you're not jumping.
So then they've got to have people staged.
You have to have enough pit help to have people at main, pit 1, pit 2, and pit 3.
So there's no
and then
leapfrogging.
Nope. And I'm not the mineral wash pit. I'm not sure which one that is this year. You are actually not allowed to come or go after the race starts. So you get in there, you're locked in until the last vehicle goes through, and then you can finally leave.
Which isn't normal.
No, that's not normal at an off-road race. It's normal at Parker. It happens every year they have this race. Ooh, got some in-car from the Gilberts.
Did anybody else? I wonder who else got in-car cam for these class 1s.
There is actually quite a few of them today, and they're going to be jumping around as there's action happening. We're going to be jumping from in-car cameras. We're going to be jumping to the static cams on the ground, to our drones. The footage we're getting today is actually, first truck is off the line.
You noticed in this frame, Sean and Ladd both have water going into their helmets. A big part of being able to do these 126-mile laps is being hydrated. A lot of people don't take into account your health while you're racing because it may seem like you're just sitting in a car, lily messing around, you know what I mean? But you're putting a lot of input into the car to get it to drive the way that you need it to drive. So being able to stay healthy while you're racing is a big part of being able to stay focused.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Dehydration is something that sneaks up on a lot of racers. It's happened to me. I've been so dehydrated, you start throwing up. But it's huge. It sneaks up on you. A lot of these unlimited vehicles, unlimited trucks, class 1s, etc., they have hydration systems hard mounted with ice water, and they hit a button and you just kind of open your mouth and it squirts from your helmet and right into your mouth. Others will run a traditional like Camelback style where you reach over, grab it, put it in your mouth, take a couple sips, set it down.
Well, and you've seen a lot of companies are starting to come out with water-cooled suits and pumps that run water through your suits to help with some of these midsummer races, just trying to keep your body temp cool. Because, I mean, a lot of these guys have rear-mounted coolers, but you still have the engine and the trans either right next to you or in front of you. So putting off a ton of heat into the cabin, even though you're ripping at 100 miles an hour, it's, 110, 120 degrees in the car.
Correct. They have the cool suit, like you were saying. You jump in the car. There's a plug usually. You plug in your suit and it cycles the cold water. And then a lot of times those will go the whole race on like one set of ice. They'll use like dry ice or a big ice block in there. And then it circulates the water through. I've also seen some of these newer cars have a setup that's like an air conditioner. And it's chilling its own water. It's like a water chiller.
Yep.
And so it keeps your drinking water chilled.
They've forget what race we were at, but we were in a truck and it had a 12-volt air conditioning unit.
Yep.
That ran air-conditioned air into your helmet and suit.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, how much freaking power does that pull off the alternator?
A lot.
But I
have
mean,
3 of them.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, holy cow. But I mean, just the technology that's going into off-road racing, I think is starting to become far beyond even NASCAR. I mean, NASCAR has a lot of aero, but as far as trying to figure out the functionality and what works and what doesn't in the desert, there's a lot of unforeseen factors that come into play that, NASCAR, it's just pavement.
Correct.
We're out in the desert and stuff's changing every day, all day.
And a lot of these guys are playing with budgets that you would not even dream of.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Looks like we got RPI. Oh, what was that? Was that a dry start?
That was a real quick. Let's just move forward.
Oh, Gilbert looks to be up next. Let's see if we get to hang with this one as he goes off the line here. That'd be rad. So Sean Gilbert is our 5th car off the start today. He is going to be on the hunt. He has Joe David right in front of him, which is another one in his class. And so he has to get through Joe David, Eric Husted in his unlimited all-wheel drive truck to be able to get up to Cole Barbary, which will be the first place car in his class. So today is going to be a lot of attrition, a lot of tires, a lot of everything that you could imagine beating a car up at 100 miles an hour.
Kind of looks like off the start with 1 minute splits.
Kind of.
Maybe 45? I don't know. Didn't seem like we were sitting there for very long.
It's either 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Ripping. It's really cool to see, while these guys are driving, just the amount of vibrations and feedback that you get in the car, in the seat. These guys are wearing Hans devices, which are neck restraint systems. They've got fireproof suits on, fireproof gloves on. I mean, the safety that goes into keeping these guys in the seat, being able to hold onto the steering wheel is pretty impressive. 5-point harnesses. That's another thing is these guys are having to come up with ergonomic designs to be able to push yourself into the seat, from floor pan mounting to something to hold on to. It's not just build a cage and an exoskeleton around you. There's a lot of...
Here's a rear shot off of Sean's car here. You could see the 2 spare tires kind of flopping in the back. That traditional trophy truck style arrangement back there.
They're laying down flat, looks like.
Yeah. Laying down flat, and if you actually go to nerf him, you're hitting his spare tires. There we go. Here's a live view from the this might actually be one of our helicopter shots coming in right now.
It's pretty smooth.
Not too shabby. This is a car that is Vegas based with BT Construction. His whole vehicle is a Bunderson originally, but modified by Dirtco. And his suspension guy is also Jordan Kunder here in Vegas. And this car goes as good as an unlimited truck in the rough. And it's got some big power behind it. So I really feel like if they have a good day today in this car, they are going to be in contention for an overall win. Some notables coming up that had bad days qualifying. And I guess I should mention, a lot of people saw that Concrete Motorsports was here with their all-wheel drive Mason. They did their sight lap for the qualifying, and they pulled into the pits and had a power steering line failure of some kind that was dripping on the headers and ended up melting. Well, the truck caught on fire and had some issues where it melted some wiring and stuff, and they weren't able to get it repaired to make the race today. So bummer to lose those guys. It would have been fun to see what that all-wheel drive Mason did today against some of these other guys, but I have a feeling it's going to be a good day for these two-wheel drive unlimited trucks. And even though some of these 6100s, the first 6100 is going to be 14th off the line today, which is Justin Bean Smith. And he's partnered up with Tracy Graff. They're also a Vegas-based team. He will be 14th off the line, and the next one behind him is actually Adam Householder in a 6100 as well. I guarantee you, starting lap 3, they're in the top 5.
Yeah.
If they're still going, those 6100s will be physically top 5.
Yeah, they're going to start ripping.
Yeah, because they don't have the horsepower for the qualifying. But what's so cool about those 6100s is they are so tough. And when you're only putting 350 horsepower to the tires, you can hold that thing on the floor and just rip it.
Well, it's just like the old Rhinos back in the day. You just literally leave it to the floor.
Leave it to the floor and steer it.
Yep. And like that's the huge difference, like in short course, like the Yamahas and the Polarises and Can-Ams, like the Yamahas, you can just leave it to the floor. So in this case, your 6100 is a Yamaha that you just leave to the floor all the time.
Have fun with it. So it looks like we're getting another live shot from inside the RPI car and then cutting back to an overhead of Gilbert. So right now, during the interview, it looked like Ladd was driving with Sean in the passenger seat. So Ladd he's fast. Sean's just as fast, but Ladd is fast as well. These guys are going to be a force to be reckoned with. I have a feeling when we start getting some split times, Racing Tracks will give us our first split time at the halfway point. It is only going to be estimated. It's not for sure. I have some teams in the pits that are going to be sending in their split times they take for us as the different vehicles go through. And that should be way accurate. So should not have any issues with that. Going back to Ladd, you can see the helicopter following him there. I have a feeling he's being chased by 2. Yep, there it is. There's 2 helicopters following him. So that first one there would be Todd with Turn 2 Productions in his MD500. Beautiful helicopter there. Then behind him would be Ladd's personal helicopter.
You know, I wouldn't mind having a helicopter.
No, me either.
You know,
what's cool about it, a lot of these teams that have their helicopters will fly with a medic on board.
Yep.
And I haven't seen one yet that will not land and help another team in need.
Yep.
If there's a big crash, if there's, I hate to say it, but if there's a fire or something bad happens and another team's helicopter comes across it, they're going to call it in and land and help.
Yep.
Like it's just the sport. Everybody is we're a family. It's one giant family. When the helmet goes on, somebody might try and plow your bumper off to get around you. But at the end of the race, they'll shake your hand and give you a hug and offer to loan you a chase truck to get your stuff home. If your truck broke.
Yep.
It's a family. Everybody
You'll be going to Chili's and having beers.
Yeah, hanging out. Get some $1 margaritas at
There
the
you go.
Applebee's. We're watching Ladd currently, and I keep seeing pockets of dust in front of him. So that leads me to believe that he might be catching up to Joe David. But
The clean air in the first lap is going to be where everybody's going to start setting their pace and getting set where they're going to be.
this is going to be, it's going to sort itself out over the course of this first lap. You're going to have people trying to punch through dust. Like you see this co-driver here holding his hand. They were getting a little buck nasty there. He was holding his hand forward and curving his fingers either left or right to say, hey, and the tighter they curve their fingers, the tighter the turn coming up. And sometimes co-drivers do that just to stay in the habit of doing it all race. And it's in case you lose comms and a wire gets cut, a wire rubs through it, now all of a sudden you can't talk to your driver. Well, he'll be used to you bending your hand and showing the direction. And so it'll be second nature to him to just keep on charging. Nothing stopping him. And as you can see, the Gilberts are charging. They are not going into any turn slow. He is flying. And this is that wash that there is a lot of hidden rocks. You step 12 inches out of the race line by blowing a turn, and you might hit a rock that's 40 inches tall. You blow the entire corner off the car or get a flat. A lot of times it's best when you see that you are not going to avoid a rock, hit it with the center of the tread. Don't put the sidewall into it. You put the sidewall into it, it tears the sidewall. You put the tread into it, the tread is developed, tested, and made to take hits and give you traction. Center it up, hit that rock, hit it dead center of the tire. Don't let the sidewall hit it, and you'll have a better day most of the time. Unless the rock's the size of your car, then it's a bad day.
Which, in the Gilbert's case, is usually what happens.
Now that's an awesome shot right there. We got the Cressman MD 500 up there with turn 2, shadowing the Gilbert car. Some awesome shots coming off the back. The Gilberts are, like I was saying earlier, one of my favorite teams to watch because they're here to win. If they can't win, they're probably not going to cruise.
No.
And if they break and fix it, he's going to drive like he's still trying to win. He is always on rails.
It's all or nothing for these guys.
100%. It's kind of cool, this in-car shot. You can see the red flashes on the dash when he's grabbing the limiter. Probably needs to grab a gear, but you don't care. That's what the engine's there for. Let the valves be the limiter.
Yeah, I mean, they'll only float once. It's no big deal.
Self-clearance?
Yeah. I don't know. A lot of these guys, it's all based on engine design, but I'm sure most of them are interference engines, which means if something bad was to happen, the valves could come into contact, which...
At a high rate of speed in the worst way possible.
Exactly. And then it turns into, okay, full rebuild.
Yeah, you start over.
It definitely looks like they're coming into dust, just from the footage.
He's 100% in dust.
Yep, he's coming up on.
It would be Joe David.
Yep.
Or unless somebody else has had an issue and Joe got around him. But I could only assume that the next vehicle on course. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, this is Travis Williams. This is another one of our 6100 entries. Travis Williams is another one that is lightning fast, and he's not here to get fifth place. He's here to win. I'm not sure which truck this is. He just got a new geyser, but they're all geysers. I think he owns 3 of them at this point, and they're all fast. The last race, I think he had some kind of issue that held him back a little bit, but when he's going, he's going.
Seems like I haven't looked at all of the entries here, but does it seem like there's more Brenthals to Geyser trucks here today?
Yeah, so Brenthal has an arrive and drive program where they're rentals. You can pay, don't know the exact amount. Ooh, Gilbert got something big there. So Brenthal does an arrive and drive program where you don't own the truck, but you pay, let's say, X amount of dollars. You show up, they'll give you driver training, they'll coach you, they'll teach you how to do it. Just give you a little bit of insight into the sport. And then you can go racing. So what a unique thing about our sport is its accessibility. From the outside looking in, it looks hard. But if you put some effort into it, you can build a car, rent a car, buy a car, and show up and race. There's not a whole lot of licensing or anything like that you have to do to show up. It's usually best to start in a more limited class and work your way up, but it's not required. You have people that'll rent a spec trophy truck and show up and race.
Well, just like the UTV, the stock class that you can just jump into. Limited rules, limited. I mean, it's easy to get into. Run down to your local motorsports dealer, grab a car, do a couple things, and you're out there racing.
Yep, and you can even race in the stock class on a stock tank.
Yep,
you'll be limited on range, but
you can do it
if your pitch strategy's there and you play your cards right. That won't hold you back a whole lot. We're back with Gilbert's in car here, and I can't say enough how fast he's going.
Yeah,
like
it's just
how
more and
fast
more dust.
Everything's going by is impressive. He's on the hunt early. It's safe to say he's not taking it easy.
No. Which, I mean, at the Parker race, it's almost like you have to. It looks like he kind of took a left there instead of a right. And he got some clean air, so we'll see what happens.
Looks like we are on board with the all-wheel drive RPI car. This is an Alumacraft all-wheel drive Class 1.
In this race, do you know, so they can only be off course a certain amount of distance, correct?
Well, they always prefer you to stay in the center line, but I do believe you have 50 feet to either side to play with. Most of the time you can't.
Yeah.
Like right now, you jump 20 feet out, you're hitting a tree that ends your day. So there is some leeway in some places, but it's always preferred to stay center line in the two tracks so we're not doing any damage. But at the end of the day, you do have a little bit to play with. We are on with Travis Williams now. Travis Williams is going to be 34th off the line today. So he must have had a little bit of a rougher day qualifying. But let's define rough. Travis Williams did his qualifying loop in 4 minutes and 39 seconds. The fastest car for the day did it in 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
So we're talking basically 30 seconds off.
Yeah. And that's a difference between first and 34th today.
Yeah, so everybody's kind of on the same playing field here.
The how tight qualifying was this week is unheard of. I've never seen it to where there's literally 5 seconds to put you back in 10th place. It's one of those races, and we have a couple dark horses coming from, I shouldn't say from the back, but from middle pack. Connor McMullen is insanely fast, and he lives very close, and he's 9th off the line today in a Class 1 with a spec motor in it. So he's only got a 525 horsepower motor in that Class 1. It was originally built to be a 6200, which was the buggy version of the 6100 class, so it was spec motors and whatnot. But he realized after that car was built that he can hang with the big dogs in it, and he is always a threat to overhauling any race in a car with only 525 horsepower.
Yep.
Now, we are on board with Gilbert right now, and I can guarantee you this car does not only have 525 horsepower. It's probably pushing 8 to 9 range, maybe 7 to 9, I would assume, safely without giving away secrets. But it's also a little bit of a heavier Class 1, but it's also got a lot of power. Now going back, I know we're not watching live from the start right now, but I have a feeling we're getting close to some of our 6100s starting or already started. And I cannot wait for them to join the fray, because they, like I was saying earlier, they don't have the power to qualify up front, but those trucks will punch through the pack and move forward. And come lap 3, there's gonna be a bunch of them in contention for top 10s, top 5s, top 3s.
What were we looking at?
Here's Badlands.
The qualifying times for Class 1 to 6100.
So the fastest class 1 was Cole Barbary, which was second overall. He was a 4:05, and the fastest 6100 was a 4:24.
So there again, I mean, we're right there.
Yeah. And here we are. We're sitting on the starting line with Tanner Courier out of Brawley, California, the Badlands Motorsports guys. Tanner's another one that is insanely fast. You can always count on him to be running up front. The kid definitely knows where the skinny pedal is. He pushes, and gets it done. There we go, off the starting line there. I love that shot. Got the traditional American flags. We got Donald personally waving every single vehicle up. Back on board with RPI Racing. Looks like, so they are currently crossing the aqueduct, which means we are getting close to halfway point. Not really. That's about race mile 19. So we were just on board with RPI at race mile 19. I'm gonna get my live maps set up here so I can give everybody updates on where these different cars are at. Because I would assume our lead trucks are around 15. I'm pulling them up right now. Oh, they're well past that. Looks like our lead trucks are going to be up in the 30 range, give or take. Yep, so first on the road currently still looks like Jack Olgus. Race mile 26. So our lead truck is a race mile 26, Jack Olgus. Second place on course is still Cole Barbary, so the exact way they qualified. Third place on course, Eric Husted. That's how he qualified. And fourth, Joe David. And fifth is... Sorry, here we have... Oh, the trackers are taking a minute to update. That kind of sucks. Because we know Lad hasn't stopped. We've been watching his live feed, and his tracker hasn't been showing green feedback. Looks like the number 26 of Jonathan Brenthel is currently stopped. Be a flat tire, something worse.
Looks like the 6150 with Chase Swanson. All those guys.
Really?
Yeah, we got.
They're a long ways from home.
Chase, Ryder, and Dustin all saying that they're white.
What kind of vehicle are they racing?
Tisco TSO.
Okay, Tisco. Okay, kind of working back here. Looks like everybody's kind of staying where they started for now. We're not even 30 miles into the race, so hard to... There is the teal excavation truck. So that is Dodenbeer Racing. Reed Dodenbeer and Tyler Williams, his co-driver. They are based out of Bunkerville, Nevada. Here, about 45 minutes outside of Vegas. Reed is another one that's insanely fast when it matters. That truck is fast. Reed today was 25th off the line. So that means we've got 25 started so far. Reed is 6100 racer. He was the 10th 6100 off the start today. And that's a pretty sick shot of him right there, if I do say so myself. Looks like his shocks are working pretty good. I may be impartial to his shot guy, but let's see here. After Reed, the next vehicle is Scott Shields and then the Lumacraft 6100. But we are back on with RPI Racing. Now, RPI's car is going to shine when they get deeper in the course onto some of these fire roads like we're watching off the back of Gilbert's car right now. Parker has a lot of like access roads that are pea gravel on top of really hard pack. So the all-wheel drives will actually help pull you around the turns instead of the two-wheel drives where it just throws the back end of the vehicle out and you're kind of laying it into the ruts and distributing your power that way. The all-wheel drive advantage is very big on those roads because you don't have to lay it into the rut as hard where the rocks and stuff hide. So you'll end up with less flats and less issues by throwing it so hard into the turns. It just helps you get that power to the ground that much better.
Looks like we've got Chase getting ready to get up here.
Ooh, is the brother to the second place qualifier, family member to the second place qualifier, Cole Barbary.
Straight out of Scottsdale.
Yep. So he is another one that's really fast. I think he's had some bad times. That would be Chase Barbary. He's had some bad luck in that truck, but he's always really fast.
It comes down to prep, just like we talked about numerous times. There's bad luck driving, but then there's also bad luck with prep. And you can never foresee everything.
Yep.
I mean, you could literally be ripping across the desert here and it just turns into one rock. It's a brake line and just loosens it a little bit. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, we're going to rip. And then we're going to lose, a quart of brake fluid. And then you're done. No brakes.
Yeah. Next thing you know, you're out there with some vice grips trying to cap it off, per se. So that you can keep at least some of the brakes working.
Looks like Travis is right behind Nicholas Carolyn in an Illumina craft.
Yeah. And that Nicholas is very fast as well. That's another one that was built to be in the 6200 class, just like McMullen's car. But I do believe he has put a different engine in it. You can't quote me on that. I will plead the fifth, but he's another one. Very fast. And in front of him is Sam Barry. Oh, here we got it. That looks like the Alexander Ford truck. Yep, Ryan Hancock. So Ryan Hancock in his Tisco 6100. Believe this is a new one. He's had a couple over the years. He is another one insanely fast when it matters. If the truck is running going into the third lap, you can count on him being up front if he hasn't had a bad day. Looks like did you see how he jumped one line over so he wasn't in that deep stuff?
Yep. Those ruts are getting deep right there on the starting line. It looks really, really sandy.
Yep. And we've gotten to the point where I've seen trucks get stuck off the starting line. They've gotten so deep.
Bad day.
The pumpkin just catches the third member, and next thing you know, you're high centered and holding up the rest of the race.
So Donald, get out here and push.
It's usually not a push that gets him out. You gotta hook up a tow rope and yank that thing out.
Oh yeah.
So after Hancock, we had Miles Miller. Kind of going through here. Looks like we've got about 29 off the start so far. So that would be 1 minute splits for everybody. Who do we have next here? I'm liking this camera angle.
Yeah, we like to see the start. 6114 is Justin Blower from Lake Havasu City. He didn't have a travel player car.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're sleeping at their own house tonight.
That's it. He's
So,
in a
Herb Smith.
Yep.
So that's the battle of the brands. We got Brenthal's, we got Tisco's, we got Herb Smiths, we got Geysers, we got Masons, we got Racer Engineerings, we got a little bit of everything, and it's all up front. That's what's cool about it is just the diversity people are bringing, the different takes on how to build a truck, light versus heavy, wide versus narrow. You have people building trucks that mainly race down in Mexico and they keep them a little narrower for those roads.
Mm-hmm.
While the people that mainly stay stateside where there's a lot of stuff like this, they'll build them out wider and a little bit heavier. traditionally the heavier trucks seem to work better in the rough and the lighter trucks work better on the roads. So
That's
we on board here.
Travis
Travis
Chase.
Chase. Travis Chase is another one that we're going to be watching as the day goes on. Always fast. His son was racing earlier today. Becker Chase, who was actually leading the NA class earlier today until some kind of failure or issue took him out. And if I remember right, his dad may have been riding with him this morning, but I could also be wrong. He is flying through this wash as well. Now, I'm going to pop over to the tracker here and see if anybody has made it far enough to give us an update yet.
Looks like there's a little bit of cloud cover out there today, so that might be in everybody's favor for engine temps, tranny temps, diff temps. It is early in the year, so it's probably not that hot out there. Let's just pull up some weather for everybody to take a look at.
Nope, nobody has made it halfway around on their first lap yet. Our lead vehicle is still Jack Olgus, coming up on race mile 36. I think Brad kind of has the weather for us out there.
It's showing that we're going to be cloudy basically all the way until sunset. It's saying sunset's going to be hitting right around 6:30 tonight. Currently, we're 76 degrees out there, so that's definitely going to play a very positive factor on shock fade, like we were talking with Robert earlier. So getting that airflow across the shocks, 76 degrees ambient is going to be killer to keep those shock temp down and try to keep like we're out of the ruts. So as long as we can, obviously the clearance that they have is never going to really change just due to tire size, but if we can keep the body of the truck up to kind of soak some of that stuff up, it'll be in their favor.
Here's Travis Williams. Looks like just pulled up to get ready to start his day. Travis.
They look so nice when they leave the rail.
It's always nice leaving the starting line, and that wrap or that paint job on that truck for this race is so pretty. It's got the chrome worked in. That's probably one of the best looking trucks out here today. He's got some pretty cool crew guys. One of them's supposed to be shooting us some updates as they go through the pit on the live timings, or the time as they go through, so I can have some splits. Kind of see how the story plays out. When we started in the rut, you can tell it didn't launch off the line like the other guys have been that were jumping one cut out. But Travis Williams live for us today. That's a killer shot right there. I enjoy looking back at the drivers. You can kind of see what Brad was talking about earlier. Head restraints are required, fire suits required. A lot of the safety gear has just stepped up over the years. They've tried to keep it budget friendly for a lot of the teams that are racing the lower classes, but at the end of the day, you got to be safe. I would rather sit a couple races out and have good equipment than show up with some shoddy stuff. These guys, as you can see, helmets, neck restraints, 5-point harnesses. Sometimes people run 6-point harnesses. Fire suits, gloves, a lot of it's fire shoes. Some people wear boots. It's kind of frowned upon. You're supposed to wear fire safety gear. Ooh, we got the Cameron Steele entry. Is that Cameron Steele is the driver of record of that? I do not think so.
Travis McCoy.
Ooh, Travis McCoy. Okay. So that is one of the older... Oh, that's his Mason. Okay. Not the Geyser. Travis McCoy is very fast. His dad's also really fast. He's comes from a line of racers, man. A lot of this is families that have been doing it for 10, 20 years. More, less, it all depends. McCoy family is very fast. They're part of the Desert Assassins, and their prep is usually phenomenal. They race a lot of the older trucks, but they prep them so good you would never know. They show up, they're always a threat. You must have had some issues qualifying or just purposely qualified from the back. There are some guys that like starting from the back. Ooh, here's one of our series sponsors, Brenthel Industries. He started out of the rut there a little bit, but jumped right back into it. So Jordan Brenthel, 6173, started 36th off the line today. Looks like Talbot Cox is behind him. Back on board with Lad Gilbert, who is now 100% in dust. He's hunting that dust. He's gonna try and punch through it and get to whoever's at the front of it. So here's another one. Talbot Cox does not have his. Where is he from? Is he a New Zealander? I'm pretty sure he's a New Zealander.
Mona Park.
Where?
Doesn't say.
Dang it. So I have actually ran into them in the way you don't want to when they had a little incident at a race, and they're some of the nicest people racing. Fast.
I mean, that's a Canadian flag, so Canada?
British or something.
I mean, or yeah, that's what I meant. I don't use my words very well sometimes. It's those one flag that's not America, so they're not from here.
No, they're definitely not from here. He is.
I wish we could have got some of these like trucks. It would have been cool to almost have like interviews with every single driver. I mean, that would probably be monotonous,
awesome.
but it would be cool to kind of get everybody's backstory, pit strategies. Obviously, they're not going to tell everybody, but I mean, it'd be cool.
It would be almost impossible to do, just time-wise, but it would be awesome. Yo, we're kind of bouncing through the cameras here, guys.
Travis Chase's truck looks like there's got a pretty high dash.
Yeah, he does. And that GPS off to the right.
Yep.
Obstructing the view a little bit.
It's definitely the fit and like the look of it is nice, but I almost wonder. I mean, I'm a short guy, so I probably can't even see over the steering wheel. But
back on board with Travis Williams. I believe Travis Williams was one of the early adopters of the Starstream setup for the live streaming programs or live streaming, and they actually use it. The pit guys will watch it all day, so they have an idea of what their truck's doing, if they're having issues, what's going on, all that kind of good stuff. If they change the flat, the pit guys will know for sure, hey, we'll have a spare tire ready to throw in the rack when we get there. It kind of just helps them keep tabs on their guys and what's going on.
you know what would be cool is, so for instance, a lot of machines nowadays, like heavy equipment machines, Caterpillar in particular, they have onboard diagnostics, so you can remote
like reports home.
Yeah, and you can remote see, check engine lights, live data that's going on currently. I almost wonder if we don't see in the future somebody implementing that with one of these trucks to where they can view temps in the pit. They can view, I know there's been a couple people running around the pits with tire pressure monitoring systems that can throw red lights up on the dash. But I mean, if you could review all that stuff remote, especially with the Starlink technology that's coming in, I mean, that would be killer.
I know some teams have played with it. I don't know if it's actively being used today, but I do know they've used the Motec system tied into it to kind of report to the chase trucks and the teams what's going on.
And then if it could somehow, you know, come into view on screen of, you know, speed,
so we could see it,
RPM, gear selection, like that would be killer.
Yeah. I like it. I know it's rad when you have the audio from the in-cars, but I'm sure I would say some things I wouldn't want people at home to hear.
I mean, if you watched any of the ones between me and Sean, they were pretty funny.
Yeah, you don't want everybody in the world able to hear that one.
No, definitely. Could have different choice of words sometimes.
Yep. So today our live stream is brought to us in part by Travis Williams Motorsports, which is awesome because he's also feeding us from his truck. We have Master Fabrication in Parker, Arizona. Bob Briggs was one of their racers this morning. He was racing up front. Not sure what issues held him back from a good finish, but for most of the morning, he was running in second, third, top five. So he was one of the contenders for a win. We also have Nate Martino. Nate Martino is the MG Motorsports team Now, there's a funny backstory on MG. Everybody was asking him what it meant, and one day we got it out of him. It stands for Money Gone Racing. Because everybody knows it costs a little bit of money to come out here and play with the big boys. He started 17th off the line today in Miller Motorsports 6100. That truck is another one. I believe this is his second or third race in it, so it might still be working some bugs out. But we are back on board with the Gilberts, and they are heavy in dust now. They are on some of those fire roads too, so they are just after pit 1, so
you can
they're farther
definitely
along.
definitely see the back end of the car coming out on these fire roads where we talked about them being basically marbles on some concrete.
Correct.
And that's going to be a huge difference in those sections of the course between the four-wheel drive and two-wheel drive cars.
So give a little update on the running order currently. Gilbert's tracker isn't working, which is a bummer for us today because he's going to be one to watch. Another shot with the helicopter. That's so cool. I love that. The integration of helicopters and Starlink and all that just really kind of shows the level the sport is at and growing from. This live stuff would not have been possible 10 years ago. So, current leader on course is still Jack Olligus, race mile 44. Second place, Cole Barbary, who did qualify second, so he's still there. Our trackers are updating a little bit slow from the rest of them back. Eric Bousquet qualified third. He is currently showing, as his tracker hasn't updated since 107, which would be 207 Arizona time. And then looks like fourth place would still be Joe David. Gilbert's is not updating, so I'm really curious whose dust he is behind. I can only assume Joe David still.
Looks like they're averaging about, on some of these straights, about 70 miles an hour. So
yeah, they're flying. Like Sean Kroll, that update is 87 miles an hour. There we go. Cole Barbary, 119 miles an hour at race mile 48. Now, that's another thing. Some of these cars will do 140, 150. I do not know if many have punched the 160 number yet. I have talked to many guys in the Herb Smith trucks with the big JD1 engines in them, the Joe Gibbs engines. And I know the aerodynamics are what comes into play when they're doing like a lake bed at 150 miles an hour. It's like trying to push a brick.
Oh yeah, you've got all that air coming straight into the cab through a cooler. It's a giant wind
hitting a
sail.
wall. And I've actually been told that they'll be doing like 150 miles an hour over the ground, and the tires will be doing 175, 180.
Oh boy.
Because they're literally spinning. It's trying to push the truck through the air so hard, and it's just hitting that wall. So aerodynamics are going to come into play, I think, for us to start pushing faster. I thought when the all-wheel drives came into play, the Masons, that they would punch through it better because they had the all-wheel drive, but I do not think it's so. I think the Herb Smith trucks are still some of the fastest ones on the top speed-wise. Looks like we got the 6124 coming up next off the line. That would be Kelly McNeil out of Mesa, Arizona. That is a Geyser. Another one of the McNeil family that if you have that last name and race off-road, you're probably pretty dang quick. They're very fast in Baja. That is a family that they do a lot of the fiberglass bodies on these trucks out here. Kind of going back off of the start here, some of the vehicles we missed that are notably fast. We have Michael Scafuto in the Real Racing truck. He was 11th off the line, and he has a new co-driver for this race who is Kyle Kraft. He's one of the guys that rides with some of the fastest in the sport. And we watched Michael qualify in 11th, which is a little faster than I think he normally runs, but I'm sure the confidence of today riding with somebody like Kyle right seat calling the turns is going to help him push forward. And these back views off the back of Gilbert's car really kind of show us how fast that section they're in right now is. That's the same spot we were seeing Barbary pushing at 119, 120 miles an hour. We got Husted coming up to it. Ooh, look at that.
Big old plume there.
Yeah,
those are the ones that are going to take sidewalls out.
Yep,
if there's anything hard.
If there's a rock there, just put that tire out. That sidewall's done.
6150 of Chase Swanson. Oh, there's the guys from Hawaii.
Ah, there we go. It's like they're about to start their day.
Yeah, those ruts in the middle are getting deep. They're bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, they are. Looks like we got, is that an overhead view of Williams coming at us, maybe? Oh, no. That's the truck that just started still.
Yeah.
So that would be our Hawaiian friends.
Mr. Chase Swanson.
That's the man.
Looks like there might be a slight breeze out there kind of blowing some of that dust out. So that'll help with people coming up.
Looks like just enough.
Yep.
Unless you're going towards it. Then it hangs it right in front of you.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Doesn't dissipate it enough to where if the course is going with it, that it'll disappear. But I think you'll be thankful for it. That's for sure. There we go. On board with Picoy again. Desert Assassin 6100. I believe I saw a monster on the side. Let's give you guys roughly an idea where he is at right now. Check on the tracker over here. Turn on the 6100s. So that is roughly race mile 13 that Picoy is at. Now we're back on board with Williams. Let's take a look where he is. Travis Williams right in front of him. So Travis Williams about race mile 13. So Picoy says 4 miles west of 13, and Williams is 1 mile west of 13. And back on board with Gilbert. I really wish we knew where he was right now.
It looks like he doesn't have any more dust, so either he's fallen behind or he passed.
Yep, the other vehicle in front of him might have had an issue and he got by. Because that dust cloud behind him is definitely hanging. It's not blowing over. Oh, Williams jumping out. What do we got going on here?
Looks like there's some bush in the visor.
Yep, they definitely hit something to end up where they are. Let's see what they are working on right now. Oop, popping the hood. Now, I don't want to jinx them, but the last race, if this is that new truck, they had a serpentine belt issue, and they had a little bit of trouble getting the belt back on that car, on that truck.
I know the Gilberts, their serpentine belt, they had issues with that, and I know there's a belt that's down under.
Oh boy.
Serpentine.
That's not good.
Dang
That's
it.
2 races in a row, serpentine belt issues on that truck. They aren't going to be happy campers right now. It's two races in a row. Oh, they just got passed too.
Boy, that was the Brenthal truck, looked like.
There's a couple going by. They're not going to be happy campers. 2 races in a row.
That was
both
Travis
of them.
dispatched.
Both of them in Parker. Man, they are good peeps though. Okay, we got some live timing coming through Graham Wells. So the first truck went through, truck number 27 at 2:14. 1502 went through at 2:19, and Husted went through at 2:20. So August is flying. let's look here real quick. That means Cole Barbary has lost 4 minutes to Olagus. That's pretty significant. And then Husted is on Barbary's bumper. Now we're cutting live. That would be I believe that's the 6155. That's what we're watching on the screen right now. Don't know the number right off the top of my head.
This is Race Richie with a Camberg truck getting ready to leave the line here.
Yep, so that truck in front of him would have been Kirk Harkey in the 6155. Kirk Harkey?
Looks like he's starting outside the ruts again. Let's see.
Yep, they're jumping over. I bet you if you started in the ruts, you'd get stuck right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look at it just bog down the second it jumps in. I'd feel really bad, but if I was one of them, I'd probably take out every flag on the way out and just hang the left side over there.
Hell yeah.
Looks like Williams changing a serpentine belt. This is 2 Parker races in a row with the possibly same issue. Not sure
why they're having issues, because I know that's been a thing with pulley alignment, but I'm sure they've got pulley alignment well. Huh. Weird.
Yeah, and they've had a couple weeks to sort it out, maybe see what they were dealing with at the last race. But jumping back on board with the Peak Boys and then swapping over to Gilbert. Gilbert's going to be a fun one to watch if we can stay on him as he catches the car in front of him. Because he's not afraid to get up and give you a little tap, let you know he's there. Might be fun if we could watch that live. Sounds like we have... Let's see if I can keep these live splits coming in. Looks like they're trying to get Gilbert's car's tracker back going for us.
So that's
pit 1. That is pit 1. So he is currently in pit 1. Was that Gilbert's car in pit 1?
Yeah.
No, that's pit 2. So that means Lad Gilbert is
in front of Joe David.
or right behind him. So he's either in front or right behind him, which would put him either second or third in class. So Lad is doing good because he started.
Looks like you're still having some trouble getting.
He started
that
third. Yeah, the last belt change for them took a solid 10 minutes or more.
Oh boy,
they were not happy campers. Their live feed had audio. They were not happy campers.
Oh boy.
Back with Travis Poison car here. Now Travis started 35th, so he's going to be pushing some serious dust as he moves through the field. Not saying he can't do it, but he's got his odds stacked against him for a top 3 finish today, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. 6176. This is another Williams truck. I do not remember who the DOR is on this one. And I don't have it on our sheet either, I do not believe.
No.
Now I'll be interested to see if if the other truck is still stopped when they come up to it, if they do not pull over and keep it up. Sometimes the teams will do that, sometimes they don't. They'll tell them to go on by. There's a better opportunity for that truck. Very curious who that is. They are not on our staging sheets here. They might be on the staging sheet. They just aren't on the entry list. Take a look, see here. There we go. 6176. The last name on it is Tolar. And they were 55th off the line today, based on the staging sheet. After him would be Curtis. Yep, Curtis Motorsports.
Looks like they're prepared to race at night. Is this going to be going into...
Oh, 100%. This is going into the dark.
I'm
Some
curious
of
to
the lead
see.
guys might beat the dark. It's gonna be tough though.
I'm curious to see some of the guys' lights set up and what they decide to use, because like that truck that just left the line has got great big round lights. A lot of people are running bars. Curious to see ambers versus whites. Everybody has their own personal preference, but
Okay, so I see what happened here. We have now gotten all the vehicles that qualified are off the line, and we are now into the vehicles that weren't able to qualify earlier in the week. So these are the guys starting from the back. Gonna be punching through some dust. That's for dang sure.
yeah, it doesn't look like there's very many lines coming through the desert.
No. Ooh, both drivers are out now. Here we go.
Belt going on.
Travis Williams. Not sure who his co-driver is.
Is that one guy in that red suit?
Orange.
Oh, I'm colorblind, so you know.
That doesn't help us today. What color's Lad Gilbert's car?
Well, that's red, obviously, because BT construction.
So let's get us a liter update on mileage here.
You should see me when I'm trying to do wiring and I'm like legitimately colorblind. Brown, red, black, white.
Yeah, how do you not?
You know,
Yeah,
I
that's
just
scary. I don't want you working on my stuff anymore.
Guess on the shades.
Okay, so our lead vehicle is at race mile 68 or so. So we might actually start getting some split times here. So yeah, racing tracks. So anybody at home following that wants to watch the live tracking, same thing I'm kind of sitting here going off of, updating everybody off of. It's www.racingtrax.com. Racingtrax.com. And they have a live map of what we are actually like. What this is me watching the live map, and then they have a leaderboard. The leaderboard is not always perfect. It can be off a minute or two. It can be off seconds. It always depends on if the data input was right. Dave Clay and the guys over there at Racing Tracks do their best, but there's hundreds of vehicles racing, and it's a free service. It's not accurate. It's not official. It's just to help us.
Another 6100 truck coming off the line of Josh Shelton out of Austin, Texas.
Just got a heads up. Luke Knupp is actually riding with Travis Williams today. So that is a hell of a pairing. Sucks that they're down. Not the funnest day for them, but still making progress, I'm assuming. Hopefully they can get that thing going again. Gonna turn off my mic for a second.
If we can have this cord, here we go. 61. I can't see the last number.
Up next, we have one of our vehicles that had a little incident in qualifying. Havoc Motorsports truck. I believe it is the 6138, although we cannot see
It's Jason's
the last digit. The last digit right now.
Salado?
Are you guessing, or is that what it is?
Well, there's a G, but I don't know how to put it in there.
Salgado.
Yeah.
6137. And behind him is, I believe that's the Cobb entry, which would be Jason Cobb. Which used to be the Trophy Light guys. Well, they still are. They have a 6100 now. Back on with Sean Gilbert. Absolutely ripping. Let's see if we could get you guys. Oh, of course, his tracker's the one that's not working. Oh man, it'd be cool to be able to give you a rough estimate how fast they're going.
Yeah.
Well, let's just go with. Well, we're on board with RPI. RPI is currently going 119 miles an hour.
Haul in the mail. This is definitely like express mail, maybe 2-day overnight.
They are flying. So they're updated as we were watching. 118 miles an hour. Absolutely flying. And they're behind Joe David. So the dust behind them was Joe David, followed by the RPI team, Cody Reed. What do we have here?
That's a really nice shot.
Incredibly nice shot.
That would be
That's-
Miller.
Miller Construction. I'm thinking that's Miles Miller coming into pit 2. Double check here.
What are we trying?
No, looks like Sean's coming back into more dust. So he might be coming up on, well, we don't know where he's at technically.
Yeah, that was Miles Miller coming into pit 1. So now I know where that camera angle's coming from.
Still
Looks
on
like-
the damn belt.
Looks like we got a little bit of frustration here with this belt change.
You know,
Kind of flashbacks to the other Parker race that was earlier in the year.
pissed. Chucking stuff.
He's not a happy camper. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be either if this happened 2 races in a row.
Yeah.
That being said, thank you guys for giving us the live feed so we can watch your frustrations. But
This is Nicholas Carolyn. from
Oh, this is?
Tucson. Yep, and this is in an Alumacraft car.
1586?
No, that was 1516. Dumb.
1586?
We don't know who that is. 1562.
No, and they are not on my staging list either. I'm not sure. This is a Krieger
Oh,
car, though.
that's Joe Joseph from
Okay.
Colville.
No, Joe Jepson. Joe Jepson. Okay, that's a Krieger car. You don't see very many of those Krieger cars out and about anymore. There's a couple Class 10s running around built by Krieger. There's a Class 1 that CJ Hutchins drives that usually is going really fast. Uh-oh, we got helmets off. That's how you know it's getting serious. That would be Luke on the right and Travis on the left. Okay. Looks like they are giving their best shot at getting that start again. Back on board with Travis McCoy. To give you a rough guess of where he's at currently, if you guys bear with me while I find it.
Here we are again.
Is this that same shot coming into pit 1?
Yep, that's really nice.
Okay, that's an awesome shot, and that looks like Nick Harrell.
There's somebody right in front of him.
Yeah,
just coming out of pit.
I have. Yep. This
Oh,
is.
they're
there's a
stacked right
Brenthal.
here.
This is gonna be the story of the day. Because there's gonna be when the dust hangs, you can only go as fast as you can see unless you're brave enough to punch through it based off of GPS. That's when you get flats. That's when you blow corners off of cars. That's when you have a real bad day real fast.
That comes into prep and pre-running. Hopefully, a lot of these guys were prepared with the amount of people that are in the 6100 class. They prepared and did very good thinking in the pre-run course.
Yeah, having the pre-run earlier in the week is when you it pays dividends. Being able to punch through the dust and drive off just the GPS and trust what your co-driver is saying is truly what's in front of you. The only thing you can't account for is the rocks that find their way into the course.
Yep.
Now, that looks like Pecoy coming into pit 1. So that is for sure. That's cool. This is incredible video that they're getting us from in the middle of the desert. And these are spots where you won't have cell service. And we're getting video from you. Can you fix that again for us? This is... One second here. You gotta pull up the YouTube link again. Swipe up, or here, give it to me and I'll do it. Sorry guys, a little bit of technical difficulties here in the studio. But we will get her going again.
got.
Okay, there we go. We can watch it off of that for now.
That'll work.
Back on board with Travis McCoy. As we watched from the static camera, he just went through pit 1. And going over here on our live tracker, pit 1 is stacked with 6100s right now. We've got one stopped just outside of it, which would be Alan Levinson, the BSR Motorsports, the Bonnie Springs racing car. Popping this back up. Oh, you can throw that back up there for me. Thank you, sir. Just outside of pit 2, well, we do have some lead 6100s. So Adam Householder is through pit 2. Where is Bean Smith? There we go. Looks like Justin Bean Smith. He was our first 6100 off the line, and he was 14th overall, and he appears to still be our lead 6100. Behind him is Adam Householder. Now, Adam Householder is driving the whole race from what I know, and he is aware that Bean is going to be getting out of the truck ahead of him. So he might just be hanging behind that dust cloud and knowing when we go into the pit, as long as we have a fast pit, we're going to get by. So whenever Bean decides to change drivers with Tracy Graff, as long as he's close enough, he might be able to sneak by in the pit. Although those guys over there at the JBS Motorsports, they got their pits pretty dialed. And as fast as they can take fuel, they might be able to change a driver.
Are they running pressurized refueling, or are they dumping?
Everybody. If you're not using a Pressure Pro or a Tower in today's day and age,
why are you even here? Yeah,
you're going to lose so much time that it sometimes isn't even worth it to show up unless you're just out to have a good time. But I can promise you that Bean has pressurized fueling, and they aren't here to go slow. Back with Sean Gilbert. Fortunately, do not have on our tracker. Kind of talking about sponsors of the feed today. We had Nate Martino, and he is showing as stopped currently about race mile 52, just before pit 2. So that sucks. Hopefully they can get going again. Behind him, Tanner Courier. Oh, there we go. We got a front shot out of Sean's car now. It's getting a little dusty. If anybody with Sean's team is watching, what is that? Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, if anybody with Sean Gilbert's team is watching, pop on the radio and tell them to give a little reach back and wipe that camera off for us. Oh, getting word that Gilbert's tracker is fixed. Let's go take a look-see here. Oh, it is. Heck yeah. Big shout out to Dave Nurbos, Motorsport Safety Solutions. He's watching the live feed over there in their Motorsport Safety Command trailer. And he got that tracker fired back up for us. Although it hasn't updated in 9 minutes. 122 miles an hour the last time it updated, though.
Ripping.
Absolutely ripping.
That might be like, FedEx Express Mail there.
Here we go. We got some more trucks coming into the pit. Ooh, here we go. We got some track side updates. Big shout out to John Lewis, Desert Squadron Trauma Kits. Spec trucks through pit 2. 61:32 at 2:32.5. So that is a new physical leader in that class.
Zach Rosberg.
No way.
That's what it says. In a Brenthal truck.
That has to be a false number. So, John, I was giving you praise, but something's wrong there. 61:32 is not correct. 61:39 is correct. That would be Adam Householder. 2:33.23. So these are Arizona times. They're an hour ahead of us in Nevada. Whatever. We have 61:95 at 2:37. So 2 minutes back. That means that Householder has put 2 minutes on him. Travis Chase. And then 61:72. here. That would be RJ Merritt. So RJ Merritt started 20th. So he was right behind Travis Chase. So it looks like, if this is correct, the 6139 of Adam Householder has punched out 4 minutes on the second place truck. And then, well, that's if the 6132 is actually Bean in the 6119, which I'm hoping it is, but we are not sure. Let's pop over here and take a look see at the tracker, though. That'll tell us.
Looks like Sean's back in clear. So
clear air. It's like, according to the tracker, Travis Williams is still stopped, sadly. Really hope they get that thing going. They are so fun to watch. Our leader on the tracker still shows as Bean. Getting a live report from one of the Williams guys, Derek Bradley, out there at the race. Williams' belt took out the tensioner. That's why that belt change is taking a little longer than it should. That's a bummer for those guys.
You know, it seems like lately, even if you guys have brand new parts on this stuff, it's almost like brand new parts are failing just as easy as something old.
Just as much as the older stuff. It almost scares you to put new stuff on because you're just not sure. Quality could be a little different. Somebody might have missed a QC check there.
Well, and what sucks is like the amount of money that it takes to even get out to these races is like a ton of money in logistically, in prepping the car, in doing all the things, and then you have something as simple as a $50 or $100 belt tensioner take you out of the race.
We got a pretty cool live shot coming in here. 6124 going through.
Kelly McNeil.
They are flying. Looking good, guys. Back on board with Ladd and Sean Gilbert. Currently, Ladd is driving. Sean is in the passenger seat. I'm pretty sure they're going to switch one of these laps. I'm not sure what lap, but... kind of trying to play some catch up here, guys. Give us a second. So I know I got reports. Everybody has started the race. These are some of the guys towards the rear that we're catching coming into the pits now.
That's John Vanderway that just come across the screen.
84 of John Vanderway. That's a Milken Motorsports truck, isn't it? Milking it?
Definitely could be milking it.
Back over here.
Yep. At least the belt, it looks like they're potentially putting the belt on now. So, trying to get it around the crank pulley. So they must have got the tensioner installed. That's what's probably taking them so long, is they only have wrenches, and I'm sure they're not ratchet wrenches.
Yeah.
So they're hand tightening, hand loosening.
Haven't changed that pulley.
Yeah, and it's probably buried in there next to a tube that you can't even get the stupid wrench on.
With a 300-degree engine chilling right there
Yep.
next to your hand.
Because
that's a miserable
I mean, that's
job.
probably what happened too. It's so damn hot, it heat soaked while they're just sitting there. So, like you said, hot.
Ooh, we got Ladd Gilbert on some of those loose fire roads now.
Travis Chase is in heavy dust.
Yeah, he is. Who is he trying to punch through right now? Let's take a look. There's Travis Chase. This tracker's not popping up for me.
It's definitely everybody sitting at home that doesn't know a whole lot about these trucks. If you're going to be getting into the UTV game and racing UTVs and want to step into the trucks, there's a significant money difference in setup, cost to build. I think, I mean, you can get into a UTV and build a UTV for about as much as they cost, so 50, 60 grand. But then you start stepping into trucks, class 1, 6100s. You're looking into the $100 to $150, $200,000 range for a starter truck. Some of these Brenthal
That's like
trucks,
a used starter truck.
yeah, and
An
like
old one too.
Yep. So, and you step into, the Brenthal built trucks or any of the other trucks, you're pushing $1 million marks, especially for an all-wheel drive truck. The drivetrain itself, just hard parts are in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's definitely, this is where the big boys come to play, with some deep pockets.
For sure. And those all-wheel drive Masons, like you're saying, borderline 7 figures. And that's why it was so heartbreaking to see that concrete truck having that small engine fire, I will say, after qualifying. Well, the fun run for qualifying, because I really wanted to see how that truck would hang this weekend. Definitely cool to see them out playing with Legacy, getting some more miles under that Mason chassis. Back on board with the Gilberts.
Well, especially like with as many 6100s there are this race, and class 1s and the unlimited trucks, it's comes down to whether or not you have to change a tire. I think is what the finish times are going to be, and who takes this overall win, because so far everything's so close. It's going to be definitely a fight to the finish. This is Mike Bruner.
Mike Bruner in the 6162 out of Redwood Valley, California. Now, if any of my pit guys that are out there watching give me updates through pit 3, I'd be stoked. Leaders are through it now, so pit 3, I think, is where we're going to start seeing some people gapping out, finally spacing each other out through this thing.
Looks like Sean Gilbert's still in pretty clean air. Lad's driving. Sean's co-driving at the point, but just giving him the hand signal to just keep going straight and leave her ripping.
Kind of popping through the field here, seeing who's moving, seeing who's not moving. It looks like the Wheeler Morgan Class 1 of 1524 is currently stopped just outside of race mile 71. Lad Gilbert's tracker shows him doing 105 miles an hour just past race mile 77. Oh, here we go. We're on with him. I would safe to say how that jump went. He's going pretty close to 105 miles an hour down this road. This is one of the many kind of fire type power line access roads that are out on this course, where it's that pea gravel on top of the really hard pack. And when we're in those conditions, it's super easy to slide off the course, come over one of those crests, and if it's like a sweeping off camber at the end, you can find yourself off the course.
Oh yeah,
those cactuses or some of those big rocks. Really easy.
That white and blue truck that just come across the stream was Race Richie in a camber truck.
Looking for some updates here. I know our leaders are past pit 3. Looks like Olagus still with a pretty good lead according to the tracker. Barbary behind him in second. Oops, like Gilbert is into the pit and they are getting out. I don't like that. It's not good when Sean's out. Looks like they're checking axles.
I know they had axle problems last year.
The last race.
Or was it last race?
Failure, yeah. They were saying they might have had a bad grease issue that let the CV get hot. Because the way the rear end of that car is designed, those axles have very minimal plunge, so they don't build heat as bad as a typical Class 1 would. Some really trick stuff on the back of that car.
Yeah, I was told that those axles are coming from somewhere overseas, like France or something.
I wouldn't doubt it.
They're
Some really neat stuff.
definitely one-off things, which that's kind of plays a big role. So we talk about all these trucks and cars and different things. A lot of these are, as you know, custom built, but some of the parts are so tricked that they come from overseas, which kind of limits the amount of quantity that you can keep in the, I guess, in stock at your guys' race shop. And that becomes a problem, especially in the pits right now. So, like, let's say Sean's got a bad axle. It's like,
Ooh, that was McMullen sneaking by him there. Connor
Yep.
McMullen. That sucks. Lad's losing a lot of spots right now.
definitely looks like.
Oop, helmet's off. Yep, Lad. They're fixing something or figuring something out.
Man, looks like he was ripping pretty good though.
He was having a awesome day until this point. And I hate to say it, but that seems to be the story of that car some days. Fast until something happens. The cool thing about it, at least he did it out of pit. So he's sitting at pit 3. I can only assume. I can't promise you that. The tracker's kind of hit and miss, but he's definitely at a good spot to have pulled over. Looks like our lead vehicle is about 30 miles out of the finish for lap 1.
Okay.
Kind of going through.
Got it?
Yeah. So Jack Olgus currently race mile 100 out of 126 on his first lap. Looks like the Williams team is still working on getting that belt on after having to do a pulley change and all that good stuff. Tensioner, is it the same? Would you consider that the same?
Idler pulleys. You've got idler pulleys, and then you've got tensioner pulleys. Normally come in an assembly, so you've got the tensioner and the pulleys attached to it. So,
A little bit more work.
Basically the same thing, but there's a spring in there that tensions the pulley one way and then tightens the belt, which in high RPM situations you can have belt flutter that could potentially cause the belt to jump off. It could potentially, with as tight clearances are on the front of the engines, it could have hit something and snagged it and started ripping. And like from the video that we saw, it kind of looked like it shredded the belt.
The belt definitely shredded. I'm going to take a quick restroom break on you, Brad. You get to run this thing for a minute.
Well, we've got Travis McCoy here coming into a pit. I'm going to be kind of limited here because Robert's got the computer with all of the fancy stuff. I'll scroll around, but coming across the screen here, Curtis Motorsports looks like no pit stop for Travis McCoy coming out. Again, we talk about these high speeds with some of these guys, and as you notice, the rear of Travis McCoy's truck is kind of open. So I'm no engineer, but it kind of seems like he may have a little bit more airflow that will go through there and allow it to pass. Therefore, he'll have less wind speed drag. So if you notice a lot of these trucks, if you go to some of the races and you go to the tech and contingency, you'll see the trucks up close in person. A lot of the times, the whole rear of the cab will be sheet metaled off, and there'll be special ducting to special coolers, power steering coolers, tranny coolers, the engine radiator coolers. They're definitely, I think, a lot of these guys are maybe planning for some of that stuff for wind drag at 120 plus miles an hour. I think that plays a huge cool. Like he was saying, you're going 120, but the tires are going 150, trying to push the truck forward. So it's kind of cool to see some of the different designs because let's see what Travis McCoy's in, a Mason truck. So if you compare a Mason truck to a Brenthal, I mean, like the rear firewall housing it's all different. So I'm curious to know if a lot of these guys do any kind of wind tunnel testing. I mean, it probably doesn't play a huge factor because they're not going, 120, 130, 140 miles an hour all the time. But wind drag will also have direct correlation to fuel mileage. So let's say somebody could get, a half a mile an hour or a half a mile per gallon better or a mile per gallon better. That's the difference between taking a pit at pit 2 versus somebody taking a pit at pit 3. So all of that comes into play. Some of it's redundant as far as trying to reinvent the wheel, but I feel like there's definitely improvements once you get a car dialed that come clear down to like aerodynamics that you could play off of, especially like we're talking aerodynamics, spare tire layout, fuel placement in the vehicle. They're all huge things, and a lot of these cars are all built on SolidWorks or whatever program they're using to design the cars. So you can definitely get creative with some of the things. Looks like Sean's still at that pit, the Gilbert boys. I don't know. We haven't gotten any updates. I'm going to try and get a hold of a couple people who know with them. See if we can get kind of an update with the Gilberts, because it looks like they were going pretty good there for a minute. That's not plugged in.
I'm back, and that is a beautiful shot of the turn 2 MD500 following. Looks like one of the Brenthal trucks. They are absolutely ripping. Gilbert's helicopter up there. As you can tell, I'm a helicopter and aviation nerd, so whenever one's in the shot, I'm going to talk about it. It's definitely one of the Brenthal trucks. I'm not sure exactly which one. That is the 6183. That would be Bill Wingerning, sounds like. Oh, here we go. Here's our leader coming in. So that is our leader at roughly race mile 107 on one of our awesome drone cams. Let's watch how he comes into these turns up here. Some of the cars earlier were going off the edge. Jack's a pretty amazing driver with a very skilled co-driver. I don't think he'll have any issues navigating through this area. I'm very curious. Let's if that drone could go back and get that first place class 1 through there. He's going to be putting on a show. I can promise you that. Because if Cole is still the second place car, he is. Cole Barbary will be on the rails. So, the lay of the land currently, how things are going. Looks like we lost Ladd in that top 5 spot. So that's Ladd on screen there. He's the one at the far back of it.
Just texted a couple people. Hopefully we can get a reply.
Oh, that shot looked like it was going to be our money shot. Then it cut out.
Oh, looks like CV
having for Ladd.
CV problems from one of their guys in pits.
Dang it. Well, there's an update on Ladd Gilbert. Sounds like a CV issue of some kind, and now we're here back over in the aqueduct. Was that Joe David? Not sure which vehicle that was.
It was one of those ones with 4 wheels.
Yeah, there's a couple of them out there today.
Yeah, only like a few.
I'm gonna go ahead and give us an update on our top 5. Now, this is only from racing tracks. I do not know for sure. This isn't from anybody on the ground. There could be a tracker not working. The only one I knew of was Gilbert's. He is currently stopped. So, currently first on the road would be Jack Olligus. Race mile 111. Second on the road, Cole Barbary. Race mile 106 to 107-ish. Might be getting a drone shot of him as he comes through there. Not sure. Third on the road, Joe David. Race mile 103. Fourth on the road, Sean Kroll. Now that is one I have not mentioned today and I've been sleeping on. Sean Kroll is a madman. He raced trophy trucks. One of I believe the truck Bean is driving is actually an ex Sean Kroll truck. I could be wrong, but I believe it is one of the racers. He is in fourth. Fifth place, Eric Husted. So Eric's dropped back a little bit. Who knows why? Could be flats. Oh, well, no, his tracker hasn't updated in almost 10 minutes. So if it was Eric could still be up there. So that's roughly top 5. They might be out. There we go. That looks like our boy Cole. We get a little closer, I can tell if it's his. That is definitely Cole. That is Cole Barbary on a heater. Absolutely ripping. I hope he can keep this up. Oh, there's that turn I've been talking about. We might catch some action in there live on the drone. But that is the Bar X Class 1 of Cole Barbary. He is one of my favorite drivers to watch. I have never seen somebody crash a car so hard the transmission breaks in half, but he managed to do it. He is an animal. And I always hope he has a clean day, because when he has a clean day, he makes for awesome spectating, awesome racing. And they're just an all-around awesome family. They own a trucking company in California. I believe they haul wine.
That's
and
money.
They have some of the most beautiful trucks you'll ever see.
They should give me a call.
The way you were talking earlier, I'd be scared. You might mix up some wires.
Nah. Be all good. Only sometimes.
Next up on the list. Oh, here we go. Let's see if this drone pops back over to somebody. I am always amazed at the talent of these drone pilots. Some of the stuff they are able to capture. It looks like he's coming to land for a little bit, but insanely talented pilots capturing some amazing footage for us. Gotta give a huge shout out to the Starstream guys, all the pilots, the helicopter guys, the drone guys, the ground guys, capturing the action in the pits for us, setting up these cars with the live streams.
Anybody that's not familiar with, I think the technical term is FPV pilots, is they'll wear a headset that is connected to that drone, and then it live. So there's 2 separate cameras from what I think. There's one that's feeding us the footage, and then there's one that I think they're viewing their flight path with. So, pretty cool stuff. You just sit in a chair like you see there, and he just kind of hangs out and flies it through the goggles. That's Jason Salgado. Jason Salgado. And then looks like we've got this Class 1. Who is this? Come on now.
There we go.
There it is.
Now that is Joe David. I can be sure of that. So that is, as far as I know, our current 3rd place on course. We haven't seen anybody else, so I'm pretty safe saying.
Wow.
Talk about knowing exactly where that drone was or got lucky, but
yeah,
that was impressive. So that's Joe David out of Ridgecrest, California. Comes from a long line of off-road racers. They are a very awesome family. They seem to help everybody. That is an older Class 1 car, and it is currently running in 3rd place overall. So I have a feeling as we start getting these lap times coming in for starting 3rd place, they're going to start running these front runners down. Ooh, look at how fast Travis is going here. Ooh, this is also awesome. We got a nice shot. So in the bag there, I can almost guarantee you, is wet microfibers. So if you get into a puddle or any mud and it whites out your visor lens, you can grab a wet one and wipe it clean, get it all off, then take a dry one and wipe the water off.
Yeah, because a lot of the things that they deal with is static electricity that builds up on your lens and it attracts dust. So you try and wipe it sometimes.
And that would be RPI. So that is Cody Reed. So we have, yeah, that makes sense because Sean Gilbert was sitting in the pit. So Cody Reed would be next. But the big story for me is we have not seen Husted through there yet, which was our 3rd place qualifier. Let me see if I can get an update on where he is at off of this tracker. Oh, that's not good. Eric Husted is currently stopped at race mile just before 100. So we lost one of our top qualifiers. Well, I'm not going to say lost. He is currently stopped. And let's hope he gets going again, because when he's going, he is fast. But he was at 0 miles an hour at just at 3 o'clock, and it is now 3:07 without an update. So I do not like the looks of that, but nothing we can do about it. And that is Sean Kroll. So we just watched Sean Kroll go through there ripping. This is a tight class. What do we have? McMullen. I told you guys he was going to be one to watch. He has ran down Sean Kroll. He's sitting right behind his dust cloud. McMullen is right where he wants to be. Sean Kroll has a flat tire. Any kind of issue that gives him any downtime, McMullen will skirt right by him. McMullen's pit strategy and his pit guys are top tier. So if he's going to get some cleaner air, it might be when they come into main pit this time, and he might be able to sneak around.
I wonder if they're going to pit at the same time or if he's going to try and push it just to get around.
So that is another strategy that these guys will have at play. They'll know if we can make it to pit 1 without stopping for fuel, they might go for that. They might opt out of fueling at main pit where they have their big pit set up, or they might not have even set up there and opted to go to pit 1 or pit 2 or pit 3. Strategy is always paramount. Ooh. So the Husted truck is now moving again. It's showing heading south at 1.9 miles per hour. Our rescue and retrieval team out here for the weekend is Motorsport Safety Solutions handles all the rescue stuff. So any of the injuries, any of the crashes, David Nurbus has assembled a top tier team that's pretty much second to none. They're all in some of the nicest equipment for getting out to these areas as fast as possible in the desert. Here we go. Oh, that is Blaine Conrad with BC Racing. So he is in a single seat Class 1. Shocks by Dirtco here in Las Vegas. And he is on a heater. I don't know if you guys saw some of his clips from qualifying, but he was laying it all out there. Blaine Conrad started physically 10th off the line, and he is now right behind McMullen. So we have lost a couple of the big names. We've lost Jonathan Brenthel in the 26. We've lost Eric Husted in the 1, and we have lost Sean Gilbert all in the later part of this lap. So seeing Blaine Conrad still running is a pretty good one. That dude is super fast.
Keep in mind, Blaine is one of the truck bosses and partial owner at Wordco BC. So I'm not exactly sure how the ownership works there, but he's top dog. But last time I talked to him, he is kind of one of the guys that lines out a lot of the heavy haul stuff. And I'm sure he lines out the stuff for all of the Legacy Racing Association's transport of the VT equipment. So props to him and still going. It looks like Sean is done.
Looks like they're heading over to a trailer.
Yeah, I got word from one of their pit members that the CV is shot, so kind of looks like they're not going to keep pushing on one.
And if they don't have a spare, they might call it a day right there.
And that's when I was telling you guys about these special parts that come from overseas, trying to gain access to get those, the actual cost of them. The parts are specially made, specially whatever. That's where the Polaris, the Can-Am, the UTVs are kind of in a better realm of things. Is you get to go down to the store, to your local motorsports place, and you just buy another axle, or you buy another trailing arm, or you buy another diff, or an engine, or a tranny. That's the biggest difference between some of these class ones, unlimited trucks, anything else other than main brand stuff. You can't just go down to the showroom floor and grab a new one.
No, you got to have a fully stocked chase truck full of expensive parts that only fit on your race vehicle.
Exactly.
And the ease of getting into racing with a side by side is one of the huge attractions for it, and why it's becoming one of the biggest, groups. I'm not going to say classes because there's a couple different classes, but it's becoming one of the biggest groups in off-road racing. Just the accessibility, the fun, cubic dollars versus fun is amazing. What are you doing there? Copy that. Currently, we are looking at a finisher, I'm going to say within the next 5 minutes. Jack Olgus updated 3 minutes ago at race mile 120 of 126. So if we can get the drone camera up at Main Pit, we might get to see our first place truck coming in very soon. I'd say within a minute, based on this update being old. And Cole Barbary has put some time on him.
Looks like a little bit more news on the Gilberts. The inner CV boot is what looks like it's failed, and it sounds like they're fixing it from the text that I got, but that's coming in maybe sooner or later. But they're in pit 3 for anybody not watching racingtracks.com.
Racingtracks.com is what I am using to bring you guys the info I have. They have a live tracking map, which you can pull up individual classes, watch your favorite racer by themselves, or you could even pull them up all as a whole. So I kind of have a million different windows going on my computer at any time, watching different racers, seeing who's where, keeping everybody up to date. Here's something I don't want to report. Travis Williams is still stopped at race mile 16 and a half. Looks like we got a little Jeep speed action going on TV right now. This is one of the 4700, so it's an unlimited Jeep speed.
Keep in mind, this audio is going to be behind.
Yep,
video.
Just a little bit. We have a delay on audio, so you guys will see the Jeep speed before we talk about it. But this is the 4700, so Jeep or Dodge SUV and light trucks with open class specifications. They're allowed to have big engines. They can change the chassis around a little bit more freedoms than like the Jeep Speeds with the stock stuff. That would be Harley Coffin from Gilbert, Arizona. There's one on a different sheet. That being said, Travis Williams still stopped. Let's get us a 6100 update going here. We know the leaders are almost a main. The overall leaders, where is the 6100 leader at? Looks like the 6100 leader is still Justin Bean Smith. He is at race mile 104, and behind him, probably lurking right behind his dust cloud, Adam Householder. I really think he is waiting this one out. He's going to wait until they get to the pit and try and use pit strategy to get him around. Or possibly even hang out until later in the race.
Well, remember, we're 126-mile loops. Pit to pit mileage, I don't think we have right in front of us. But if they haven't pitted for fuel yet.
They're going to be stopping at Maine.
They're gonna have to stop at Maine. So there's no possible way that they could make it to pit 1.
Maybe. It would be close. So we'd be 126 plus 32 miles.
Yeah.
So over 150 miles to get to pit 1 on lap 2, which if you
That'd
have a
be-
100-gallon fuel cell and you're getting good enough mileage, you might be able to make it happen.
Yeah, you're pushing it, especially if he's in dust. He may just be, quarter, 3/4, half throttle all the time, and he could be getting better mileage. So there again, it just depends. And like we were talking earlier, wind drag, mile per hours, and miles per gallon. So,
And Parker, notoriously sandy.
yeah.
So there's a lot of sand, but look at that shot right there. Look at those holes.
Those are some biggies.
Got some good ruts coming out of wherever that was at. Who are we going to take a look-see on here? Ooh, this might be our lead 6100. Nope, that is Michael Scafuto. I think that's how you say his name. Forgive me if I am wrong. Super nice guy, based out of Huntington Beach. Kyle Kraft is his co-driver today. That is Team Real Racing. He started 11th off the line, right behind Blaine Conrad. And if we didn't miss any on the live stream, that would still put him as 11th overall still. Or right behind Conrad, because we know, ooh, there we go. Somebody hanging out right behind his dust. Who is that? Ooh, that is the Chattanooga whiskey truck. So that would be Robert Johnston. So that is exactly how they started. It seems like the dust is hanging just hard enough to where everybody's hanging out right behind the dust cloud. You have to really be committed and know what you're doing to punch through that dust cloud and get up to the car in front of you. And you're risking a lot of things in the dust punching through. Flat tires, missing a little turn, missing a tiny rock that fell into the course from the car in front of you knocked in. It's always a risk, but when you get later in the race, that's when they'll start taking those risks instead of doing it early on.
Risking it for the biscuit.
There we go. Back on board with Travis McCoy, and he's in one of those faster sections right now. See if I can get you a rough miles per hour because I can't read it on his GPS there.
Look like he's kind of sitting there banging on something. I wonder, either his hand's falling asleep, maybe he's just cruising. I don't know. Unless he's stoked.
Could be stoked, man. I would be having a hell of a time.
There's
What
that
do we
canal
got here.
It's a nice shot there.
Not bad. Jumping back. Oh, there's that turn. Now that is Bean. So that is our lead 6100 for sure. That is Justin Bean Smith partnered up with Tracy Graft in the 6119. And here is our second place 6100, which is Householder. He's literally, see the dust?
Yep.
Dust moves. He's right behind it.
Waiting for it.
He's just following the dust cloud. Adam Householder is been racing as long as I can remember, and I've been in the sport since 2007. And this dude, he's fast. Him and his father are both some of the fastest guys racing, and they've really found their stride in the last 2 or 3 years. Ooh, blew off the
Wow.
course there. Just as I'm
Yeah.
hyping him up. Adam is insanely fast. He's got an amazing co-driver. This looks like one of the Renegade racing trucks coming through. Yep, they were one of the last trucks off the line today. I think they weren't able to qualify, so they started pretty far towards the back. They have 2 trucks, both Brenthels, prepped in-house by Brenthel. Let me get a heads up on who's going to be next. It looks like Jake Johnson is the 3rd place 6100 on course right now. Which is impressive because that means he would have passed Travis Chase and RJ Merritt. And we have an on car with Travis Chase. Chase's tracker's working. Yep, Chase's tracker is working. Okay, drone camera guy at 106, you got some awesome shots coming your way. There is a bunch of trucks stacked on top of each other coming. That would be pretty cool to see. Back on board with Travis McCoy. I want to know where he's at. I can't find him. He must be stacked with someone else. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Joe David is at a stop. Our second place Class 1 has come to a stop at race mile 122. That's not good. Been there for about, this update's 2 minutes old. Let's see if the next update he gets going, but he is definitely something going on there. So that might put that all-wheel drive RPI Class 1 into third place overall in Class 1. Looks like officially Olgus has started his second lap with us. Nobody else has started their second lap yet. In the pit though, so let's see. Cole Barbary looks to be in his pit right now. If there was a drone at main pit, we can see that.
Keep in mind, guys, that before Legacy could even do this, they had to get permits from the BLM. They've had to work very closely with the BLM, the La Paz County Sheriff's Office, CRIT, locals to make this event what it is today. This is a very strenuous task. It involves a lot of probably chat GPT things. And I say that like basically you type in what you want to say and you make chat GPT make you sound smart. That's due to the fact of all the legalities, the special permitting, the special rules that need to be followed. That's why there's a lot of safety implemented things. So basically what happens is Legacy will put together a more or less proposal to go to the BLM and say, okay, this is what we're going to do, and these are the measures that are going to be in place. And then it has to be approved by the BLM. So those types of plans and why you're required to have fuel mats, why you're required to have fire suits and fire aprons while you're fueling. This is all things that have to do with the BLM, the local municipalities, the sheriff's office. It's all stuff that has to be followed to keep everybody safe, not only for the people, but for the environment. If there's guys out there accidentally, obviously it's going to be an accident, but if somebody spills 100 gallons of fuel, it needs to be contained on a fuel mat, and there needs to be spill kits in place. So that's some of the stuff that has to happen and why some of the way things are the way they are.
On screen right now, we have Travis Chase, who looks like he's on a mission to run down the guys in front of him. The way he sent that hill, he was not letting up. After that, looks like kind of got word the 1526 requesting some mechanic. So they might have some kind of issue that's going to keep them down for a little bit longer than just a tire change, sadly. But what that means, Connor McMullen has now jumped up another spot. Like I said, he's got a small horsepower Class 1. It's light, it's fast, and he drives like a maniac. That's Renegade Racing, the 6196.
Looks like a dinosaur.
They got an interesting wrap on those trucks. That is for sure. Really nice family, Utah-based. And they're Brenthel 6100s.
61 hundo.
This is the Rosberg family. Ooh, here we go. Got some action. Ooh, there is Jake Johnson. So, Jake Johnson is an older Class 1 guy.
Oh,
ooh, drone down.
Dang
it. That was a killer shot until
Heck yeah, it
got
was.
the roost, got it. That sucks. That was my favorite camera of the day so far too. I hope they can get that thing going again.
Somebody's gonna have to. It looked like he was missing a hood.
Yeah.
In that shot.
So there's some strategy there sometimes. A lot of these drivers don't like having the hood for visibility reasons. So I have actually seen, and people don't probably want me to talk about it. I have seen people come into the pits and purposely just pull the hood so they can see better. Because you have to start qualifying or race day with your hood and your rear fenders. There's a couple trucks in the class that purposely build their rear fender mounts out of what I would consider aluminum foil. So as soon as it even sees 90 miles an hour, it just rips off. They don't want it there. They want it gone. Usually the trucks that do that have really goofy paneling in the back. Looks like a wing. Usually they're fast. They're one of the fastest guys out there, but it's funny. That truck seems to lose a fender within the first 10 miles every race.
They're racing right next to the road right there.
Yeah, so this is right next to Shea Road. What we're watching. This is our lead truck. This is Jack Olligus in the 27. He is out of main pit going up right next to Shea Road. So that's a spectator area right there that he's going past. Usually there's snowbirds camping there, but yeah, it is a absolutely killer shot. It's about race mile 6. So you're elevated looking down into the wash at them, and it just, you can hear them coming from 13 miles away because it just, the way that sound carries through the wash and right up to you.
Yep.
This is one of the cool things about Parker. It's just such a neat area to race. Killer spectating. It's spectating like you don't get it in any other race.
Yeah.
They allow you in. You get to hang out at the top of the washes, looking down. Here we are. We're back on board with Picoy. Trying to figure out what that front of that air filter there is. Not sure.
Like they're driving pretty smooth. Steering wheel input is huge right now. I mean, I'm sure they have it quicker, but doesn't seem like it's that. Oh, yeah. So
he's hanging it on there.
Yeah, it's like a very nice ride.
All right, trying to sort through some of these updates coming in from the field here. A little bit of info from the safety guys. They keep the drones under the power lines intentionally because most of the helicopters stay above them. So we aren't having any fun times there. That being said, the first car out on their second lap behind Olligus is Cole Barbary, which maybe that drone picks up the next Class 1. Although this shot from Picoy is insane right now. He is flying.
What's his update speed? Or does it take a minute? We're way behind, probably.
It's taking a minute. Sadly, I wish I could give you one. Picoy is flying, though.
Anybody that doesn't know, the Colorado River approximately flows 1,450 miles through 7 U.S. states and Mexico.
His last update was 86 miles an hour.
Definitely not as fast as the Colorado River.
Travis Williams update still stopped. That's no fun. So second car on course currently and out on their second lap, Cole Barbary. Third car on course currently is Cody Reed, the all-wheel drive Class 1. This is an outlier. They are not normally this many Class 1s running up front. It's normally dominated by unlimited trucks, 6100s. The amount of Class 1s that showed up for this race is truly impressive. I'm very impressed that Cody Reed and a couple of the different guys in the class were able to band together and get so many people to show up. 6100s as well. That's funny. Let's go back and see if we can get a idea of when our first 6100 is going to come through main pit. Looks like the first 6,100 is still Justin Bean Smith, and he's coming up on race mile 120. So Adam Householder still sitting right in his dust. Oh, there we go. There's Cole Barbary on the screen. His Bar X Class 1. Looks like coming up through the same wash we were able to watch Jack Olligus through. And I actually got some inside info from Jack earlier today. If they were kind of falling back and not having a hot day, he was going to switch drivers. But if he was leading the race, the team made the decision he's staying in, which is pretty dang cool. So if Jack can lead this thing green to checkered, talk about kind of living up to the legacy his dad has left in front of him. Because his father Steve is one of the original off-road racers. He was part of the Ford Rough Riders. Been around longer than I've been alive in off-road racing, and just one of the nicest families. They help everyone. They own Team Ford here in Las Vegas. They take care of racers from all over the country. Just good people. And we're back on board with Picoy, and he is ripping. Like, I cannot believe how fast he's throwing this thing into turns, and it's just taking it.
Yep. It's probably because those dang ruts are so deep, they're just able to do it.
Co-driver struggling with that item there.
Yeah.
Wow.
You see him? He got out of the ruts for a split second.
He's
like,
throwing it in there. And then you got the co-driver with all those freaking items up there behind the tracker. Looks like he wants to get them out, but he's afraid to take his hand off to do it. I would be too. He's flying. Absolutely ripping.
Might be UPS on this one.
Is UPS faster than FedEx?
You know, they're cheaper. I found out last night. I was shipping out some of my new hats that I got.
Yeah.
So I sent a hat to Louisiana, right?
Correct.
It was $17. I sent a hat to Salt Lake. It was $32.
Yeah, you need a business account, my friend.
No, it is a business account. That's why I'm like, it's going halfway across the country. You're gonna charge me more money? And they're like, well, that's just what they said. And I was like, it's based off of weight. And I'm like, they weigh the same amount. And the box is the same size. I was real mad.
Well, did you get it figured out?
I just paid the money and said, F it.
You just ranting to the crowd here about this? All our live viewers.
Well,
who are we watching now? If only we could zoom.
I feel like these guys want more than just, commentating for the race. They want stories from Brad and Robert.
I could talk about racing all day, though. That's my problem. I like this stuff way too much. I'm a nerd. That being said,
we got some nerd action coming in hot.
We got some nerd action coming in hot here. Let's see. Let's see where our leader is at. Leader's at race mile 11. So
one lap down.
Ooh, here we go. We got our third place vehicle, I would assume, because it's that same area. Who is it now? That's the RPI car. That is Cody Reed. All-wheel drive, Class 1. Third overall.
Wouldn't it be nice to have one of them?
That's a sick car.
Yeah.
And they've had some bad luck with it, some kind of growing pains with that new all-wheel drive. I believe it's the first all-wheel drive Class 1 that's racing. There is a couple more being built. The Towers Motorsports guys are doing one. But
they're doing it for advertising and marketing, right?
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it's a good tax write-off. Yeah, it's a good tax write-off, I'm sure. Yeah, that's definitely that Reed all-wheel drive.
It's probably, I'm curious because we've gotten quite a bit of rain in Vegas for the past, well, what was it, last weekend? It was raining like 2 or 3 days a week?
For sure.
I wonder how wet it got down there. It doesn't look like it got very wet, but even through that wash, it doesn't look like it's seen rain in a minute.
It looks like they got some rain, but not a lot, just some.
Yeah.
Some.
My backyard was a damn pond.
It definitely was a pond at my house.
I mean, I could have thrown some like goldfish, maybe some betas in there. They could have been swimming still because it's still wet.
Yeah. Free water, man.
Yeah.
The nature provided you your own pond.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the devil, who are we seeing here?
This is gonna be. Come on. 6,100 of some sort.
Or an unlimited truck.
Mm,
Ooh, there's some big holes in that turn.
yeah, he dropped down.
Ooh, big holes. Want to know who this is?
Whoever it is has got somebody right on him.
Really? Oh, 3 of them.
Yeah, there's a third.
Holy
Oh,
cow,
boy.
this is a race. I like this.
That might be an unlimited truck. I can't tell. Come on now.
That's Chattanooga whiskey if I'm seeing correctly. Yes, it is. So where is he at? Where's this live feed from then? I'm going to figure this out. Oh, this is coming into the finish line. So this is Robert Johnston with Chattanooga whiskey. That is a Geyser G6. I'm 90% sure because of the way the spare tire is laid out.
Who started behind him?
Who started behind Johnston?
Yeah.
We have Wheeler Morgan in that in the X. Sorry, 1 second here. Who is this? But that Wheeler Morgan started behind him in the Alpha. Ooh, that is the number 3 Team Real Racing. That is Robert. That is Michael Scafuto. So was Johnston in front of him? I was looking away. Okay, so Johnston has gotten around him then. Kyle Kraft is riding with him today. Johnston's crazy fast though. I'll give him that. He was able to get through Scafuto's dust in one way or another.
Curious.
And there's Bean.
There you go.
There is our first 6100 coming in. Ripping. Absolutely ripping.
Yeah.
So they are going to be doing a driver change, lap 1. And Tracy Graff is jumping in that truck and doing the rest of the race.
So they're coming into pit 1.
They're coming into Maine.
Or
And here's
Maine, I mean.
Householder right on them. We
Yep.
have a race for 6100. This is going to be insane. Because Tracy, Bean just kept that truck in front of Householder.
Yeah.
But Tracy Graff is just as fast as Bean. And
That was 6129 right there, wasn't it?
yeah.
So Josh.
Wait. That was 6119 and then 6139, which is Adam
Oh,
House.
30.
Then Blower is on screen right now.
So what is their strategy for doing driver change? Why don't they just stay in it if they're that close?
That's a good question.
Because I mean, that's going to give up a whole ass position.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's Tracy Graff's truck.
Well,
So
yeah.
maybe he wants to drive his truck.
well,
There's Carolyn. Nick Carolyn and his class 1 Alumacraft right there.
well. So
Team Real. There we go. Number 3. So that's not a Pressure Pro. That's a regular old fuel tower style setup.
So it's just Michael and Kyle. That's it.
Yeah, in that truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna drive all 3 laps.
Looks like they pulled a tire off. Must have been spinning them pretty good.
Man, this is kind of a slow pit stop. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait. We want to watch.
Yeah.
Bring her on down.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Here's
look.
our 6100 battle coming in.
Dang.
Dang it. Well, we got some cool footage. Hard to tell who we're looking at.
So if Tracy wants to drive, who's Frankie and Rahul?
What's that? If Tracy, that's just a co-driver.
Yeah, but Bean's
So-
driving.
Bean's driving with Frankie Randell.
Oh, okay.
And then
So
I don't
Tracy
know.
and Rahul are a team, and then
Possibly.
Justin
I don't
and-
know if Frankie stays in. The other guy might be a backup. So here we go. What do we got coming in here? Ooh, that is the Alpha. I thought that was out of the race. Oh, it is. It's coming in the back way. That's obviously not on race course.
What's he doing?
Looks like not caring and driving into the pit.
Well, that'll work.
Unless that is a plan. Man, maybe he's still in the race. I thought for some reason that vehicle was not racing. So I gotta look this up on the live tracker here. It certainly looked like he drove into main pit like he meant to be there.
Is there some fuel going in that car?
Wheeler Morgan's, I'm sure.
Do you see something? There it is, fuel mat. See
Yep.
what they're doing? They're doing everything right there.
And then, that car is full. You guys see the can on? So the can on the right side is the vent can. On the left is the Pressure Pro coming out of the box truck. So they stab the vent can, and then they stab the Pressure Pro. When the tank is full, it'll overflow into the vent can, which is the guy on the right. So the guy on the right has the vent can, which is the overflow. So when the cell is full, he'll hold it there. So any excess pressure from this can of the cell expanding or the fuel being cold going into a hot tank, etc., it'll expand and push out into the can that the pit guy on the right was holding.
Right next to the campfire. It's really good.
The campfire's not lit right now.
I know.
So that could be fun. We've seen fun times like that in the past, but hopefully not today. Here we go. Brad got ripped off on shipping. They really liked your rant about
I'm
shipping,
telling
my
you,
friend.
I was pissed. I mean, I wasn't.
So got a little confirmation from Clayton Chick, who works with Tracy Graff and Bean and them at Butch's. Raul should be getting in the truck with Tracy. So they are swapping both drivers. And yes, let me double check that they are still leading going out. I got some updates that they left. So let's see. Because that battle is gonna be insane. I am so stoked to see it. Trackers are a little behind. I'm not sure who's where. We will see as soon as that updates.
Getting a little warm in here.
You gotta shed some clothing.
Yeah.
A little bit toasty.
You're kind of getting me a little hot here.
Sorry. Oh no, I got some bad news. Cole Barbary is stopped.
Oh boy.
Race mile 15. So our first place class 1 has come to a stop. I guess we will wait for an update, see if he gets going again.
He's just trying to let everybody else catch up, so it's better for the camera.
Yeah, maybe he's letting everybody else catch up and give him more of a chance.
So if you guys noticed on that truck that just come by,
Just Travis Chase, by the way.
yes. So Travis Chase, and everybody can probably yell at me if I'm wrong, but if you noticed under the truck, there are mud flaps hanging. For anybody that doesn't know what those are, what they're for, it's to keep the front tires from, so they throw roosts. And if anybody doesn't know, there's brake lines, there's brake rotors, calipers. The clearance between the rotor and the caliper is, there's not a whole lot of room back there. So what they do to try and eliminate broken wheels, brake lines, basically roost from coming back there and possibly damaging anything in the rear, is they'll put those mud flaps all the way across the middle of the truck. Some trucks have them, some trucks don't. But just if anybody's wondering what the hell's flapping down there, that's what it is.
And there's Jake Johnson, who I just got an update on from one of our guys out in the field. It looks like Jake Johnson and RJ Merritt are on top of each other starting this lap 2. So we have Justin Bean Smith, who just swapped out for Tracy Graff. We have Householder, who I believe got out of the pits first. I'm waiting for some video confirmation or some tracker confirmation, but the group chat of people in main pit that I'm talking to said Householder got out first, Tracy Graff got out second, and then we have some really close battles after that. RJ Merritt and Jake Johnson through main back-to-back at 3:43. So they are stacked. This 6100 race, we've got 2 on top of each other, about a minute break, 2 on top of each other. Here we're looking at one of the Brenthel in-house trucks coming in. Brenthel in-house trucks, always silver or always yellow and black. Silver, whatever, that same scheme that you're seeing there.
And remember, this this Legacy Racing Association Parker Dam 500 is presented by Brenthel. So just keep in mind that They are presenting this for you today, and they are one of the main sponsors of this race.
Do we have 4 vehicles all in the same frame right now?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Well, maybe 3. Can't tell.
All I know is
That's
that
a
guy
lot
out
of
front-
ass dust.
That guy out front's running for his life right now. Is that who is this? Is it Travis Chase? That's looks like the BSR truck, which would be Alan Levinson. I can't confirm, but from a mile away, it looks like it. BSR Racing being Bonnie Springs Racing, which they used to own the Bonnie Springs Ranch by Red Rock.
What's out at Bonnie Springs Ranch?
Oh, not anymore. That's not it. I don't know who this is. Bruner Racing, 6162. Talked a whole bunch about the guy we weren't even looking at. That's Mike Bruner from Redwood Valley, California. He started the day 23rd. Behind him looks like Badlands, so that would be Tanner Courier, who started in front of him. Uh-oh. Tanner must have had something happen, or he let somebody sneak by him.
Driver change.
Oh, there we go. He's missing a spare.
Oh, yep.
Or both. It looks like he was missing both spares, so he's had some flat tires, which is
unfortunate.
There's Brent Fox, who is always one of our front runners and our last season's 6100 champion, denoted by the red plate that he is allowed to run.
Still has both spares, by the way.
Yep, and he is exactly where he started, right behind Mike Bruner and Tanner Courier, or right where he qualified. Getting word that Travis Williams is calling it a day. They are not going to continue racing. It's a shame. Feel bad for those guys. They're a big team that works really hard. They like to play hard and race hard, so bummer day for them. Wish them better luck at the next one for sure. Looks like we are back on board with Travis McCoy, and I'm stoked by this in-car shot. Looking back at the driver and co-driver, it's so cool to just see the input, see what's going past them, kind of get a feel for how they're keeping their program going, their truck together. Good stuff. Looks like they must run that VP Race Fuels on there as well. Got the sticker in between them there.
What the heck is going on outside? I feel like we're being bombed.
It's the neighbors hitting the wall. I like this shot too. This angle's sweet.
There's a lot of trucks stacked up in this section of the course.
There's a lot. This starting lap 2, I think we're going to see some gnarly attrition as guys try to start pushing through the dust to work their way forward.
Wait, did you say attrition?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
It means like breaking down or having issues.
That's cool. I'm going to start.
There we go. We got a blown turn from Valentine.
Dang it. That turn is getting blown by all of the UTVs and the trucks, it seems like, so far.
It's just the turn that likes getting blown, my friend.
It's blowing it.
Oh, here we go. Who do we got on screen now?
You know, maybe if they got some like hair dryers out there.
Ooh. Is this who I think it is?
The blue.
Oh, this is my guy. This is Reed Dodenbeer. Reed Dodenbeer is on Vital Motion Co. Shocks, believe it or not.
Look at that.
Yeah, he's doing pretty dang good. 6186. He's got, they prep out of, Bunkerville, Nevada. What? Yeah. They prep that truck out of Bunkerville, Nevada, about an hour, just under an hour north of here in Vegas. They are a small family team. They do it all in-house. They do all prep. They pull engine, tranny, everything. They outsource a couple things like transmission builds, converter, different things that they don't have the time or maybe the tools to do in-house, or I'm sure that they would probably do it.
Well, a lot of the times, and I don't know what they put in for converters, but like a lot of the conventional converters that are in Turbo 400s are welded together. In order to take those apart, you have to actually machine a groove into the case and
Cut it
then
apart.
Yep, they'll cut it apart, inspect it, do what they need to do, get their different stall rates, and then they'll put it back together and then weld it. So that's definitely not something you want to be doing in-house if you don't have the correct tooling for.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd outsource that if that was me.
Yeah.
I'm stoked on these Travis McCoy in-car videos. As soon as I say it, it comes to a little pause there, but it's pretty dang cool. There we go. We got Gunther. Forgive me for not being able to say your last name wrong, your last name right, my friend, but wow. Hold on a minute. Costner Gunther started 61st today. And if he's behind Dodenbeer, or he didn't start 61st, he started probably 20 spots behind where he is now. If he's behind Reed, Costner, and Nick, his co-driver is a gentleman by the name of Nick. They are flying. Nick is also one of the premier co-drivers in the sport. Just
right behind me.
There's a couple guys that just stand out. Like, they always ride with fast guys. When they ride with them, they're always moving towards the front. They're always on the gas through a turn that might be blind. Just absolutely flying. And Costner seems to be doing that right now. Their vehicle is prepped by the Dorman team of Dorman Family Racing, DFR. Shout out to those guys.
Wonder if they have any affiliation with Dorman parts that they sell at AutoZone.
I don't think so. They do some housing and stuff like that out of California.
Well, there's also Dorman heavy duty parts. You never know.
Could be. Who do we got coming at us now? We got Travis Chase in the wash after the start finish. So that's that same wash that we were seeing the live shots from the drone at. This looks like we might be back on the helicopter. Nah, that's a drone, the way it's looking around like that. $14, $249, $247. Yeah. So we got a hell of a race going on in 6100. Don't know who exactly is out front, but it's either Justin Bean Smith or Adam Householder, and they're on top of each other. About a minute break, minute air gap, and then the next two, Jake Johnson and Travis Chase. Jake Johnson is in a Brenthel truck. Travis Chase, I'm not positive his exact truck. I believe it is let me double check here. It's a Mason. So Travis Chase is in a Mason. Jake Johnson is in a Brenthel. Justin Bean Smith is in a racer that they prep and modify and everything in-house there at Justin Bean Smith Motorsports here in Las Vegas. Don't know how much of the truck's original, what's been changed. I know it was a trophy truck, and I think they put a 6100 package in it. Householder is a Herbst Smith 6100 through and through. It started life as one. It stayed one. Their trophy truck isn't much different. About the only difference is the engines they put in them. And, ooh, third member. Damn. Looked like we were watching a tire change there for a second, but the camera cut out on us.
These guys got to be pretty prepared too, especially in the field. Like, there's a couple people that put together off-road kits for like, I don't want to say any names, but basically, if you get out in the middle of the desert, like me and Robert were talking earlier, you either have to have a safety official bring you parts or another race team bring you parts, which...
Uh-oh. What do we got going on here?
Oh, boy, this is what we're talking.
So that person walking up with the vest on is one of the course workers. They are allowed to help you.
He's like, get the F out of the outside turn. You're going to get slammed.
Yeah, he definitely did ask them to move. It looks like the way the truck's leaning, they got a passenger side rear flat.
Yep.
Both drivers jumping out.
You know, some of these trucks are running.
These are our Hawaiians, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes. That is our Hawaiian.
Straight
guys.
out of Hawaii. Ain't no sand here, boys. But anyways, some of these trucks, I don't know if you've seen any of the trucks, but they'll have air cylinders on the trucks and they'll have a nitrogen tank. And then they'll just lift the truck up with these little rods that get pushed out.
Oh, the onboard jacks.
Yeah, they're freaking cool as hell.
They are neat.
But as you can see, these guys don't have one of those.
No, they're busting out their Bunderson jack there.
Yeah, but I have seen some of the Brenthal trucks. They definitely have those air jacks if you want to spend some cash. It would definitely speed up this tire change because the driver could have been in the cab, push a button, jacks go down, lift it up, and the co-driver could have been out changing the tire. So definitely if you're going to be in the sport.
Ooh, this guy's flying.
And he's missing some stuff. No hood.
That's Miles Miller.
Miller Motorsports.
Miles Miller is one of the fast guys. Can you read the name on his co-driver door there?
No.
I'm not sure who's riding with him this weekend.
What number is that?
Miles Miller?
Right here. Mason Miller.
6188.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's Wes. Wes Leffler rides with him. One of the guys that came up from the side-by-side class, raced with Sierra Romo quite a bit. Stepped it up into co-driving with the 6100 guys. Went and rode with the Herb. Oh, there we go. That's LD Smith, I believe, just blew that turn bad.
Careful now.
That's the Blow It All Motorsports truck. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's LD Smith. Kept on ripping.
Shortcut.
Blew the turn, didn't care. Could you imagine if you just make that line straight the next lap because you know you can do it? Just jump it wide open. Who cares?
I mean, it'd be all right.
Nah, that's LD Smith. Here we go. We got this would be Justin Blower.
Blowing corners.
He's not the one doing it.
No, but he's got the name. 6114.
Justin Blower.
In a Herbst truck.
Yep. Oh, there we go. We got Pete Coy. So that's the gentleman we've had a lot of onboard shots with so far. Looks like going into main pit. Then behind him is Carolyn. Sounds like we got some good action going on.
Pit 3.
So it's almost like
I cut over there here in a second.
It's almost like a bandwidth drop.
There we go. That is one of the guys that's been racing for the longest time. Used to race single seat class 1 for the longest time. Sam Berry. You can always tell he's had that same paint scheme on his cars as long as I can remember. So early 2000s.
Is there
What do we got here? Oh, he's just running through it. What were we about to ask?
I was gonna say, is there rules against the Unlimiteds and the Class 1s just being a single driver, or do you have to have two? It looks like they got the CV.
Yeah, looks like Gilbert's getting going again. You can have a single. You can be solo in any class, pretty much.
Huh.
Side by sides are some of the only classes that force you to have two.
Well, at least we got Gilbert coming out of the pits.
Yeah, that's definitely Gilbert getting going again.
I guess they actually did fix it. That was word from Lad Jr. that I was texting. He said that they were fixing it. Looks like they got it done. Here we are, back on course.
Yep.
Nice.
Got a Brenthal truck coming in here. One of the house trucks. Looks like the 6174. That throws me off. That is Abdali Lopez. Okay. Abdali is one of the fastest drivers in the sport. I think he's kind of getting freshly back into it. He was gone for a little bit.
What's Travis Chase doing? Oh, I thought he was stopped.
The video was lagging a little bit. Surprised to see Abdali hasn't moved up a whole lot. Might have had some issues.
What do you think those two little red and blue things are on the dash?
I'm not sure.
Anybody want to fare to comment either
Ooh.
on YouTube or
Back with Gilbert.
there we go, ripping.
So fast.
Is his racing tracks on it? What the hell is that guy doing in the middle of the road? Do you see that pickup? They just passed a guy in a pickup.
Yeah, that's not normal.
I don't think that guy was supposed to be there.
This could be Lad going down an access road. I'm hoping that's Lad going down an access road, because if that truck was just on course, that's scary.
Yeah. They don't have their gloves on, so maybe.
He is going a little bit faster than I thought he would be.
Does it show him?
It hasn't updated in a minute.
Well,
But I'm going to keep an eye on that, because that was a little bit strange. His speed doesn't seem appropriate for being on.
oh. Drive Motorsports said he's on the Chase Road.
Gotcha. That would make sense.
This is real action packed here.
I am going to go over here and see if I can get some updates on where we are at.
Official.
Here we go. A couple more static shots.
So with Maxxis Tires being the official tire sponsor of Legacy Racing Association, does that mean that almost all these guys are racing on Maxxis tires?
No, sir.
They should be.
I know they are putting out some incredible tires that a lot of people in the earlier race were racing on. Side by sides. Go ahead. Yeah. So we're on board with Gilbert, but he is going down an access road to go put his car on a trailer.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to be driving it out to the highway to load it up, maybe.
There we go. Back with Travis McCoy. Not doing too bad. Oh, almost get another turn going down there. Kirk Harkey letting it hang out there, getting a little bit of power slide going on.
That would be called a drift.
Yeah, in today's day and age, huh?
Tokyo drifting. This would be in America, though. Yep. Still taking.
Still going down that access road.
Yep.
He is definitely in third gear.
Mm-hmm. And something about up and down.
Talking about something.
Yeah, definitely going hot here.
Okay. Take this second to go over here. There we go. What do we got coming in now?
I'm gonna say
looks like a Brenthel.
Travis McCoy.
Yep,
that's another Brenthal truck, isn't it?
Yep, that might be the same one coming into main pit. And then back on with Costner.
We like these shots. This must be that drone that got kicked out of here.
Yeah, it's back. They got it going again. Now, is this a 6174 still? Yep. No, that was 3. That's the other in-house truck. That looks like Costner. Coming through that mile marker 63-ish area, I do. No, 106.
Marker 106 out of the original 200 or 126.
I said, sucky deal.
Remember, a lot of the UTV guys started at 5:30 this morning, so we're going to be going well into the night here.
That's pretty cool. Looks like they made it out to the road so they could throw it on the trailer and head home for the day.
Yep.
Bill Wingerning. All right, let's get this tracker updated and see if we can get some updates on the front runners.
Keep in mind, guys, all these class ones and like the big trucks, they usually have chase teams. If you noticed in that screen with the Gilberts, that red truck in the background, these guys specifically, they have chase trucks and then they build what they call a race skid. So the skid will have, it'll be a platform that just kind of fits into the back of the truck that gets put in there with a forklift. So they'll build the skid with tires, axles, race fuel, parts and stuff. So all they got to do when they're getting ready for race day is they'll go and get one of their trucks, or if somebody else wants to come on board, they'll be able to just put it in the back of the truck. So it's really handy that way so that you don't have to have a dedicated race vehicle. And it's nice that then you can bring more people with you so you're not having like a single cab service truck. So it works out that way pretty well.
And I'm going to touch on some stuff that is throwing me off a little bit. Lap 1, we have the 6154 of Alan Levinson stopped right at race mile 40. Okay, one car stopped, no big deal. Skip a little bit forward, race mile 52. The number 28 of Nate Martino is stopped. The number 84 of John Vanderway is stopped. The number 95 of Lucas Cassidy is stopped. And then you skip forward to the pit just ahead of that. We have Larry Brown of 6136, Harley Coughlin in that Jeep that we saw off the start earlier, the 4705.
We like Jeeps.
We do. The 1513 of Mike Fry. And then one more. That's it. It was a chase truck. So we have a lot of vehicles stopped before race mile 60. And then the 6124 of Kelly McNeil is also stopped at race mile 57.
Maybe there was a tortoise out there.
They held up the race for the tortoise?
Yeah.
Maybe. That's a strong possibility, but we'll see. So let's skip forward a little bit here. See if we can catch up on our race leaders. Because I know August is still out front. August is at race mile 51. So he's making good time today. They kept the kid in, and he's definitely showing that he's got what it takes for an outrun. Jack August, update was at 4:03, give or take. And he's at race mile 51 with the lead. Second place, this is our new changeup, is Cody Reed. Cody Reed in the all-wheel drive Class 1. Now, I know it's not the first all-wheel drive Class 1, as everybody's yelling at me in the comments. There's been many. There's Nye Frank did one. There's been a couple. Cody Reed and them decided to do it in today's modern age. And most of the time, when you think Class 1, you think of rear engine, rear wheel drive, buggy.
Yeah.
The Reeds decided to step it up a little bit. They're buggy dorks. They've always been buggy dorks. They have some hard stances, like they won't use fuel towers. They use dump cans. They won't use a Pressure Pro, stuff like that. They're an awesome family. They've been around racing forever. I think it was his mom that used to race with them. She would drive too. Super fast. So Cody Reed in the second in that all-wheel drive. Third place on course right now, Connor McMullen. He can take this thing on time, I think. If he plays his cards right, starting lap 3, he can take it on time. But Sean Kroll is hanging with him. So it looks like McMullen got around Sean, and then Sean just threw the hook out and decided to stay with him. So that's cool. On screen right now, we got the 6161. That is a team with Damon Bradshaw racing with them, I do believe. So it's David Payne and Damon Bradshaw. Shout out to some of their crew guys, which are some of the guys keeping us up to date with some of these times today. We got Trevor Rose and Nick Masson, a couple guys in the pits hanging out. There we are back with Gunther Racing.
Gunther. You know what that is, don't you?
No, what is it?
I don't think it's appropriate.
I'm not going to say it then. That being said, big shout out to everybody kind of feeding us some side info in. We got John Lewis just texted in, leader number 27 through pit 2, lap 2 at 4:06. So that would be 4:06 Arizona time. Obviously, they're an hour ahead of us here in Vegas, California, etc. Well, let's jump back. See if Bar X. So Barbary was in second place starting this lap. Oh no, Reed Dodenbeer is stopped right now at race mile 10. That's no fun. Cole Barbary, lap 2, race mile 15, still down. Wow. Who is that? That's Chattanooga Whiskey. He is pushing. He just jumped into that turn.
Liquid Death up here.
Yep, got some Liquid Death going by in the old Alpha Class 1.
I kind of like those.
They're beautiful cars. That used to be Harley Letner's car. He has had a couple engine issues take him out of recent races, and I think he was working with his engine builder to get those sorted out. It's got to be so frustrating. You go to race and have something out of your control take you out.
Yeah.
We've seen that all day today. And the attrition right now is mind-boggling to me. I'm just looking at, so if you're on the live tracker on racingtracks.com, any marker that has red at the bottom means it's at 0 miles an hour. And when I look at the map right now, there's a sea of them. And I know everybody's excited. It's the first race of the year for Legacy. It's Parker. But Parker is notorious for eating cars up. Just rough, sandy, hard on parts.
Well, you've got so many different things. Like the Gilberts were saying, the first 10 miles is super rocky. And then half of these shots that we're seeing are super sandy. And then the other ones are, hard pack fire. So you got a mix of everything.
A little bit of everything out there. That's why everybody loves Parker. They love the vibe in the town. This shot right here tells you everything about Parker. You got the beautiful scenery, the fast flowing roads, the rough stuff. It's just a little bit of everything. These loop races kind of throw a wrench in the mix because you do come across some slower people as you're going, and I think it's fun. It just adds to the excitement.
The biggest thing is like the river rock that's out there. Because I know like in Works when we race in Havasu was just a few miles down the road. Havasu is the hardest track in the Work series for UTVs. So I could only imagine. Yeah.
Choose 'em up.
I mean, you're breaking wheels. It goes without happening to anybody. You at least break one wheel a weekend. So for these guys out here, being on the bigger tires, bigger wheels, hopefully they, like we were talking about with those mud flaps, there's a lot of different things that you can do to keep those round rocks from getting stuck in between the wheel and the caliper. So, I mean, just run race line wheels and you won't have a problem.
This is true. Now, I'm gonna throw this one out there for our buddy Fish watching at home right now. Right now, currently, Jack Office is leading the race on Unlimited Truck. Second place is a Class 1. Third place is a Class 1. Fourth place is a Class 1.
Blaine Conrad.
Yeah. Fifth place is a Class 1. And then we have our first 6100, which is Justin Beansmith.
Yeah, but he's ripping.
Yeah, I mean, and that's Tracy Graff in there now. What do we got? That's Jake Johnson coming through our live feed right now, which would be our second place or third place 6100, if I remember right. Kind of popping in here. Oh, yeah, Jake Johnson and Travis Chase were stacked on top of each other. So let's see if we get to see that. What do we got? We got Class 1 of some kind, but who is it? Hard to tell.
It kind of seems like the Class 1s like do really well, and then you look at the side by sides and like the simulator. Hey, now
there it is. That turn. Do you
Every
think they
time.
remember that for lap 2 and don't do it again?
Well, you would think.
I can't read the number. It looks like 1502 or 1562.
Did you see my head? I was like trying to follow the camera from the the little drone. I was like, Durr!
That was the 1592 of Jeff Carey. Whoa,
There's a bush.
They're farming.
Yep.
They're farming. They're out in the farmland. They're farming bushes. That is a really fancy clip there. Then this looks like are we back? Is that the 6138 that rolled in qualifying? Kind of looks like it, but I'm not 100%. But this drone shot is incredible. Huge shout out to the drone guys, to everybody. Another one.
Longer.
Oh, is he going for a twofer?
Almost.
He got it.
Yep.
That does look like the 6138 that rolled in qualifying. Shout out to them.
That is the 6138.
They got it together and they're out here racing. Props to them. And an incredible footage. I love it. There we go. We got Brent Fox passing by, last year's 6,100 points leader. Let me try and scroll forward here. I really wish these trackers were live. It sucks that we have a little delay. Man, he's flying in dust. You can't see 5. Oh my gosh.
That's that bush right by the camera.
That my heart skipped a beat there for a second. I thought he was going off.
Whoa.
He's ripping.
Yeah.
Now who are we back with?
Somebody doing Tokyo's.
That looks like LD Smith and the Turn 2 helicopter there. I freaking love that helicopter, man. It's like the Ferrari of the helicopters at the races. You got the big luxury Rolls Royces like what Ladd has, the other teams. Then you got that MD500. It's the Ferrari. There's a reason they use them for what they use them for in the military. Fast, agile, get it done. And that pilot's a bad man behind that stick, that's for sure.
You know what would be cool is if we were doing the live stream from the helicopter.
I would do it.
That would
day.
be sick.
Tracy Graff is definitely in the bean truck. I saw some videos from the driver change. Who is Bruner? I need to figure this out. My apologies to the Bruner team.
What's his name?
They are flying, but Mike Bruner, he started 23rd, and he is moving up. There we go. We got Sam Barry coming through. 6149. He's had that same paint scheme on every vehicle he's raced. From class 1. Ooh, we got a bush trying to take out the camera. Was it successful? Maybe. Oh, nope. It's just, there we go.
Perfect. This is where we get the real desert landscape.
This is the real, this is what racing's like. Look, he is right on the bumper of the guy in front of him. This is that dust. This is when you're praying for the wind to pick up just a tiny bit. Because right now, he's driving blind. His co-driver is 100% coaching him. They're putting you can see up in the top right, the racing tracks, they're doing the push to pass. They're attempting to go for it. They're trying. Let's see.
Yeah, you can see on his GPS screen how zoomed in he is onto the course, so he can see what the heck's going on.
He's trying to call it because they're blind.
The only problem with that, and I've noticed from co-driving, is when you zoom in really far, you can't see stuff that's coming up.
Sometimes.
You just kind of guess.
So, we have some times. Starting lap 2, Connor McMullen came through in 1 hour and 51 minutes and 50 seconds. In lap 1, Jack Olligus.
Who is this? That looks like the whiskey. Nope.
No.
Yes. No.
Costner, maybe.
Yeah.
No, that's a truck that says DNA on the side, I think. We're about to find out.
It's a rental truck.
Yep, DNA. 6123.
No, that's okay.
David Ziegler out of Reno, Nevada.
Reno.
So, ooh, that's our Hawaiian guys.
Hawaiian guys, they got the tire changed.
Yep, 6150.
That looks like
6160. I can't tell.
It's 4950.
Well, that's on the side.
I know.
All right. So lap 2, Jack Olligus was able to start lap 2 after 1 hour and 49 minutes. So Connor McMullen, 1 hour, 51 minutes. So Jack is leading this race physically and on time right now. That being said, the next fastest unlimited vehicle was an hour 58, which is Robert Johnston in the number 42 of the Chattanooga whiskey truck. And he is pretty far back. That would make him 6th place if he was racing Class 1. So there is 6 vehicles snuck in between Jack Olligus and Chattanooga whiskey for the overall right now.
What's our half laps looking?
We don't have one for lap 2 yet. Let's check out 6100 though. How's that? Hour 50. Whoa. That's I kind of expected that. Brent Fox. Where did he qualify? Brent Fox qualified 24th and 9th in class 6100. He is your current fastest on time by 2 seconds.
Ripping.
Brent Fox started lap 2 after an hour 56:03. Travis McCoy, who we've had some awesome in-car from all day today, hour 56:05. They're having a good day. But when we were starting all this, we were talking so much about 6100 was going to be tight. 3rd place, Jake Johnson, hour 56:22 seconds.
Hauling the mail.
Top 3 within 20 seconds of each other.
That's that
unheard of.
lineup that we've seen coming through there just a little bit ago on screen. It was like 4 trucks stacked. That's such a cool shot coming over the canal.
That's an amazing shot. I cannot believe the top 3 spec trucks are all within 20 seconds of each other. That's it. If they keep it together and keep going, this is going to be an incredible finish later today. Incredible.
This is.
That looks like it's a Brenthel, I think.
61.
That's Rosberg.
Yeah.
Renegade Racing. 6132. Wonder if that is the Rosberg that didn't get to qualify. Yes. The Rosbergs are Utah based. They bring 261. Ooh, here we go. We might get a pit.
Here we coming in. See those guys? So a lot of these guys have to, the main guy holding the main fuel, he's got to have a fuel apron on. So that's that guy wearing that silver deal. That's definitely not for looks. That's for if he gets fuels on him, he just rips the apron off. Heat shielding, the whole 9. Also, you saw him wearing helmets. That's so they don't get flashed. Underneath that helmet, they'll have a head sock that is also fireproof. So they're
This looks like Kirk Harkey coming through here.
Apparently that truck's been recycled.
That's what he does for a living.
It's pretty good at marketing.
I would agree with you.
Oh, there's another truck on his tail, kind of coming through the dust.
Trying to punch through.
Mm-hmm. So anybody that's watching, the town of Parker was officially established in 1908, and it grew as a trading post and an agricultural center because of the Colorado River that come through there. They grabbed water, and then they made crops, and then they sold it. But it was in the middle of the desert, so I don't know how well of an idea that was, but here we are today. We got all the things.
Looks like on screen we got. Might not be able to catch that one. I really want to see this pit stop. I'm hoping they come in soon. This will be cool.
They're ready. Those guys are like, come on.
They're ready for
They're
it.
freaking
They
hot.
got the air jack. We got our guy on the fuel probe.
Suited up.
We got the fire extinguisher man.
So if you notice that jack that guy has, that bottle on the back, is nitrogen. So that's a nitrogen jack. So he just sticks that thing under there and hits a button. It goes, psh, and then it airs the truck up real quick. Take it out. Has a quick release valve. Done on the ground. I've actually never seen one like that. It looks really heavy and awkward to move around. So I guess we'll see how well that works if we get that shot. Oh, some more Tokyo with a fender hanging.
That would be the Alexander Motorsports truck. Of Ryan Hancock. With Alexander Ford. Got some action coming in here. Pop away from this for a second.
So, if anybody doesn't know, the Colorado River that comes through there after the Parker Dam, they have waterfront bars. So, you could literally get a DUI on a boat. So, it's kind of cool. We've been down there, and if you have a what do they call that? A DD, designated driver. You could potentially go to these waterfront bars on your boat, pull up, dock it, hang out, drink some beer, go back onto the river. A lot of the times, there's a lot of people that do that at night, so everybody will be running lights on their boat, running up and down the river. It's really fun during the summer.
Definitely a good time for the river sports out here. And it looks like we got a driver change going on with this pit. This looks like...
And there's a fire watch with a fire extinguisher here.
Always.
No matter what. That tire looks like it's ripping.
Quick driver change.
So if you notice on this, so these guys, Robert was talking about the guy with that catch can on the other side. So this setup has two hoses. So the one hose, either the top or the bottom, I can't remember. One of them's the charge hose, and then the other hose is the basically the catch can.
So
It's all in one.
what he was doing there is he started shaking his head to let the gentleman know up on the pressure. You have to have somebody on what they call the dead man valve the whole time. So when he shook his head, he stabbed the probe in, shook his head, they opened the valve on the pressure pro side and it starts fueling the truck. Once the truck is full, he's staring at the red head in his hand and he can see it start back feeding through the vent line. He shakes his head a couple more times. They shut off the pressure pro. He stays, keeps the probe in until it vents off the pressure, and then he breaks free. So that if they didn't do that, there'd still be, I think it's 8 or 9 psi of pressure at the red head of fuel in a 2.5-inch hose.
Yep.
So that's an awful lot of fuel pressure coming through that hose. They can put 100 gallons in under 15 seconds in some of these trucks.
Yep. The other problem with that is, so leaving extra pressure in the tank, you could potentially push that pressure through the fuel pump. The fuel pump. Wow, look at that landscape.
They're landscaping, man. They're
That's
definitely
nice.
they're taking some home with them.
We like that.
They like Parker so much they're taking some home.
Yeah. They should go get a Saguaro.
Ooh, aren't those like tracked?
They are definitely a protected species of cacti. And I actually wanted to steal one time. We were on our way to Phoenix to go watch a Supercross race. And I was like, God, I really want to just go dig one of those out. We did a little bit of research, and it's definitely a federal offense.
Yeah.
Or, well, maybe not federal, but state. I don't know. It's a big deal, so don't do it.
I don't think that would work for you.
No. But they are damn cool trees. Or cacti, I should say.
Alright, what do we got on screen here?
There's another
looks like
doll, maybe?
No, that looks like Alexander coming through. Yeah, he got that flopping fender.
Yep, that's that guy.
Alexander Ford. And we got a helicopter going on. That's a different one. We haven't seen that helicopter yet. All right, so he's going into a pit. Let's see which pit he's going into. Give us a rough idea where this shot's coming from. So, roughly that shot looks like it was coming from pit 1. It 100% was. This right here is one of my favorite shots of the day so far.
Yeah, this one's sweet.
Ooh. I'll go look at that one real quick.
So keep in mind, guys, a lot of these drivers it's getting more and more popular, but they'll be getting IVs to stay hydrated the day before or the night before or right before. So, because the biggest problem is these guys don't want to have to go out into the woods and either do their business while they're racing, because we're talking 3 laps, 126 miles a piece. That's a good portion of the day to not be able to go do your stuff. So they'll do IVs so they don't have to drink a bunch of water before the race and during the race. So it kind of helps out that way. Oh, look at that. Bumper on
Ooh,
bumper.
we're getting a pass.
Get out of the way, guy.
That's Sam Barry getting passed by, is that our Hawaiian friends? Come on, we need a better shot of that front truck.
4950.
Oh man, I don't know who just made that pass. That was Sam Barry getting passed by maybe David Ziegler, the DNA Carpentry 6100. Yeah, they're on top of each other on the tracker. That's who that was. That was pretty cool. David Ziegler looked like snuck up on Sam Barry there, gave him a little bump and said, "Hey, let me by, my friend."
It looks like the dust isn't real heavy through there.
Not too bad.
Yeah. It's probably like really pebbly looking sand. It's not even sand, it's more pebbly stuff like that. It's almost like a chat, as they call it.
For sure. Let's take a look, see here. So currently I'm trying to give a rough estimate of when we're going to see our leader coming back through. We're at race mile 88.5 for Jack Olligus. And the next closest car, Cody Reed, 80 miles, race mile 80. So he's got almost a 9-mile lead at this point in time. It's going to be hard to make that up unless he has some kind of issue.
Yeah.
He's out there letting everybody know he's here to play for keeps.
Looks like they're loosening their belts here.
Which car is this?
This is McCoy.
Oh, it is.
Might be
no,
getting out.
He's probably got a flat.
Oh boy, that's from all that landscape noise. You can't do that.
McCoy is one of the front runners in 6100. Where's second place?
Second right now? What's his split roughly? Oh, I guess we don't have that.
No.
Oh, yep. Window net down.
Yep, they're definitely changing something.
Boy, what's that? Still going.
Might be looking for the flattest spot. Get it going.
So remember, guys, this race, the Parker Dam 500, is the largest 6100 entry that Legacy has ever seen. So, and it's pretty damn close to the biggest stateside 6100 entries. So that is really cool to be watching. I think there's going to be quite a few people that are interested in this.
back with, kind of looks like Kirk Harkey from afar, but I could be wrong.
Do we have any female racers in 6100 or Class 1 or Unlimiteds?
I am not sure if we have any in the evening. Ooh, what do we got going on here? Oh, that truck's coming up fast.
Wow.
Oh, okay. The lead truck pulled over to let him by. I thought that was about to be a problem, but that looks like our number 33, which is maybe. Ooh, that's a big drop off. He just sent wide open. Talk about a killer shot. I'm a fan of this. This drone camera is getting some awesome footage today.
Yeah, they start hauling ass through there.
That's for sure. Let me.
Yeah, you notice how much like there's no dust right there. So that's going to be a good spot for all of these guys to try and catch somebody and get around them, especially being in the wash. There's, less obstacles to get around. So if a pass did need to happen there, it could happen there. What section of the course is that on? Is it fairly straight on the map?
Yeah, it's through the wash right there along Shea Road. It's a very fast section, of course. Who are we back with? Travis Chase. Let's see where our 6100 guys are at. Oh no, I don't want to talk too soon. 1533, 1531. Okay, our lead trucks are all still stacked. I think all four are within the same 3.5 miles, of course. So our lead 6100s are all in the same 3.5 to 5 miles, of course, area. Back on board with Travis McCoy. Window net still down, but it looks like he's trying to get it up. Take a look, see here where he is physically at on course right now. Looks like, man, he's physically a little ways back, so it takes me a minute to find him on the map here. He is currently at race mile 36. So Travis Chase is going through pit 2 right now. I do believe that is. Yep, pit 2. And he is in third physical with Jake Johnson right behind him. So this is some incredible footage here. If Travis Chase can push hard enough, he can catch up to Adam Householder and Tracy Graff. It looks like physically Tracy Graff still has the lead over Adam Householder, but
even after a driver change?
Yeah, I was told Householder got out of main pit before him, so maybe the trackers are just that far off right now. Because I know Householder, if he's got clean air, he's not letting anybody by. Looks like we got. Let's come up here and take a look. See.
What do we got here?
Somebody's sending it.
Yeah, here's that corner that everybody decides to
This
blow.
is one of the Rosbergs, the other Rosberg truck. And sticking with it, blowing the turn just a little bit.
Oh, that's that dinosaur truck.
There's 2 of them.
Oh, there is?
Yeah. They got it's family, father and son. They both race 6100s. They have 2 Brenthels. And then the son's wife actually races a Pro R at some races.
Does it look like a dinosaur too?
A little bit. Got some unique graphics on it. That's for dang sure.
They may not look like dinosaurs in person, but on this live stream camera, it definitely looks like a dinosaur. Like, those Jurassic Park, like, Jeeps? That's what they look like.
So I think that might have been Keith Rosberg. We just got to watch go through there based on the tracker versus where that drone is at. Looks like we got a truck stopped up there. Kind of upper left middle. It's like just before main pit.
Back on board with the old McCoy.
He's on a mission. If he changed to flat and he's coming and now he's gonna be pushing. Because you know they're gonna be a little frustrated that they had that downtime. They know they're running up front on time. They're not up front physically, but they're up front on time, and this race is on time. It doesn't matter where you finish physically. If somebody's going faster than you behind you,
yep,
they can still win.
They call that a Grand Prix style race, right?
No.
What?
Grand Prix is when you finish, everybody behind you is done.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, so what do they technically call the on time with splits?
You just said it. It's on time.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What an
It's
idiot.
a race on time because they have to factor in the 1 minute start splits and all that good stuff.
I thought that was called Grand Prix.
You might be right. I might be wrong. I'm not sure.
I don't know what it's called, okay? We're just here doing the things, telling you what these trucks look like. Some of them are dinosaurs. Some of them are this, like, whatever that one is, green and blue. I'm also colorblind, so don't call me out.
I'm not going to call you out. I'm not that mean. Yeah. Not supposed to. Scrolling through some the updates we're getting coming in. Everybody's making fun of us calling it the Jurassic Park Jeep.
I mean, it kind of looks like a Jurassic Park Jeep.
If you say so, my friend.
Listen, I'm a one-of-a-kind caller-outer.
Announcer, commentator, live streamer.
I guess you could say that.
All right, let's pop back. Let's see what we're working with here for this overall. Sadly, it looks like Eric Husted is limping down an access road and calling it a day. So
he's the... Who was looking to beat him this time? That was... I got it right here. My notes.
Oh, everybody's looking to beat him. He's been the fastest qualifier for
a year. Team Real put a bounty on him, I guess.
they did. And it finally got claimed. It's taken a while, but
There it
it
is.
got claimed. So our lead truck is Jack Oligus.
He's been number one since the beginning. He's still just ripping.
Currently at race mile 27.
Yeah, are you more next to the corner?
Second place is Cody Reed in the RPI all-wheel drive Class 1. Third place, Blaine Conrad, doing 105 miles an hour.
Ripping.
Looks like we got some passing action going on here soon. So if you guys can see in the center of this shot, there is a vehicle stopped with the co-driver and driver out. Looks like they are trying to figure out what's going on there. Our lead truck. Oh, this isn't the lead truck. Let's see what's going on when they go past that other truck, if we can get a better idea of what's going on. That other truck's nice and clear of the course. This shot is awesome. I am enjoying seeing all this. There we go. What vehicle is this? Is a Brenthel. Oh, it's one of the Renegade Racing trucks. That truck that Brad keeps calling the Jurassic Park item has a unique wrap. You can see them from super far out. Renegades Racing, the Rosbergs, they've been racing Legacy for about a year and a half now, I do believe, in those trucks. They had side-by-sides before. Rosberg family, good people. Now we're back on board with Travis McCoy. Now, it looks like they finally got a second. Throw all those branches out. They were collecting items. They were collecting branches. They were collecting whatever they drove through, just right up into the cab.
Definitely going for a landscape trip.
Same with the Chase truck, Travis Chase. Now, ooh, there we go. Joe David is moving again. He was down for quite a while. That is Joe David moving. Where is he at? 'Cause he was flying. Looks like Cole Barbery's out of the race. They are out on Shea Road now, so no longer on the race course. Bummer to report that. They were in a really good spot starting lap 2. Shame to see them down. Looks like the 6174 of Abdali Lopez is also on an access road. And there's the 6161. 6161 is the David Payne entry, and they actually drive with Damon Bradshaw as well. Damon Bradshaw is an ex-Supercross racer, won many races. There's a lot of motocross guys that come over and do this, which is pretty dang cool. You got Jeremy McGrath, Damon Bradshaw, Rick Johnson, just all kinds of them.
They probably have really good eye for terrain, picking out terrain, being on a bike.
When you're a moto guy, you try not to. It hurts a lot worse.
Yeah.
And that team's actually some of the guys helping give me some split times out there at the different spots. Back on board with Travis McCoy. I want to get an update on where he's at.
Wiping the lens. Microfiber.
They got a whole bag of them.
Yeah, it's like right on the tunnel there, coming into the cab. You know, with this being as big as a family event as it is, it kind of helps kids focus more on positive things, especially as well as like learning trades. Because I know there's a lot of basically people getting out of the blue collar trades these days. And from some of the statistics that I've read, there's not enough people to fill them. So any chance that anybody could get to get into off-road racing, I think would be beneficial to their children, just for the simple fact of being able to work on something or know the mechanical functions of things. That way you're not having to just call Joe Blow from down the street and to come fix your light bulb. I think it's going to be, the more we can get this to be aired so it can get in front of people, people can go to the races, view the stuff, do the things. It's going to make for a better society, I think. But it's kind of hard to do that because, I mean, like all these places are so remote. There's, you know, I mean, Parker, for instance, it's kind of a retirement place. Beautiful country, but there's not a lot of people that just live there. So I think it's a good idea for people to get involved with racing and get more people.
Got some in-car coming again from Travis McCoy. He is at roughly race mile 51. These guys, that's blinding dust. I don't know how they're, look at how hard he is pushing. It's not slowing down. Here we go. Looks like we got a leader coming in on the FPV drone here. Wow, he is cooking.
Oh, yeah.
Drops right off the edge there. That is definitely the lead truck.
Let's see if he blows this corner, because this is that corner that we're coming up on.
Wow. Oh, are we missing a spare? Oh, nope, they're both there. The camera shot made it look like they were missing a spare for a second. So this is Jack Olligus in his first race in the Unlimited truck.
Clean air the whole time.
Clean air all day. Nails the turn.
Golden. You already knew it was there.
Jack's the man.
It's almost like he's already been on that section of the course. Oh wait, no, this is the turn.
No, it was the jump one. He nailed it.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
got
yeah,
it.
yeah,
He's dialed. Jack is on rails. If he has a clean day in that brand new truck, I don't think anybody's gonna touch him. Jack comes from a long line of racing. His dad is one of the legends of the sport. Steve Olligus was one of the Ford Rough Riders. Raced dang near everything. They've been in the trophy truck class for a long time. Oh, there we go. They race the unlimited trucks. Jack started coming up on a little bump and run here.
Boy, get out of the way. Push past, boys.
That's the chrome horn. They ain't using the normal horn. That's the chrome horn. There we go. That was Miles Miller letting them by too, it looked like.
Yeah, he was just looking for a spot to pull off.
Yep, that looked like a Miles Miller, Travis McCoy situation there. They're roughly.
He's still in dust though, so they're stacked right here.
Oh yeah,
coming up on somebody else, like heavy.
Yeah, they're going for it. Oh yeah, you pull up the live feed, they're all stacked.
Oh yeah. Just to reply to one of these comments on the YouTube live stream. So to add to where or how you can get a DUI. So I grew up in a little town called Parowan, Utah. It's just north of Cedar and St. George. My buddy, this was back in the day, he rode his horse to school, or like he rode it to the school. Anyways, he got a DUI on a horse.
That's pretty impressive.
That's why I was like, what? But anyways, yeah, like she was saying, you can get a DUI anywhere. Nuts.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's some rough stuff right there. It definitely looks kind of wet under there. Maybe it's just different kind of dirt, but
it's definitely, when they're in the wash, it kind of tills it up. But the poof dirt on the top there still makes so much dust.
Super fine, silty stuff.
Kind of sucks.
Looks like
McCoy's still ripping. He's in somebody else's. Ooh, there you go. That's a fist bump.
Yeah, they just came in.
Yep, they're in a pit right now, so it looks like they're going into pit 2.
I wonder if somebody went into the pit. That's why they were fist bumping.
So currently it looks like Bobby Picoy and Miles Miller, or Travis Picoy and Miles Miller, are going through pit 2. Sorry for saying Bobby Picoy there.
Apparently there's some cows on track. So
Parker, there's always cows here and there.
Oh, don't they have wild burros there, or is that only up in northern Nevada? What's that race? The Baja Nevada that Legacy put on just the other day. We were on our way up there and we seen like a whole bunch of wild burros, but we stayed in that I guess it was a motel that's right there on the corner with all like weird like gears and like stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those freaking wild burros were just chilling in the parking lot.
Yep, that's their home, man. Little fun facts coming in here. The People's Racing co-driver Chris let me know, with the Gibbs motor, they are still getting 2.2 miles per gallon, even with over 1,000 horsepower.
That's not bad.
That's impressive. So if you got a 100-gallon cell, you're getting 200 plus miles out of it.
Yeah. So these guys can push it then.
Yeah, I might be underestimating their range a little bit. I know we did see a lot of trucks stop on that first lap, but maybe they're just being safe and they'll do 2 more without stopping.
You never know. You're just waiting for the first person to pit. Say, well, we're just going to go for it.
And then your third lap would be light on fuel and the fastest your truck would be. So that's actually a pretty good move if you fuel lap 1 and then not for the start of lap 3.
Yeah, because then you can technically push harder because you're less weight in the truck. You're not bottoming out as hard. The truck has more basically give to go through some of that harder stuff.
A little bit more everything here. Let's see if we can get an update on our lead truck and when we're should be seeing them getting ready to come in. Oh yeah, they're getting close. Jack Olagus currently at race mile 113 area, so 10 minutes out of start finish.
Yep, because we're 126.
So that would be cool to get an eye if they go into the pit, if they change tires, if they take fuel, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Curious to see what happened there.
For sure.
It's kind of amazing nowadays because, like, I mean, so you figure back in 2000, whatever it was, when the Rhino come out, they were still racing Class 1, 6100s, and, you know, all these trucks and buggies and stuff. And then, like, nowadays, like, the new Pro Rs, the Maverick Rs, and side-by-sides in general, I mean, they're keeping up with the Class 1s, the Unlimiteds, the 6100s. So it's kind of cool to see the sport progressing to the point to where it's like, oh, do you want to build $1 million truck, or do you want to go buy a $50,000 side-by-side and put some money into it, be just as competitive as some of these bigger trucks? But again, I mean, it kind of also depends on where your budget is, because the price difference between, like we were talking, an unlimited truck and like a unlimited UTV or a pro, what do you call them, unlimited UTV class. I mean, you're not going to spend $1 million on a Razor, but you'll spend $1 million on a truck.
Correct. Now, got a little update. Looks like Sean Kroll has dropped way back. He was one of our top 5 guys. He is now stopped at race mile 76. So it's a bummer for Sean Kroll. He was running up front. If the tracker is correct, no, it's not. I was going to say we might have, 15. Tracy Graff is out front in 6100, which he either got back around or we got false info that started behind. But Tracy Graff and Justin Bean Smith, JBS 6119, appeared to be leading Class 6100 with Adam Householder right behind him. And right behind that is Travis Chase. So this is physical. On time, Travis McCoy is up there. On time, starting this lap, Travis McCoy was in second. Currently, we are waiting for him to cross the halfway point, and then Racing Tracks will give us an update on the split times. And we can kind of get an idea based off this. It's not perfect. It's usually very close.
Blaine Conrad's running third.
Yep.
There we go.
Blaine Conrad's running third, Class 1. At the halfway point, oh my gosh, now that's a race that I did not notice was going on. Currently in Class 1, halfway through lap 2, the leader went by Connor McMullen at 2:45. Second place, Cody Reed, 2:45.50. 15 seconds behind Connor McMullen. Third place, Blaine Conrad, 2:46.41. So we have the top 3 Class 1s all within a minute and 10 seconds, give or take, on time. So this is time, not physical. 6100, it's just as close. Brent Fox is sneaking up from farther back in the pack. He, at the halfway through lap 2, was at 2 hours and 53 minutes. Travis Chase, 2 hours, 55 minutes. Justin Bean Smith, 2 hours, 55 minutes, 21 seconds. And Jake Johnson, 2 hours, 55 minutes, 51 seconds.
He's 3. Smith is behind, or Bean's behind Travis, just 3 seconds.
Yeah, so 3 6100s all in the same exact minute. Now we have a 6100 or a limited truck on screen with no body. Made the turn. Props to that guy. So we have a hell of a 6100 race going on. We have a hell of a Class 1 race going on. Like this, I'm excited. This race is panning out the exact way I thought it would. It's going to be one on time, and somebody's going to sneak up that we aren't noticing that qualified up front. On screen right now, looks like Miles Miller, but I could be wrong. Pretty sure it was.
You know, there's not a lot of people that take in consideration tire pressure. I mean,
yeah,
these guys probably do, but the guys sitting at home. So the tires act as suspension just as much as the suspension does. Am I correct in that statement?
Yes.
So if you inflate your tires to a lot, you're going to have to make your suspension work that much more, which in turn puts more heat into the oil. So there's going to be kind of a fine line between the balance of tire pressure and it's all going to work together.
That's a good shot right there. What we got going on? Truck of some. Is that Travis Chase?
See quite. They got a light on the front. One.
Nope, not Travis Chase. That is the other Williams truck. The one that I was not sure about. Pete Polar. Back to Travis McCoy.
Look at him, he's just chilling.
Yep, currently on the tracker doing 98.2 miles an hour down this flat road. This is one of the longest straight sections of the entire course. It's about, give or take, 7 miles straight, wide open, just slight turns like they're going through right now. But they'll sneak up on you, that's for sure.
You can definitely still see the driver input. It's minimal.
Yep.
Especially at those high speeds.
Got a little update from one of the teams up there racing. The 6186 of Doden Beer and Tyler Williams had an engine fan failure. It sounds like their motor was overheating and now won't stay cool. So that's a bummer for those guys.
Well, you know what that means, right?
Blown head gasket.
No, they just got to go faster to get more airflow.
This is true. In theory. In practice, it's a little harder said.
I mean, we're not practicing.
Sure, you just want to blow it up?
I mean, why not? Yeah, Travis McCoy just went through some fans. They're all stoked to give a hands up or a thumbs up and all the things.
There were people out there hanging out,
cheering.
Man,
stoked. That's like a pretty good feeling when you go by like a bunch of people and they're all like, "Hell yeah!" You're like,
they're just pumped to see you.
Yeah. I get stoked.
I do too. Oh no, Blaine Conrad is stopped at pit 3. That's not fun.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Hopefully he can get going, but Adam Householder's catching up to him. This shot right here is so cool.
Well, did Adam Householder? He was stopped for a second, wasn't he?
No,
he never stopped.
Not that I remember. That was the Renegade guys going through. They're getting all kinds of screen time today. Their Jurassic Park rap, apparently.
I'm telling you. It's just like that Jurassic Park Razor that had the LS in it. It's all over the internet. I'm telling you, that's what that is.
Well, I guess at least they're known for something. The Ryan Hancock truck is stopped that fast section we're watching. Oh, there's Blaine Conrad on screen. He ain't stopped.
Ripping.
Unless he was stopped, but he was moving.
$61.29 coming across the screen of Josh Shelton. Might be related to Blake Shelton. I don't know. They're from Austin, Texas, so you never know. Isn't that where all country music is made?
I'm not a country music guy. You might know that better than me, my friend.
Oh, come on. Oh, look, that is Blaine. He just stopped.
Oh no. Oh, he stopped in the course.
Yeah.
Or did he pass it and then stop? It
I
looks
don't
like he
know.
passed it and stopped. That's not fun. Let's see where
Dang.
he's at.
Is that Blaine? Maybe I'm
That's
wrong.
Blaine. No, that's 100% Blaine. That is a single seat class 1. Yep, he's off course.
Oh, dang it.
He might be calling it a day and working his way out. I hope not. Blaine Conrad, BC Racing, BC
Wordco
Trucking,
BC.
Wordco BC. Oh yeah, he's calling it a day. That's an access road.
Dang.
Man, that sucks.
Didn't Vital Motion do those shocks?
No.
Oh, actually, you know who preps their cars? Wilson Motorsports out there in Boulder City.
They sure do.
I was out at their shop the other day, fixing their little. Fixing it, and I seen Blaine's car in there, and they're like, "Yeah, we do the full prep," and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." But
They usually call those an iron work.
no, this is way different.
What do we got going on here? Got an overview.
Because they bought all the ES Motorsports stuff.
They are ES Motorsports.
Yeah.
now. Yes, sir.
Yep. Keep in mind, everybody, that Liquid Moly is the official oil of the Legacy Racing Association, as well as Rugged Radios being the official communication devices that Donald and the team are currently using for all of their communications on course. All the safety guys, everybody's staying in communications.
That would be our leader, Jack Ollius. At least I hope so. I don't want to be talking out my butt, but yeah, 27. That's Jack Ollius. He has not slowed down, and he's coming into main
I think
pit.
it's his dad's truck. He has a 6100.
I am excited for this kid. That whole family, fast. Yep, Jack Ollius, the number 27. Now, the original plan was if they weren't leading, he was going to jump out and another driver was going to jump in, either his father or Kevin McGillivray. I think that's how you say that.
Where is it?
McGillivray? It's gotta be.
McGillivray.
McGillivray. Something like that. But if they... I'd love to see a live shot from main pit right now. We could see if they were going to pull off a driver change or not, but might not be available at the moment. This Jack has a pretty good size lead. Like, he's coming into main pit right now in second place. It's only at race mile 114. So we got a 12-mile lead. And the second place isn't even in his class. It's the Cody Reed all-wheel drive class 1. So, unlimited truck checking out, but class 1 or class 1500 right behind him.
So on this unlimited trucks, we had 11 entries. How many of them do we still have running out here?
I believe most of them are running, but they're just not running as far up front as you would think. Let's take a look-see, though. We will update. So, yeah. It's bad attrition for the
3 of
unlimited
them
truck.
are moving technically on racingtracks.com.
3 unlimited trucks are the only on lap 2. The rest of
mean-
them are all stopped. So pretty bad attrition rate. John Vanderway is going again in the milking it. What do we got going on up here? Awesome shot. Just not quite sure who we were looking at.
Looks like McMullen is close to 2 minutes off of all of this overall.
There we go. Got another one right behind him.
You know, if you had to pick, because you just had all this money in the world, and somebody said, hey, you could have anything you wanted to race, what would you race?
I'd probably say a 6100.
That was my choice.
I think it would be more fun than the unlimited trucks because at least most people are on the same playing field.
Yeah.
According to some of the guys out there, like Tucker Conroy, they think there's a lot of cheater engines running around in the class, but I have a feeling everybody's playing on the same ball field because you don't want to get busted and be that guy.
Well, I mean, Donald does a pretty good
Post-tech.
pre and post tech, doesn't he?
Yeah, they do a pretty damn good job. They're doing I forget exactly what the machine is called, but they pull spark plugs and check displacement and all that good stuff. Taking a look, see here.
Do we still have that Jeep running around?
We do.
Is he still on racing tracks?
I am going to take a look. See, in the retrieval chat, it sounded like they were requesting help at race mile 55. So let's see if he's still over there. Yeah, but it looks like they are stopped at pit 2.
Dang it.
So did not make it. Oh, we got some information. Nick Masson is letting us know that the Jeep is out of the race currently. That's not good.
That's a 4700.
Yeah,
class,
4700
right?
class.
How many we had? A
Nick,
couple
if you're
entries,
wrong,
didn't we?
I hope they tear you up on social media. You won't care though. That's your thing. Net banging, making fun of people. Internet tough guy.
Keyboard warrior. Well, we had
Oh,
4
man.
entries for 4700.
There was a few of them. I'll go through. I'm gonna shut everything off and see where we're at.
Because we haven't talked about them, and those guys are cool. We had the 4714 of Scott Beal, 4705 of Harley Coughlin. That's the guy that we're thinking is out.
Correct.
And 4708 of Adrian Diaz.
Oh, here we go. All right. So we have one on the second lap. The 4733 of Andrew Hulse with the Wolfpack. Oh, what have we got on screen here? That's Curtis Motorsports banging their way through one of the sections, it looks like. But that being said, another one, race mile 121, making their way through. Maybe they'll get a lap too. Then the Beal Motorsports tracker is not working. Oh, and then as I say that, it pops up. They're at main pit. Looks like they're getting ready to start their second lap.
Perfect.
Wished it into existence there. Oh man. All right. Let's get off the Jeep speeds here for a second. Let's see if our class ones are pulling in on our friend Jack Olligus.
Did we have any Jeep Speed 2s?
I think that class would have raced in the morning. The more limited ones. Yep. So Jack Olagus is currently the only vehicle we have out on course right now on lap 3. Right behind him, though, is I shouldn't say right behind him. Somewhat close is the 1568 of Cody Reed. Now, Cody Reed is in an all-wheel drive class 1. Something's going on with that one. Can you reset it? The YouTube, hit the live button for me. Cody Reed is at race mile 116. So, well, no, that's a really old update. He is probably much farther along than that. I really want him to get through main pit so we can get some split times and see exactly how close the class 1 is time-wise versus the unlimited truck today. Unlimited truck, obviously on fire with Jack Olagus driving it. He is flying.
You know, it's going to be kind of exciting to see some trophy lights. I remember at the Baja Nevada, those dudes are nuts.
They're gnarly.
They literally, like, I don't remember who it was, but there was 2 complete transmission changes to get to the finish.
They raced this morning. It looks like there's only one of them, sadly. Who do we got on screen here? They made, that's Vanderway. So you see how it looks like a cow, black and white? It used to say Milking It Motorsports, or there's been a million things on the side of those trucks. I'm surprised to see him racing in Parker. I'm used to seeing them down in Baja. Let's circle back here. I have a feeling we're going to have a Brent Fox sneaking up on us for this win in 6,100. As of halfway through lap 2, Brent Fox has him on time by over almost 2 minutes now, which is crazy. Starting lap 2, it was so tight. Now Brent Fox seems to have about 2 minutes over Travis McCoy, who has about 30 seconds over Travis Chase, who has 3 seconds over Bean Smith, which is Tracy Graff driving that truck now. That's a tight race.
Mason truck's doing pretty
good. Yeah, not bad at all. Let's go over here and take a look-see. Connor McMillan is at a 2:45 through halfway through that lap. And what was Jack at? Let's take a look-see. 2:43. So I think Jack's still going to get this one. Even on time. It is a super tight race, though. This truck is absolutely flying. That's on screen right now. Oh, and there's Connor McMullen. Just talking about him, and he shows up on screen. Connor is on a heater there, as you can see. Ripping his way into main pit. I'm wondering if they go in and if they're doing fuel, if they toss them a couple of like items to snack on, maybe some goldfish.
Oh, I would definitely know about goldfish.
Like some flavor blasted goldfish.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Yep. Just munch on a couple of them.
They'd have to, because they're, 2 hours in so far?
Oh, way more than that. It's 4. They started at 1:30 and it's now 5:30.
Yeah, so they've been going for a fat minute. Speaking of goldfish, in Parker, you can go down literally on the river, on a boat, or a dinghy, or a canoe, or anything you want, and get food on the river.
Like Fox's Floating River Bar.
Yeah.
Places like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm going to go
Parker,
buy a boat.
Havasu, that place is cool.
I want to buy a boat.
They're expensive, though. What would you rather have, a trophy truck or an awesome boat?
Definitely a boat.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
You know how many hot
No.
dogs you could have on that boat?
Glizzies?
Yeah.
You can have hella glizzies on a boat. I like it. All right, let's go. Let's see where we're at now. Hoping McMullen going through Maine gives us a better idea of how we're sitting. It hasn't popped up yet. Dang it.
Get some chat GPT facts going on the old Parker, Arizona.
So I haven't been keeping up on the chat on YouTube here, but somebody called it Fish is a buggy hater, and they could not be any more right. Anybody know what position number 28 truck is in? I think the 28 is broken. I like that. Here is your race. The number 27 through Maine at 5:08. Connor through Maine at 5:18. McMullen started 9 minutes. 8 minutes behind Jack. So there's 2 minutes there between them on adjusted time going into this final lap. So if Connor can make up 2 minutes on Jack, he can get this thing on overall time.
He could do it.
Win the whole day.
Definitely do it.
Connor's fast. This is his backyard. The dude knows it like the back of his hand, and he can wheel a buggy like nobody else. That's impressive. I like that. Thank you, David Nurbos from Motorsport Safety Solutions, for that little tip. More things to keep an eye on.
You know, we should start we should have this Parker Dam 500 going during the summertime.
It's too hot, man.
I know, but they could race through the river, and we could have a floating bridge that they have to drive across.
You're crazy.
That would be nuts. And then we could have live streams from the boat ramps of watching all the weirdos figure out how to back their boats down into the water.
You can make fun of them.
Yeah. Be on today's episode.
All right. So let's get everybody up to date here for a second so I can roll away and go eat some lunch real quick. I'm starving. Oh, who's on screen now? They are flying. Who is this? It's a buggy. Oh, it's that Krieger.
Yeah.
Krieger Class 1.
That's that
1586. That's
yeah.
right. That's right. All right. I am going to do a couple updates on just where people are and who's leading, and then I'm going to pop away and eat some lunch real quick. You good holding down the fort while I'm gone? You think you can talk to the people for a little bit?
We're going to tell them about all the things.
Oh, good luck, everybody.
I'm going to call it as I see it.
I'm scared for you. Travis McCoy, currently about race mile 93. Where's the two guys? 3, 4. All right. Oh, did we have some changes up here? No. I'm crazy. Brent Fox is definitely picking his way through the field, though. But look at these. Top two 6100s are within the same half mile, almost coming into the finish line of lap 2. In fact, I'm probably going to stay with us until we get through main pit, because if they can pop up the drone shot of that coming in, that would be sweet.
Looks like we still have a hood missing on this here truck.
Is that the 6138? Did they get going again?
I think that is. It's green.
That is the 6138. That truck was upside down not that long ago. And they got it going again. That's impressive. Shout out to whoever from Legacy went and made that happen.
Yeah, that's probably why the hood's gone.
So they were sounds like they were upside down at race mile 110. Motorsport safety guys are some of the retrieval team with Legacy. The Jackson family all helps out. Might have somebody went and got them flipped back over so they can keep going. That's pretty awesome. He is flying again. Let's go back, see where our lead unlimited truck, which would be Jack Algus, is at currently. And oh, he's flying, man. He's already at race mile 14 on lap 3. That's going to be a tough one.
Where's
tough one
Husted at?
Husted's out.
Out? No,
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
not Husted. Who was the guy behind him?
Michael Scafudo.
Yes. How far back per class?
He's pretty far back. He's still on he hasn't made it to third lap yet.
So Jack will definitely take first in class and probably first overall.
If he can keep it together.
He's going to keep it together.
I think so.
Yeah.
He's a smart kid. He's been around this his whole life. He's got some of the best in the industry around him, riding with him, calling the shots.
That's one thing about coming from like a long history of off-road racing is the people that you encounter and then the relationships that you build to build your own success.
That's Brent Fox coming in there through that camera. He is a madman in that truck. As a Herb Smith 6100, so spec engine, spec class, unlimited truck. He is fast. If he's at a race, he's going to be running up front, top 3, top 5, always, or broken. That's it. No in between. He doesn't come to play for back, mid pack. He's up front or he's not there.
Well, there's no reason to go halfway. All or nothing, baby.
Yes, sir. It's the way to look at it. That's why I break my car every time I race.
It's usually what happens to me. It's either I'm doing real good or something's broke.
I can't keep a wheel bearing in the thing, so.
Yeah, last time I raced, I broke the car in half, so that was the end of that.
Was that the end of your career?
Yeah, it was. Cedar City broke that baby in half. Well, actually, I broke it in half one. I rolled, and then it did a flip, landed on its tires, blew out the left rear in the process. Kept going, came home, found it to be broken, put it back together basically halfway. I mean, it was all together. But then I broke a spindle pin, shredded the wheel, and I said, F it, I'm done. Because,
makes sense.
Like I said, I mean, it's another full-time job. And to come home, I mean, I'm a mechanic by trade, so it's like I work on junk all day, and then I gotta come home and work on my junk race car.
Hey, some people it's therapeutic. It's their thing.
Well, I do therapeutic stuff all day, and then I gotta come home and do more therapeutic, so I'm like therapeutic it out.
So, starting lap 3, Cody Reed, physical lead in Class 1, with Connor McMullen less than a mile and a half behind him. And Connor's going to be pushing now. So his team's going to have told him where he's at. He's going to know how close he is.
Yeah, because this last lap, they should have enough. They ain't gonna stop again because they'd be dumb to stop.
No, they're going to go all the way. So starting this last lap, Connor McMullen has Cody Reed on time by 3 minutes. There he is, live on the screen right now. That is Connor ripping along Shea Road there in the wash.
Oh, we got another little
That's somebody in their
buggy.
little buggy.
Class 1.
That they're following, filming, hanging out the window for sure.
Yeah.
They're having a good time. I can't say I would be doing anything different.
I'd be racing. Yeah, Parker, Arizona, known for its off-road adventures that you could have. Yeah, he's picking up speed, you can tell. That wash is just super fast. That'd be the spot to sit if you're out there spectating.
100%. This is one of the coolest spots. It's right off of Shea Road. A lot of snowbirds will be camped there, but some of them move. They're usually really nice. They'll come out, barbecue, feed you. They just want somebody to talk to.
Bunch of old dudes chilling,
hiding. Connor is on rails. Look at him go. I have a feeling he's going to be the one to watch this lap. Connor McMullen going to be sneaky on for the overall. I'm not saying just in class, for the overall. And Brent Fox for the overall. Let me see how Brent did leaving main pit, if he's out yet. He does not have a time of leaving main pit yet. But Brent Fox, Travis McCoy, Connor McMullen, Jack Olligus. I think those are our ones to watch currently. Blaine Conrad was killing it in class 1 until we saw him having to pull off, work on something. That kind of sucks. Probably done for the day.
He's going to have to call a Wordco truck out there to come get him.
I'm sure he's got help. This is an awesome shot. I love this drone cam right here.
I wish we could
made the turn.
See it just a little bit better.
Can I have that iPad for a second?
I feel like we're not doing something right here.
Nah, something's wrong on that iPad. Let me fix it real quick.
Okay. We're blind.
It is. Badlands Motorsports is out there. That is Tanner Courier in the 6197. Looks like he is charging towards the finish currently.
With the...
Turn that volume down.
There we go. Now
All right.
fixed.
Travis Chase. Oh, they are stopped our truck. Or maybe. We have Jack running away with this. McMullen in a close second. And Cody Reed in the mix as well. There we go. Who do we have on screen? The Chase truck. Travis Chase. Where is he at right now? Let's give you guys a little update on where Travis Chase is at on course. Let me turn that down.
This is off.
Then it's your phone. Then who is next? Brad Etter. Joe David. Joe David is moving again, by the way. He was stopped for a long time just before main pit on lap 1. Now it looks like we currently have one of the Brenthals on screen. No, that is Mike Valentine. In the 6178 out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona. He is coming up on Bonnie Springs. Is that? Ooh, we got a pass going on. Check this out. We got yellow flag waving. I'm not sure quite why the yellow flag is out. Unless this is a speed zone, but Mike Valentine right behind the Bonnie Springs Racing truck of Alan Levinson. And they are on each other's butt. Sure Valentine's gonna want by here soon. If Alan is limping, he's poking, he's letting him know he's there. That's for sure. What do we got? When does the speed zone end? That's what I'm curious about. Because he's on his bumper. And I know Alan Levinson ain't afraid to give that bumper back. So this is going to be interesting when they get back to race speed here. Here we go. Drone feed ended on us. Let's see where they were at actually here. On screen currently is one of our class 1 entries coming into the finish. Well, to start their third lap. Looks like that was Alan Levinson and Mike Valentine coming through pit 3. So that's Alan coming through on his first lap. So he must have got it going again after some issues. Here we got a beautiful shot coming over the top of the canal there.
The canal, where does that run to? It's got to be part of.
I could not tell you for sure.
Oh yeah, see that long straight is huge, and then
and it's
drop
wide
right
open.
down into there.
It's as fast as you can go, and
Yeah.
it falls off to the left there.
They've got to be on the brakes right there, guaranteed.
Now, who are we following? Because this is incredible drone footage here.
Still have 2 spares.
Because I guarantee you that truck's going every bit of 80. That's looks like Pecoy actually. So we're getting some killer shots of Pecoy, who is one of our top trucks. Here's coming right at that berm. There we go.
Made it.
So he is coming through to start his third lap soon.
Looks like there's quite a bit of ruts there now, so it's probably easier to see. These guys aren't really blowing that corner anymore.
Well, you'd hope they would have remembered it from the lap before too.
Yeah.
So he's coming up on race mile 110. So about 16 miles to the finish for Pecoy. And let's see where the leaders in that class are at. They should be almost at the finish.
If they aren't, they're
Yep, they're coming through main pit right now. And
There they are.
there we go.
perfect.
That is Householder. So Adam Householder and Justin Bean Smith were stacked on top of each other for this whole lap. I do not know if Justin or Tracy Graff were in front of him or if they were behind. We've cut to the Real Racing number 3 truck. This is Michael Scafuto. Currently second in Unlimited truck, a little farther back physical and on time. That 6100 race is killing me. I really wish we got to see where Householder was at and their pit strategy and stuff starting this third lap.
I'd almost like to see Kyle Kraft get the driver's seat.
That would be interesting. Kyle's had some bad luck driving other people's trucks, though.
Yeah, that is true.
He's also had bad luck driving his own truck, though. So maybe
Well.
he's due for some good luck. He's a fast man.
I kind of admire Kyle Kraft. He's a pretty cool dude.
He's a nice dude. Man, it's killing me not seeing main pit right now, knowing what's going on. I'm just sitting here. I really want to see who gets out of there first because we have the race of the day is the 6100s right now. They are all 4 stacked on top of each other. They're all 4 in main pit right now.
John Vanderway's got that guy right behind him.
Here is that Barbary truck, and they started pretty far back. So I think they have passed their way forward pretty good to get to where they are at.
It's kind of nice now that the track's kind of calmed down a little bit. People are getting clean air. But when you're still trying to make a pass, you've got to, like you said, push through the dust.
Is that Conrad coming in? That is Blaine Conrad coming in. I don't know if he got going or if he limped his way there, but that is 100% who that is.
It looks like there's somebody stopped in the pits. There's the Miller truck.
Miles Miller.
Yep. That's the one that was on its top, wasn't it?
No, sir.
That was the other one. Yeah. This is number 16 of Nicholas Carolyn. Yeah, they're definitely getting that corner down now.
Yeah, you think you make a mistake lap 1, you mark that down so you don't make that mistake the next couple laps. Although I know as a racer, my brain shuts off. I'm really good at ignoring my co-driver and doing not what he says and then crashing the car. So that's my fault.
You could just stay hydrated. Maybe it was because, like you said, weren't hydrated. Part of being in it for the whole thing is having good health before you get into it, get an IV before, and then having water throughout the race.
This is true.
Like you said, you get brain fog. You sit in the car and co-driver's like, "What are you doing?" And you're just like, "I'm just holding the steering wheel."
That's me all the time.
Yeah.
Helmet on, brain off. There we go.
14.
That is Justin Blower in the 6114. He has moved his way up too. Starting lap 3 is going to be really interesting for me because we're going to get all of our times through racing tracks on everybody starting their laps. So we'll kind of get a better lay of how fast everybody's going and who we need to keep an eye on. Currently, the only one showing through is Tracy Graff, and they did it in 3 hours and 57 minutes. I want to see the time frame that. Yeah, Jack August, 3 hours, 40 minutes.
Yeah, so
6,100, not really in contention for an overall, but definitely a podium.
Well, like you said, the side bets on Race Desert.
Here we go. I live for this action. 6147 in one of the remote pits. Their guys are acknowledging the drone there, saying hi.
Scott Shields.
Scott Shields.
Out of El Cajon.
Can you say that again?
El Cajon.
He's in pit 3.
That's an Alumacraft truck.
Oh. There's not a whole lot of Alumacraft 6100s running around, so it's interesting.
Well, that one there is your Alumacraft. Looks like he still had both spares on the back of the truck, so I got lucky.
Ooh, here we go. Travis Chase coming into main pit. So that is actually the finish line right there. That is the timing loop. That is the physical finish line timing loop. So anything after this is going into main pit. But so when they cross that, they're done on time. Right there next to the Legacy 5th wheel.
Looks like there's somebody plunging through dust here.
There is right there. Who is behind Travis Chase?
That's
Jake Johnson. This is the race. This is it. We have first and second stacked, third and fourth stacked, and they are all so close on time. It's not even funny.
Looks like they might have a problem here with 6147.
Yeah, they're definitely working on something a little deeper.
Yeah, it's pretty dusty out there right here by the finish line. There's a bunch of people rolling in right now. That's going to be good for racingtracks.com because we'll be able to see exactly what's going on when they ping through.
It's definitely getting a little dark outside. Some of our cameras aren't going to work too hot. Sounds like we have a little bit of a shakeup going on in our lead unlimited trucks, which are so far spread out. Sounds like Robert Johnston might be having some kind of an issue, unconfirmed. Looks to be stopped about race mile 101.5, give or take.
Oh, those are the Hawaiian guys pit. Well, they got a canopy that's the Hawaiian guys, but
You think that's them? There is Brent Fox coming through the timing loop.
ripping.
So he, come on, I hope
Dusty.
he's getting updates. I want to see.
Oh, look, somebody's got a service truck out there with a crane.
Oh yeah, always.
Sick.
Somebody will always do something cool.
We need to
like
get a
that.
shot of that. Service trucks for life, bro.
Okay. Here it is. Adam Householder started lap 3 hours, 57 minutes, 24 seconds.
Okay.
Justin Bean Smith and Tracy Graff entry, 3 hours, 57 minutes, 51 seconds.
Frickin' stacked, bro.
Not even a 30-second split between the two lead 6100s. starting lap 3.
Somebody's gonna be eating dust for a minute. Something serious is gonna
they're
happen.
pushing. They're
This
gonna be
is
pushing wide open.
Last lap here, guys. There's gonna be some serious action-packed stuff coming out of the drone footage, hopefully.
Got some reports that it looks like Graff left the pit 30 seconds ahead of Householder starting this third lap.
Somebody must have stopped.
Yep. Householder definitely.
There's the old Blaine.
Yep. So Tracy Graff leading lap 3, leading on time. Let's see if he's got it, man. I think he does.
I think he can do it because, like,
He's a one fast Canadian. I'll give him that.
he's got everything already dialed from the previous 2 laps. This is straight up rip the whole time. They know where the corners are. They know where the dangers are.
The only problem is, look where the sun is. It's
Well,
getting dark.
Yeah, and that's the other like crappy thing that's going to happen is so once it starts getting this time of day, it's like flat light. So anybody that's familiar with riding at the dunes and you have kind of an overcast day, this is going to mimic that overcast day, this time of day and the amount of light that's out there. So there's going to be flat light. They're going to have their forward facing lights. It's going to start casting shadows. Somebody's going to check up for something that isn't technically there. So this is where your, like we talked about, driver competence is going to come into play.
Driver confidence, good light package going into the evening. Hopefully they're still there after you bump some people working your way forward.
Co-driver is going to have to be calling.
Who do we have here?
Is that
is
the
the
whiskey?
That's the 6161. So that is our boys. David Payne, Damon Bradshaw. His pick group, said it 100 times. They're the ones giving us all these good, awesome splits coming out of main pit.
What's that guy's name on that show? The Payne movie? Oh, it's a movie. It's action packed. Guy's got guns.
I don't know.
Mark Payne, David Payne.
You're crazy.
There's literally a movie about this Payne guy.
Max Payne.
Max Payne.
Oh, there's McMullen on rails.
Ripping.
I love that shot. It is cut to it a little late, but I'm a fan. I love watching McMullen doing work.
I like when they come through there and they've got like a whole bunch of silt and then just
It's a Brenthal for sure. I just don't know which one. Samberry.
That's it.
Samberry cruising through the pit right now.
Where is Samberry on this list? You know, we should have put all of this on one paper. So we could have just wham-bammed straight down through the list. It almost looks like it's it's I wonder how deep the ruts are now, like in some of these corners, especially the wash, because I mean the trucks and the cars are moving so much for.
The dust plays no favors when you're using lighting.
Here's
It
your-
blinds you. It's like staring at a wall sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Guys with lighting down low will usually run faster than guys with only rooftop stuff on.
Here's your Bruner guy for you.
Yep. I've never been a fan of rooftop light bars. I hate them.
Well, you
But-
get so much glare off the hood.
And just the dust, it lights up a wall right in front of you. I've always hated rooftop light bars.
They need
but
to be in the front.
You have to run them when you're doing 100+ miles an hour. I think that's the only reason you need them.
Maybe like
no dust and
A-pillar
going
lights?
100 miles an hour. A-pillar lights are where it's at.
Yeah.
We got Mike Valentine on screen again right now.
Yeah, the suspension on these trucks is just doing work out here. You can tell by how well the body's sitting, because I mean, there's definitely body roll, front droop, but how fast the rebound is on these, they're just soaking it up.
These guys are definitely have their suspension set up.
It seems like going back to short course, between short course and desert, generally speaking, it seems like the rebound is always sped up in the desert to kind of keep the vehicles up off the ground. Is that the case here?
Somewhat. A lot of times it's slow, but it's slow from a full bottom out. And we're able to control it in different portions of the travel, different zones. That's the cool thing about bypasses. The tuning is unlimited. You can control from full extension as you're coming down to take a big hit, or from ride height to full bottom out. Every zone is adjustable. This is a killer shot right here. Look at how big these holes are. And he is flat out
eating them.
I mean, you could never do this in anything else except for a vehicle like this. And it's so hard to kind of explain that to someone. If you were in your stock F-150, you'd be going 5 miles an hour in there.
Yeah. Well, you have
here's
what?
Gunther Racing again.
4 inches, 5 inches of travel on a regular truck.
Yeah, 9, 10 if you're lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a completely different
Oh, we got
level.
rolled over
And
The
it's an
F1.
experience
Right
like
here.
no other.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I jumped one time.
Yep, I got it.
And it was insane.
Copy. It's that was Costner Gunther that we were just looking at with Nick riding with him. Looks like we have some action going on here. Hearing about a potential rollover here. Oh yeah, that's definitely a truck on its side.
Hopefully everything's good. Looks like there's people moving around.
Yep, looks like they're out of the vehicle, hanging out with everybody.
We don't like to see rollovers, but sometimes that's what we're here for.
This is correct. Not sure roughly what race model this is. Possibly tell you who it is. I need a race model. Looks like both drivers are out. Everybody's safe.
Back over to class 1. What do we got here?
That's RPI.
There we are.
That's our second or third place physical vehicle on course.
Ripping.
He is coming into pit 1 currently.
Does it look like there's spares on that?
There is. It's deep.
Oh, okay.
It's right behind driver and passenger, tucked up in there at an angle.
You know, like with the races that like are overseas, not in the States, I always see like the Polaris packages. There's these dudes from wherever they're racing. They've got the spares like on the side where the Nerf bars would be. Like sitting.
Yep.
Have you ever seen that?
Standing up on the side.
Nuts.
Weight distribution. Until you lose one, the car is off balance.
Yeah. That's the only thing that I'd be worried about. But it's interesting to see, like, recently, I know my feed on Instagram has kind of been filled with some of the stuff that's
Looks like we got Tanner Courier on screen right now.
Here, I'll get on him real quick.
Sounds like one of our lead 6100s is coming into the pits.
I've always seen it's cool to see different, especially Polaris and Can-Am in different parts of the world, different racing series, just the amount of different things. Like, because I mean, I've seen.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're
this
good.
This is Travis Picoy coming into main pit, coming through the timing loop right now. This is one of our guys, contention to win 6100 on time. He started a little farther back, might have had a bad day qualifying, but on race day, he's laying it down when it matters. Absolutely flying. He's got a killer in-car setup that we get to watch. And it's working. Sometimes it's a little fuzzy. Let's see if we get to watch him take a pit here. What do you think? You think he's taking fuel this lap? Fuel and tires? Maybe, maybe not.
They're doing something.
He's getting a drink. He's drinking or eating something.
I think they might push it.
Oh, they both have. They're both taking a drink right now.
They're still landscaped.
Oh yeah, they're collecting items. They are item collectors.
You seeing it?
Oh, what do we got here?
That's that truck that was sitting in the pit forever.
Looks like they didn't fix whatever it was
Yeah.
that they were working on.
Yep, they did not fix it.
That's the 6147.
Oh, look at how close they are. And there's the crane.
Man.
Somebody texted me. It's me and Skip in his service truck at pitting McCoy with the crane. So that crane has
For McCoy?
is for McCoy, yeah.
Sweet.
Funny. That was
That's
from Kenny
Scott
Thatcher.
Shields. For anybody wondering, that 6147 truck off the side right there, right by the pits.
I'm excited. This last lap is going to be an absolute heater. This looks good. This is
15,
Joe David, who's
Joe
going again.
David.
He was down for a long time on that first lap. So it's nice to see him going again. He is one of the fastest guys in that class.
Brian Waters is his co-driver, both out of Ridgecrest, California. That's a Jimco car.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's an older Jimco. Like a 2000 or a 3000. Them Jimcos are fast though. It don't matter when it is. Here we go. We got some drone footage going on. Oh
Spin it out.
no. That certainly looks like Travis Chase to me.
Does it?
It sure does. Let me go check where he is on the tracker.
Oh, there's a yep.
Yep.
Everybody's going around. It's right in the middle of the course.
Oh no, I hope that's not Travis Chase.
That's too bad.
If I'm calling this wrong, sorry, Travis and crew, but his tracker has not updated. I think it is. That would put him about race mile 125, give or take. So right outside of. Oh no, that can't be him. That's somebody else, maybe. Unless he went farther and then had an issue and the tracker's just not updating. But
There's our favorite guy. Oh,
the Krieger car.
yeah.
Just unique looking. That rolled roof line. They're real unique cars.
That's like one of those when you walk into like a 1996 house and it's like everything's still old school, but it still functions.
It's working good. Experienced.
It's too bad we didn't have any entries from like the bugs.
They were in the morning race. Class 11.
No,
1600s.
no, it's like I don't think it's like the stock bugs. Like
That's class 11. They raced this morning.
completely stock.
Yep.
You sure? Oh, right
Did.
there.
The
There was only-
Driscolls.
There was one of them.
There we go. We got Mike Scafuto on Team Real, number 3 unlimited truck
Got
on the
his
screen
lights
right
on.
now. He is riding with Kyle Kraft. Travis McCoy,
Number 3.
I would be really interested to see
Oh, he's got somebody right behind him.
Travis Chase's. Oh, Travis Chase is going. So that is definitely not Travis Chase.
Perfect.
I am curious who that could be then.
Travis McCoy.
Yep.
Rippin.
Yep.
This is him, I think, just based off of his lights coming through the dust. No, that's not him. It's going to be interesting. I'm always curious. Like, I've never raced in the dark with dust. I feel like it would be tremendously a pain in the butt.
It's gnarly. It changes everything about it.
The Baja Nevada would be insane in the dark.
Well, the good thing is usually they're pretty well spread out before they get to the dark at the Baja Nevada.
Yeah.
This one, it's a lot tighter still because
it seemed like a lot of the
started at
trucks,
130.
the trucks that came into the Baja Nevada, they got, well, almost all of them got there before it was clear dark.
Yes, they did. Going back, I'm still trying to figure out who that was that we saw upside down. I am not 100%. But, yeah. Trying to get a live stream to work. That's not working. It looked like Travis Chase. I'm hoping it's not because he was one of our front runners.
Well, we saw footage of him driving just for a split second, I feel.
I think that might have been old. McCoy is still absolutely railing. Oh, man. That might be Travis Chase.
That's Brad Etter.
Is that Brad Etter? Okay.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Looked like it was a quick pit, though. Maybe just some snacks, maybe water or something.
Like I said, goldfish is the move for races.
Oh, yeah.
Delicious, easy on the stomach. Goldfish is the move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm venturing to say that is probably Travis Chase that we were looking at on their side. Oh, there we go. Back to it.
Is that a drone?
Yeah, that's a drone. That's people warning about what's coming up.
Come on.
One of the co-drivers or drivers.
Let's get up there on top of it. See what color this here number plate number is.
I believe that's Travis Chase. The scenery doesn't match what I thought it would be off the start.
You should tell him to do a dance.
He's having somebody slow down here. Let's see what they do.
Do a dance.
He can't hear you.
I know, but it would be cool.
Oh, there's somebody. Oh,
they're both there.
They're looking at the drone like, nuh-uh. Is he, he's demonstrating, it looks like, what they did to end up where they are.
Looks like they...
Oh, they went in over it. 100%.
I know,
Look
but
at
like,
those holes.
Yeah, but the course doesn't look very wide right there. Is that the main course?
Yeah, because everybody's having to go by them.
Oh, yeah. What the heck did they hit?
The dirt.
Maybe they hit a wild burrow. That one guy said there was a cow on the course. Maybe they hit a cow.
Could have.
Oh, look, waving his hands. What's going on?
He's slowing somebody down so they don't hit his truck.
Oh, dang.
Oh, man, he's getting it, too. That's Miles Miller.
Yep. Go around them now, boys.
Okay, so that was Miles Miller going by. Guess who just left main pit?
You said?
Miles Miller. And guess whose tracker he just passed?
Definitely Travis Chase's.
Yep. So that's Travis Chase.
It's been confirmed, boys and girls. Travis Chase is on
low
his
battery
side.
warning. Critically
That
low
sucks.
battery
And he's so close to main. I'm gonna. Oh,
You should tell one of your buddies to go get him.
I am. I'm gonna send a text. Travis Chase on his side.
SOS.
just after the start.
Tell him to pull that crane out of that pit and tell him to go get him. It looked like a 7,000-pound crane. We'll be good. Go rip it over. As anybody seeing that doesn't know what's going on, see those great big giant poles coming out of the back of them trucks? That's so they can get radio range clear across the desert. So they're being able to be in contact with the drivers the entire time. So pretty interesting how UHF and whatever those other radio waves are, it's VHF. It's definitely an art to be able to decipher all that stuff and know how it works and get it to work well. You probably have experience with that being the weatherman.
I do.
It's interesting stuff that I've looked into.
It's definitely an art form. The guys at like Rugged, PCI, etc., all have it to a T. That's why you gotta kind of leave it to the professionals sometime in those aspects because they know what they're doing. And if you cut an antenna 1 inch too short, you might as well not even have the antenna on the truck.
Yep, I found that out the hard way.
Yep, it's the little changes make a world of difference, and having the right equipment to do proper setups is everything.
This is Bill Wingerning that we are looking at here in the pits. Pulled the hood. Looks like they're under the truck doing the things. Oh, who is that truck? Oh, that's right next to the course. Who do we got here?
That is the 6161, if I remember right. Certainly looks like it.
It is
yeah,
61.
David Payne.
Mr. Payne, I'm gonna figure out what that movie is.
It's Max Payne.
Yeah, but I feel like I've seen the movie.
Maybe one of the crew guys can chime in on who's driving. I know it's David Payne and Damon Bradshaw are splitting that one. So looks like let's go in and give an update for our leaders.
Looks like they got a CBR cooler right up there in front. They got flashlights out. It must be getting pretty dark out there.
Oh, for sure. Looks like our first vehicle on course is at race mile 62. So we got probably another hour till we see them getting close to the finish line.
Definitely looking for something behind the dash, it appears.
They're chasing something.
Wiring issue. Maybe the lights aren't turning on. Maybe that's what they're looking at.
Oh, that could very much so be it. And they don't want to go out into the dark.
Yep. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Because that's basically where all your switches and stuff are. So it's got to be. I could be completely wrong, but, calling it as I see it. If you notice, guys, so that hood just goes straight over the top of the firewall. And then that way you have access to everything once you pull the hood off. Some trucks are built like that. Some trucks are not. So this one looks like it's fairly accessible with the hood off. You can kind of get to everything. Unless they took the dash out, I don't know. It's hard to say.
No, the dash is usually hard mounted with some Zeus's up in the cab.
Well, just like the top panel of the dash. Like, so you can get behind it, maybe? I'm no Brenthal truck builder guy, but...
Looking up at the drone, that would be me. Like, please go away. Let me do this in peace.
Yeah.
Looks like we got somebody coming towards us. This is the camera out at pit 1, if I remember correctly. I think that's Tracy Graff. Yeah. So that is one of our lead 6100s coming in through the pit 1 area. He is flying. So let's see. Yeah, Tracy Graff. And if we cut back to that, Householder should be there. We go.
There he is.
So Tracy Graff with Adam Householder right on his bumper. That is how we started the race. So Householder could win it on time if he's able to sneak up within a minute of Tracy Graff. But if he stays behind it, it's going to be incredibly close. Because But Householder, if he can do it, if anybody's going to do it, he's somebody who can do it. He is insanely fast.
I feel like if he knows that somebody, that's usually how I get. If I know somebody's on my bumper, I'm going to push it a little bit harder. So he may be waiting for him to make a mistake.
Yeah, just chasing him, hoping for a flat.
Yep.
Yeah, Tracy Graff is fast. He is used to the trophy truck power or unlimited truck power. He has stepped back into 6100 for this race. Partnered up with Justin Bean Smith out of Vegas.
Isn't he the one? He owns like tanks and stuff, doesn't he?
Who's that?
Justin Bean Smith.
No, Justin Bean Smith owns JBS Motorsports and Butch's Speed Shop here in Las Vegas.
What it is. That's it. There's
Who
another
is this?
Justin guy.
Is this Valentine? That is Valentine coming through main pit. I believe that would put him as starting his third lap, and he is going to be another one sneaking up from farther back in the course.
He's out of Lake Havasu, so that's pretty handy. And then he's got two co-drivers, Matt Dewhurst and Devin Good, both out of California. So
Tina Valentine pops.
What number?
Oh, man, it's crazy. He looks like he is going so fast, Valentine. He's only in 13th place in that class. Huh. Brutal, man. These guys are so fast. Just the level the 6100 guys are pushing is out of control.
What's the time difference between like first and 6100 and whatever's showing up?
So lap 3, the fastest 6100 is Travis McCoy starting that lap at 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 3 seconds. Brent Fox in second, 3 hours, 54 minutes, 44 seconds. And then let's pop over to Jack. Jack is at 3 hours and 40 minutes. So
putting some heat on it.
Over 14 minutes faster.
Yeah.
And then our fastest unlimited or class ones, 3 hours, 44 minutes for Connor McMullen.
Yeah.
Starting his third and final lap of the day.
They're going to be, like you said, it's just going to have to take something to happen.
Mechanical issues, tire issues, something like, ooh, we got the drone guy doing a couple tricks before he's landing it.
Being tricky.
Looks like he trimmed the bush there a little bit as well for us. Getting a little better shot.
Landscaping.
Yes.
What do you think happens when that gets flooded? You're not supposed to enter?
I know historically there is a farmer or somebody who works on a farm that always seems to flood the race course. And I think they were given a talking to the week leading up to the race and asked to please not do that. Because they...
he must not be a big fan.
I think he just does it for funsies to make carnage because it always seems to flood out or take out a truck or two on race day. Kind of a mean thing to do, but if you get joy out of it, I guess that's what they do.
Make it interesting.
He's making it interesting for himself.
You want to know what's funny is back when I was a kid, we used to have this little like ditch that run across, and this dude that would ride his bicycle across the ditch every day and go do little dumb tricks. Well, we decided to dig a hole, fill it with water, and then put like dry dirt over the top of it, and then, like would soak in, and put like a bunch of like random ass stuff in it. Yeah, and he rode his bike into it one day, ate crap, and got full of like banana peels, all kinds of crazy stuff. So
That's
like,
kind of mean.
we should do that like on a bigger version for the trucks.
No, that's what they do in Mexico with booby traps. We
That's
try to
what I'm saying.
avoid that.
Oh, getting a little sideways out of the corner there, huh?
Who is this?
That's
It looks like one of the Brenthal house trucks.
yeah, it's kind of dark.
I was
Look at that!
told
Look at all that dust settling across the valley. That's cool looking.
the sun went away, and with it, the wind went away. Said one of the Brenthal guys texted me that Apdally is back in the race. So that would be the 6174. Let's see where he is at currently.
That's Abdali Lopez
He is so fast.
out of Tecate, California. Yeah, that would be a cool picture, if I must say so myself.
That's pretty dang.
I'm gonna go be a photographer.
Yeah, you got the eye for it?
Yep. We're gonna call it Cinemas by Brad.
Cinemas. Yeah, but without the acting part. Looks like Abdali Lopez is indeed moving again. Looks like about race mile 52, so that's good. Brenthel guys got a truck back out there. They definitely have the crew, the support, the spare parts, everything on a different level at these races. You go to every pit, they got 20 guys hanging out ready to rock and roll for all their team trucks. Looks like Brent Fox on screen right now. He started this lap, I want to say. Let's take a look. See here. I don't want to ad lib it. I want to be positive. Brent Fox is second on time. So we are watching. It's going to be a battle between Brent Fox, Travis McCoy, and Jake Johnson, as well as Adam Householder. We lost Travis Chase, sadly. And it looks like he is probably still sitting on his side. But what can we do? The medic guys and rescue guys are aware and have somebody going to help him.
I wonder if they do anything, like if any of these drivers are doing any kind of physical training to get ready for any of this. I feel like that would be a thing.
Oh, a lot of them. A lot of them are. A lot of them, their physical training is the 12-ounce curls at the bar. the night
Yeah.
before.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of them take it super seriously. They're in the gym 7 days a week, working out, making sure that they can go the whole race on race day. Because I know from experience with me, when I start a race, my heart rate will jump to like 120 and then sit there all day. And for a fat guy in a wheelchair, that's kind of impressive, I guess, if I do say so myself.
Yeah.
But I can keep a pretty high heart rate, and it's just like that nonstop adrenaline dump. And I think that's what's so fun and makes the sport so rad is, and it's so addicting because you don't get that anywhere else. You can't, short of doing drugs, there is nothing comparable to racing and that adrenaline dump you get.
Oh, yeah.
It is just gnarly, man. I am blown away by the attrition we have seen in just this last lap alone.
Yeah, there's been some serious stuff happening, especially from the rollover to still being rolled over. Like, I wonder how much oil's up in the top of the valve train right now. Like, if it
I probably wouldn't start it.
That's what I'm wondering if they're gonna try and
It's gonna hydro lock.
might bend a rod or two. No big deal.
Pull the spark plugs.
Yeah,
100%. The Chattanooga whiskey truck is still stopped about race mile 101.
Gosh, dang it, Robert Johnson.
Heard they might have some kind of issue. I'm not sure exactly what.
I thought that truck was pretty nice looking.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Chattanooga whiskey guys, they know what to do.
Does that guy actually make whiskey, or what's the
He
story
owns
behind it?
Chattanooga whiskey.
So he's like got the secret sauce for all the whiskey?
Apparently. That's your boy if you want to learn how to make some whiskey or buy some.
I wonder if he like makes it in barrels or something.
For
Got
sure.
the aged whiskey.
What do we got going on here? Is that somebody stopped off to the left? Oh, it's a checkpoint. The drone's going in to take a look, see what we got. Landing. They must be getting a fresh battery pack. Okay, so currently Jack Olligus leading the race mile 79.
Travis McCoy back in the car with him. Looks like he's still running strong. Still landscaping a little bit. It kind of looks like they're getting a little rough here. You can definitely see the lights touching the ground now, so it's definitely getting dark out there. Even though maybe the camera doesn't pick it up, you can definitely see the lights shining on the ground, so we know it's getting dark.
Oh, for sure. Well, I'm going to take a quick break and eat my sandwich that I was trying to eat an hour ago. Now that it's nice and cold. You think you got this for a minute, Brad?
Oh, yeah.
All right, everybody. I'll be back in a little bit. You get to listen to Brad.
We're going to go on some rants, potentially. So, looks like these guys, I feel like in the dark, because as many of you may or may not know, these different helmet manufacturers make different colored lenses. A few of those lenses being polarized, amber, clear, smoked. I'm curious to find out what everybody's preference is, because I feel like if you had a polarized clear lens, you could see really good. Looks like all these guys are making it around this corner coming off the canal now. That is going to be, who is that? Keep in mind, some of the reason why we're staying low in this area with the drones is because it's, they kind of have an agreement that they're doing drones below the power lines and helicopters above. That is a killer shot. That's the sun in the background, the helicopter cruising. We could make some serious sweet commercials for some people here. Seems like a lot of these, so especially with the BLM allowing them to race the Legacy, to race the Parker Dam 500 this weekend, there has to be, I'm assuming, a very strict study on the animals that are going to be in the area. So it's kind of cool thinking about all of the things in the background. There's Bruner coming through. Looks like he's still ripping pretty good. Out of Redwood, California. Over here eating some lunch, and then he decided he wanted to do a little bit of Instagramming. Yeah, and it was playing through the headset. He got blasted. Yeah, suspension's working very well on these trucks, especially, let's look up the local weather now that we're kind of off of the end of the day here now. Looks like we are a solid 71. So it was 76 last time we looked. Sunset's going to be at 6:30. So like we're looking, it's basically it's 6:23 there. So we've got about, what is that? 9, 8, 7, 6 more minutes of sun coming out. As you can see, it's right over the top of those mountains. Looks like it's going to drop into 66, 68 by the time these guys are done, because we are, let's see what this computer has to say about time. We're looking at menu. Robert's really good at running this right now. So we'll go class 1. Sun is definitely going down out there. Like we were talking, one of the biggest things at sunset is you're going to get shadows that are going to be cast across, like as you can see there in this shot. They'll be casting across the road. So anything that's to the left of the road or the right of the road, depending on where you're at, it's going to cast this weird shadow that's going to look like a bump or a dip. And that's where time is either going to be made or lost. especially with the shadows going and nobody knows what it is, or if you can't remember what's there. So let's see, Brent. Just trying to scroll through here. 6100s. Killer backdrop there. Like I said, we probably only have maybe five more-ish minutes. Looks like the local weather is probably slightly off here for the sunset. They might have a little bit more time. But one of the biggest things with the sun going down is you have less thermic activity. So traditionally speaking, when the sun goes down, there's less air movement. So there's less heat being convected off the earth, being absorbed, and then so there's not any air. So you can kind of see that dust lingering on the track for a minute. That's going to pose a problem for anybody that's try to come through. Yeah, it's hanging. So it's definitely zero wind out there. So all these guys that are going to be coming up, what are we, race mile? So Cody Reed. Show all. We're gonna see where we're at. So they just left pit. Jake Johnson. See where he's at. It's going to be curious to see, I think, towards the end of this race as the sun goes down, we're going to get more in-cam footage versus drone footage, which is going to be cool because we're going to see what the drivers and co-drivers are seeing. I'm sure the helis are going to have to land too, but it'll be good. Looks like we've got Travis Chase pulling into a pit here. It kind of looks like his roof is smashed in. That's the guy. Oh yeah, that's the guy that we seen. He was rolled over, so they must have got it back onto its top. Still running. So me and Robert said something about potentially oil be getting into the combustion chamber, and apparently it didn't because it's running. Definitely looks like Travis's Trace's truck.
You'll notice about Travis Chase roof is
It's toe up, boys. Keep in mind the fuel cells on these trucks, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I do know that almost all of them, it's basically a box. So you're going to have an aluminum or whatever they decide to make it out of box, and then they're going to have, if you notice all those little bolts that go around the top where the inlet is, there's actually a bladder inside of there. And sometimes people run foam inside. Sometimes people don't run foam, or they run balls. That's basically so that if the tank gets punctured or gets a crack or anything happens or it gets dented and then there's a crack from the dent, it's not going to leak because there's an actual bladder inside of there. So it kind of works out in the case that it's pretty safe. like Travis McCoy is actually pulling into the pit. We'll see if they're going to get fuel here. We might have a drone in this area. It's definitely getting dark. Doesn't look like the truck's getting jacked up or anything. So, pulling the thing. It's like a beef jerky stick. I think we might be good. Yeah, just pulling in for a quick check over, and they're going to be back out onto the track. Where is that pit on this map? Pit 1. Pit. This just pinged. This just pinged. Connor McMullen. So Connor McMullen's currently race mile 25, pinged at 37 miles an hour. This is really hard to navigate. So he's coming up on pit 1. Pit 1's at roughly race mile 32, just past that. So we'll see what happens. Travis McCoy, that was pit 1, I'm assuming. So going into the sun, especially at night, that's going to be a challenge because your backdrop's going to be basically looking into the sun. So all your horizon views are going to be rough. We got Robert coming back to kind of give you an update on timing because apparently I don't know how to navigate the map. Good.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I don't know what Brad did. Let me try and straighten this out real quick.
I tried my hardest, okay?
You didn't mess anything up, it doesn't look like. I think we're good. All right. Let me read this. I saw, while I was away, I got a text. Did I leave my phone over there? I'm so dumb right now. There it is. While I was away, I got a text from Fish, who was kind of keyed in with the householder team. He said, householder smelling like oil bad and just stopped in the pit. So I didn't have any more information than that. Hopefully that doesn't mean they're out of the race or anything like that. I'm going to go ahead and take a look-see at where he currently is, because that doesn't sound very good. Adam Householder, there we go. Oh man, Adam Householder is definitely stopped in the pit, or yeah, just past the pit, pit 1. That's not good. So that's one of our front runners in 6,100. Looks like might be having a tough day now. Let's see. Oh yeah, a couple different trucks got around him. People are gapping out. So thank you for that heads up, Fish. Appreciate you looking out for us as best you can today and feeding us some info. Also, it looks like, so now on course with that shakeup, Justin Bean Smith just through pit 2, ripping. Second place on course 6,100, Brent Fox. So he has charged from, where did I have him off the start at? Brent Fox was 24th, way back, physical, and 9th in class 6,100 off the start. So that means he has charged forward to second, which is really damn impressive. And I don't expect anything less. That dude is fast. He's not afraid of the dust. These races like the Baja Nevada, etc., where there's lingering dust, the dude seems to just get faster. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a scaredy cat in the dust. I'm afraid of going and blowing a corner off, but he is a smart man. Like, see that truck up there in the dust? See the brake lights? That would be me. I'm that guy. I'm checking up. I'm not trying to mess my truck up, blow a corner off.
All the way in the back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be going a little slow some days.
Battery level is low.
Well, but
Low.
look, the sun went
Aircraft
away,
will
and with
return
it,
to
the wind
home
went away.
point in
The
10
dust is
seconds.
hanging, the lights are on, you're driving at walls. I mean, just that shot alone. It used to be clear, even when they were following somebody. Now the dust is lingering. Bad. That looks like that is blower. Ooh, update on Householder out of the race.
He's went this whole time.
Yep. So Householder out, broken rear end. That was diff oil smell, according
boy.
to Fish. No bueno, man. So huge shout out to Adam Householder, his family, their team, prep guys. They are just top-notch team out here racing in Legacy Racing Association, one of the top-notch racing associations. And it's a bummer to make it to lap 3 and have it lose it that way. That being said, the race is far from over. We have a Justin Bean Smith entry being driven by Tracy Graff and Brent Fox. They're going to be battling this thing out to the end. It's going to be who can have a clean race and get it across the finish line with no flats. Jake Johnson still lurking back there in third place in 6,100. Third place physical. What are we? Uh-oh. Is that Travis Bocoy stopped, or is the
I think
feed
the
is
feed
frozen?
stopped. He did stop in a pit though.
Okay. So he had a little bit of backup.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a look-see here. It looks like Mike Bruner will be our next one up behind Jake Johnson, followed by Tanner Courier. So Tanner Courier has been lurking back there all day in the Badlands truck. He is always very fast. He's a legacy racer. I see him at all the events. See him in Laughlin. He's not afraid to charge hard. He is a bad dude. Looks like Miles Miller, another one we're kind of keeping an eye on. He's currently stopped at pit 1. Bummer for those dudes. He stopped with Householder. I really wish they had a cleaner day, but you can only do so much. Let's go through. Let's see where our leader is. He's got to be getting close to a finish. Unlimited trucks.
I'm curious to see what happened to the diff. If it was like an axle tube that broke or what.
We got bad news.
Stopped.
Jack Olagus is stopped at race mile 102. Within 24 miles of a finish, the leader of this race is at a hard stop. I have not been here. I've been busy stuffing my face with a sandwich and some goldfish over there. So let me see if I can piece together how long he's been sitting here.
Maybe he had to pee. Maybe he just stopped.
He could, but they usually wear a catheter and just line the hose up with the hole in the floor and send her.
You know, maybe the hose came out of the hole. I don't know. We're hoping for the best.
If you're leading a race, you piss your pants at that point. You ain't stopping.
Oh, come on.
Cody Reed, all-wheel drive, Alumacraft, Class 1.
If he gets it,
is in second place currently
Yeah.
at race mile 86.
he's just got.
He's got.
So Jack's probably got maybe 10 minutes.
No, this course is a little slower up here. He's got 16 miles before he catches up to Jack. Now, where did Cody qualify, though? Jack qualified first. Cody Reed qualified 6th. So he's got 5 minutes of play. So when Jack finishes, Cody Reed has to finish within 5 minutes to get the win on time.
Yep.
So Cody Reed, this is a story playing out that we need to keep an eye on. This is going to be a good time. If a buggy overalls this race,
it's going to be
awesome. That team's going to be partying hard. I'm not a trophy truck hater. I'm not a buggy dork. I am impartial to everything. It's been a hot minute since a buggy has gotten an overall, and I'd be stoked to see it. That's for damn sure. Let's go back. Sean Kroll is going again. He was stopped for a minute there. He is currently at race mile 51 in the 1500, and he's in second. So Sean Kroll, with all the attrition that's happened, Blaine Conrad going down. Wow, that is a beautiful shot. Look at that sunset out there. Parker, Arizona is so beautiful. The different landscapes. When you race this race, you see it feels like you're on the moon at some points. Then you're in sand washes. Then you're literally next to the aqueduct. It feels like you're next to a river. It is so neat. It's a fun race to chase. You're in farmland. The town is awesome.
Is this Parker Dam 500 the race course? Is this race course similar to all of the Parker races?
Yeah, so this is similar to I believe it was HDRA that put on the first race out here in Parker. And then Score started doing some where they would actually race on both sides of the river. So they would race in California and Arizona. And then due to some BLM stuff and whatnot, they got stuck racing on only the Arizona side. Best in the Desert started doing the Best in the Desert Parker 425, a couple other things. Those races have stopped happening out here. And so Legacy stepped in, started up this Parker 500 this year. And as we can see by the turnout, all the fanfare we've heard about it this week, everybody is stoked to be back in Parker and racing.
Yeah.
We have Curtis Motorsports on the screen right now in their 6100. But just from personal experience, Parker is like one of those bucket list races. It's an amazing time. The racers take over the town. Everybody seems to be super happy the race is in town. You go to the hotels, any restaurant, you're bumping into racers. You're meeting.
Well, it's small town Phil with a whole bunch of big town, everybody there.
Correct. And what's so cool about off-road is you have a chance to meet your heroes. So all you have to do is show up at a race, go to tech contingency while it's on Main Street in town. You talk, shake hands. They might throw you a sticker, some shirts, whatever. It's a pretty damn cool experience. Pun intended. The Parker Dam 500.
Parker Dam.
So let's touch back and see where we are. So our leader last update was at 17:39. So that'd be 5:39 our time, 6:39 Arizona time. They are still stopped. Cody Reed has
moved up.
Active ping, and he is catching.
Oh boy.
There is a strong chance Cody Reed might get around Jack. I'm gonna send one of Jack's crew guys a text here and see if I can figure out what's going on.
It's going to be hard to navigate on screen the race other than what's in the camera on the in-car cams here.
Yeah, so once
it
they
getting
start
dark.
transitioning, it's starting to get too dark for the drones to fly, for some of the ground cameras to do anything. We're going to be kind of reliant on the pit cams, finish line cams, and the in-car cameras. Kind of bad news. We lost Travis Chase because he was one of our main in-car cameras that was working awesome today. Travis Williams' camera working awesome. Has a belt fall off, not even 20 miles into the race, and ends the day.
Yep.
Just bad luck, man. Not the day some of these guys hoped for. That's racing, as they say. I hate that saying, but it's the truth sometimes. Jack being stopped really. Oh, he's moving again. Okay. So I think that might have been the world's slowest tire change, or they jumped out to fix something else and got it going again.
Yeah, they're ripping at 70. So.
Yeah, they're moving again. It looks like the Cody Reed car did not have a chance to catch them, although they went from very far back to within 10 miles. So that's see, shots like these are amazing. I just hate that I can't talk about who it is because it's hard to tell. But just the shot racing at night is so cool. I enjoy it more because you tunnel vision. You only see what you need to see. Your lights are lighting up what's in front of you. A lot of guys will have little corner lights kind of pointing out to the side. So you only see what's in front. You only see where you're going. And you can just tunnel vision and focus. They help you tell how big the holes are because the lights will, if you don't have a rooftop light bar on, which is one of the reasons I don't like them, it'll illuminate the hole and you can tell exactly how big it is. Because if the shadow's huge, you know that's a big hole behind that bump you're coming up to.
Yep.
If the shadow's not huge, you can tell, okay, we're pretty flat. Let's stay wide open. And on no pre-run races, like the Baja Nevada, some of these awesome events Legacy has coming up later this year, there's going to be no fun run, no pre-run. So your race lap is your first time seeing the course.
Yep.
And for a lot of these races, they are brand new courses this year that nobody has seen. So it's going to be everybody's first time seeing it. You're not going to have notes that you reference like a lot of us do for Vegas to Reno or Baja Nevada, etc. And this Pahrump to Dayton, Nevada, the Frontier 500, the next event. I don't know anybody that's ever done that.
I don't know anybody.
Nope. I've been around the sport since 2007. Never heard of it. There's going to be the Baja Nevada right after that in June this year. The Dirt Revolution, which is a side-by-side quad and motorcycle only race in Cedar City, Utah. I've raced it a couple times.
Those are fun races.
Amazing course.
Last year was pretty cool.
They do, it's like a 60 to 70 mile loop. It's all fun. It's tight. It's got fast, a little mixture of everything. And then we have the Legacy Gold Rush. This is one that I think is going to be a hit. It starts in Virginia City, up farther north in Nevada. It comes down to Tonopah, Nevada. Tonopah is kind of a cool town in its own, a lot of old mining stuff. After that is the Four Wheel Parts Desert Showdown in December. It's in Pahrump, Nevada. It's usually about a 250-mile race, give or take some. And it's some of the fastest, funnest course you can do. It's power line roads. You go up, you're borderline touching the Area 51 property line. Like you get so close, like you're like, oh, they're gonna come out. We're gonna see some camo dudes.
Area 51, what's that?
Nobody knows. Yeah, I don't know. It's this place where they fly secret planes and stuff.
I don't think that's real.
You cross the freeway a couple times. It's a good time. It starts in Pahrump. It usually goes up close to Beatty, circles back around and finishes in town. You drive up to the casino for the finish. It's usually a wide open finish through the finish line at speed, 100 plus miles an hour. If your car goes fast enough, if you're a side-by-side guy like me, you might get it like 80.
Yeah.
But
well,
you finish at the casino where your family and all your pit guys can already be hanging out, maybe have a soda open of some kind.
Yeah. Just one of the carbonated sodas.
Yeah, with like the Blue Mountains.
Yeah. Well,
And
you know
then,
what they say about those blue sodas with the mountains?
What?
So you get like the Mios.
And you add it?
And you add it to those Blue Mountain sodas, and like they taste like the fruity Blue Mountain sodas. So
This is true.
You could basically have, the girl kind.
Full race pace. He is at race mile 108, which I'm going to give somebody a heads up to get some cameras ready so we get some awesome shots of them coming in.
Keep in mind, guys, we've been going at this. Well, we haven't, but in general, Legacy Racing has been going at this since 5:30 this morning. We've been going since 9 o'clock local time down there.
Yeah.
So it's been a long day, and we've been talking about everything and nothing at the same time. So bear with us if it kind of gets monotonous here towards the end. We kind of had some video to play off of while me and Robert have been sitting here, but now that it's dark, some of the drone footage is going away. We can't see truck numbers, so we're kind of shooting from the hip at this point.
I wish I could say who this is, but this is some of my favorite shots.
Yeah, super awesome. But there again,
I might be able to. This
Actually,
might be
that's
our
that
leader.
turn.
This might be our leader. Because this is that area where that always keeps happening. And that is right where Jack Olligus is currently at. This could be our lead truck coming in for a finish. And he's got the speed that he could be the one going by. I think it is.
It's got to be, because that's that weird turn. Oh, it's hard to tell.
All right. Everybody's asking for some results from the morning race. Stock modified was won by Michael Ofoot, and this is all unofficial. Everybody wants results. This is all unofficial. None of this means anything. They could get disqualified, DNF, anything.
Some could have happened in the pits. They didn't
Correct.
have their fuel mat down.
But
something.
as of now, stock modified UTV was won by Michael Ofoot, S904. Seth Jones gets second in the S982. Stock UTV looks like Mad Max Gordon was the only one to finish in his speed car. So that's cool. Good for him.
We like Mad Max.
He's an all right guy. Unlimited UTV looks like it was won by Vito Renuo with a time of 6:25. Second place was Jeff Fox with a 6:57. Guess what? They're the only two that finished as well.
There you go.
Pro UTV looks like it did get won by Doug, and based on our interviews earlier, I'm pretty sure that is true. He did it in 6 hours, 17 minutes with Travis. They told me I was saying his name wrong. Travis Saley, I forget what it is. It's 6:23 total time, with James Moore behind him with a 6:29.
The Parker Dam is proving to be quite the race, taking its toll on quite a few vehicles, people that have entered and didn't get to finish. But overall, the people that have been able to finish have been doing pretty good.
Correct. Then Pro Stock 1 looks like it was won by Jorge Trevino with a 5:17. They only had to do 2 laps. And Maddie Dunlap with a 5:43 got second place. Let's go back and circle back to our halfway through lap 2 times. It looks like Brent Fox is going to get this thing on time. He's got 4 minutes on Tracy Graff on lap 2.
I think that might have had something to do with that driver change. I feel, even though there was some other things that happened.
Yeah.
I feel like if the driver change wouldn't have maybe had that time made up.
Yeah. So Brent Fox is fast. He's always one of the guys. If he's in the back, you know he's going to be charging forward. He's going to be putting down some speed. Justin Bean Smith, Tracy Graff, incredible drivers. Justin has proven that he can wheel a 6100 with the best of them. He's won a few races. Tracy Graff, I think this is his first time in a 6100, at least to my knowledge. He's raced unlimited trucks with the big motor. And his navigator is fast. Who is with Jack today? I believe it is
what's his number here?
27. Jack has one of the baddest.
Kevin McGill.
No, it's the other.
Mike Bollig.
Mike Bollig. So Mike Bollig is with Jack, as far as I know, and he is a bad dude. Mike is incredible at jumping out, changing tires. He rides with Steve. So does Dustin Orth. They all kind of jump around in the different vehicles and take care of each other. Mike Bollig is an animal, though. That you're talking about dudes that work out and make sure they're fit and ready. That's him. He knows he can throw a 160-pound 40 up in that spare tire.
Everywhere. Pits are all lit up.
Yeah.
Nice and bright.
And this angle says we still got some stuff going over there by the finish. So let's hope we got a good camera set up, because, man, maybe that
Where is Jack now?
Race mile 110 currently.
So we're coming.
Well, that was 5 minutes ago, though. He might be getting really close now.
Yeah, because we're 126, if anybody doesn't know, total mile loops.
Yeah,
3-mile
126 mile laps today. All three combined makes for a 378-mile race. And everybody was kind of being like, oh, that's not 500 miles. And it's called the Parker 500. Why is that? And I'm like, look at how many people can't even finish 378 miles. Imagine if we were doing another lap.
Exactly.
If you turn on all classes on racing tracks right now, it is just red everywhere.
Yeah.
And all the red dots are people stopped not racing for various reasons. I am obviously a huge fan of this sport, and I watch it religiously. Every race I can, I'm there, I'm hanging out, I'm meeting the teams, I'm talking to people. I could not be a bigger fan of it. And this has been one of those races, like, to start the year with a bang, this is it.
Yeah, well, especially with the record-breaking 6100 class entry this time.
Yep. Biggest 6100 entries in the United States.
Yes.
A Baja race had more, but in the United States, this is it.
Yep. 41-ish. Over 40 entries. That's pretty significant.
That's huge. So we have, it looks like it's going to come down to the wire on time between Connor McMullen and Jack Olliges. Now, there was a race here in this town earlier this year that Connor McMullen overall did a buggy. So buggies have not won overalls consistently, and it's been few and far between. But if somebody can do it, we know Connor can, because he just did.
Exactly.
And let's see. Second place in Class 1 is Cody Reed. Now, how he fell back, what happened, what's going on, I'm not really sure.
He was at 86 last time we looked when
he's ripping. He's still going. But the problem is he had second physical and was going to be in contention for the overall. I apparently somehow missed it that he got around Cody Reed. Because Cody Reed, I really thought was going to be the one that could.
He was in second there for a second.
I thought he was going to be the one that could sneak up and pass for the overall.
Either way, there's going to be unforeseen stuff, especially in the dark.
For sure.
Trying to finish the race, it's basically a whole new course in the dark. You're going to rely on basically all of your co-driving marks that you've made on your GPS.
Yep. And having your co-driver actively leaving new ones as the race goes on is huge. I'm not sure what we're watching on the screen here. It looks like a race truck stopped, because I don't know who would have a light bar that bright if they weren't racing.
Looks like somebody's out of the truck.
Maybe changing a flat here. Is that what we got going on?
Looks like they're at the back, left, right. It's hard to tell. That tent, though, over there is one of the Legacy Racing officials. So I'm sure we'll get something here.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I am very curious what is going on here, because Jack Olliges currently race mile 116 as of a minute ago, so 10 miles from the finish. Looks like I'm being told the McMullen tracker was down. That's why we weren't seeing him. So that could have been what was going on. McMullen was actually ahead of the RPI car. We just didn't have a tracker ping updating. So
that would
once again, we can only see what's on the screen in front of us, what we're seeing live, and what's on the tracker. It sucks relying on something that's not foolproof, but it's the best way we can bring content to you guys. Let's go jump back and take a look at the lead 6100s and see where they are currently at.
It's pretty cool, though, that we have people like Nate Martino, Master Fabrication, and Travis Williams Motorsports to be able to bring us the live stream. Them
For
being
sure.
able to even give us the opportunity to try it and make it see. I mean, it's only going to progress from here.
Yeah, it can only get better. That is for sure. Looks like for our lead 6100 will be Tracy Graff, followed by Brent Fox. The Tracy is currently around race mile 85. Brent Fox back around race mile 80. So they're trailing behind a little bit of the lead guys, but they also started behind them. So just once again, sea of people broke down, stopped. Attrition is insane. I've never seen this many broke down cars on a race course at one time. I can almost confidently say that.
And now it's dark, so a lot of
Yeah.
these guys are going to be relying on the recovery crews to come out and get them.
I hope they pack some snackaronis because it might be a long night and it's gonna get cold.
Well, you know, it's probably a good thing that they have that Racing Tracks box in their truck.
Oh, 100%.
So all they got to do is push the button, and it's going to notify those recovery guys to say, "Hey, come get me."
Hey, we need some help. Please come help. What do we got going on here? We got, oh, see, here's that dust factor. With the lights, you're even farther back. Because you can see how his rooftop light is lighting up a wall right in front of him. It's hard to drive through that. He's still doing it. And this might be, is this our leaders coming in? When is this last ping? That last ping
Looks like we have
4 minutes ago.
3.
Yeah, there's 3 sets of lights all right there coming in.
It looks so bright outside, but it's really not.
It is dark. I can promise you that. Without them lights, you ain't moving very fast.
No. Like we said before, guys, we're shooting from the hip, not being able to see race numbers on the screen. So we're giving you as much updates as we can sitting here in the studio. But just the sheer amount of people that have entered this race, the 6100 class being as big as it is, it's awesome to see everybody that's came out this time.
It's pretty awesome to see the town embrace the races back. And a lot of people missed it. You see some of the big names from town, the ones that run dealerships and some of the different businesses. They could not be more stoked to have the race back.
Oh yeah, it was 2
Yeah.
years since the last one was there.
Yeah. Well, a month, but the
Well,
one before that.
that's why it was. There was a 2-year dead spot.
So looks like going back, Jake Johnson is going to be our third place 6100 on course physically. We have Mike Bruner behind him with Tanner Courier behind him and Travis McCoy. So Travis McCoy was sneaky fast, and I really thought he was going to be one of the ones that we had to watch out for an overall in the class, and he still is. He's only Brent Fox completed half of his last lap in 4 hours and 52 minutes on time. Travis McCoy, 4 hours, 52 minutes, 36 seconds. We have an 11-second split between first and second for this win in 6100. And that is probably about the tightest race I've seen in a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
We've had some races finish that close, but that's tight. And I hope this continues all the way through this lap.
I'm sure it will, especially with the dust. It's almost like they're following each other because you don't want to wait too long. Because as soon as you stop seeing dust, you know, okay, I'm falling behind.
They're pulling away,
Yeah.
100%. You got to stay at the end of that dust cloud and keep pushing. Connor McMullen still in second place physical with Cody Reed behind him. Now, here is the storyline I see playing out. Connor McMullen started 8 minutes behind Jack. So if he finishes within 8 minutes, if I'm not messing this up, if he finishes within 8 minutes, he has a good chance of winning this race on time. And he is at race mile 112 and Jack is at 121. So at 60 miles an hour average,
he's right there.
It's close. If he can push really hard and make up another minute or two, it's going to really, really push us close. It's almost if Connor can back-to-back Parker races, that would be pretty dang cool. Especially for the buggy dorks.
We like buggies.
Buggy dorks rejoice.
I mean, it's basically the same thing, different body, more or less.
No.
I
Front
mean,
engine
kinda.
versus rear engine, live axle versus live axle. Oh, we got some in-car finally. Travis McCoy.
Ripping.
Look at how freaking fast that looks in the
It
dark.
looks like he's going through space.
Yeah, it looks like he's in the spaceship right now. Holy moly. It sucks we can't see the GPS because that would be so cool to know how fast he's going right now. In fact, I'm going to see if the tracker tells us. His last update right now, as we're talking, 101 miles an hour.
All in the mail.
He's flying. Ooh, look at those holes.
Yeah, those are big holes.
Truck just soaked it up and then back on it. I love it. So Travis is charging, and if I'm looking at this right, he is gonna be in some dust soon. So,
How much more suspension travel do you think, like an unlimited truck for 6100s? I mean, are they fairly comparable?
They're the same. They'll pull an engine out of a limited truck, put a 6100 in it, and race it.
Yeah, it's ready to go.
Yep, sealed motors and spec trans and certain underdrive setup. You have the same truck. They have some other like electronics they have to run, but nothing crazy.
Oh, so their engine tuning is the same, so it's more or less level playing field.
Mm-hmm. All right, we are getting very close to a finish. I think I heard production talking about having some angles closer to the finish for us. Travis McCoy cam facing back at the drivers right now. It's a little bit dark, but you can kind of see their shields facing forward. I am going to be stoked to see this finish. I'm sure Jack and Steve and that whole team are going to be beside themselves.
It's going to be a real nail biter.
If it's a nail biter, don't bite my nails.
I mean, you never know what's going to happen here.
So we got some more split times coming through at the halfway point in 6100. Justin Bean Smith with Tracy Graff driving the 6119 is 4 minutes off the pace. So
Not bad.
something happened. They fell back a little bit somewhere because our Brent Fox, Travis McCoy within 11 seconds. Justin and Tracy 4 minutes back, and Jake Johnson 4 minutes behind them in fourth place. And then in fifth place, we have Mike Bruner. Sixth place, Miles Miller, and seventh place is Tanner Courier. And this is all at the halfway point through the third lap.
What's everybody's lap times? Are they fairly consistent between lap 2 and 3? Kind of looks like they're getting kind of close. So everybody's pit strategy probably reflected straight through.
That's a lot of math I can't do on the fly right now. Not that smart. I am curious to see. So 4:35 for Jack Olligus halfway through the third lap. Here we go, and it's their team. That was right next to the Team Ford chase trucks there. They look pumped. Let's see if we Jack's got to be coming. This is him right here. Pretty sure this is our leader coming into the finish. Could be wrong, but
those lights are just lighting up the whole track.
Yeah, he can see good. Look at the dust hanging though when he stepped it out there, and it's showing the dust off to the side.
Yep.
That spare tire setup on the back kind of looks like a Geyser G6 setup, so I feel like this might be our leader coming in for his final lap, getting that checker flag. Now, I am going to start a timer if we can see him cross the finish line. I'm going to start my timer and see where Connor comes in at. Because if he's within 8 minutes, these guys might be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, because like you said, the split times from the staggered start is going to be where it's going to get him.
For sure.
Where the heck is the finish line compared to where he's at in this?
This
frame?
might not be the lead truck.
That's what I was like. But then there's a truck right behind him. Who's stacked up right here?
Somebody charging hard in the dust right there. That's who that is.
Yep. It looks like that guy almost stopped here. Lost in the dust.
Somebody asked, how did the Class 11s do? Well, there was one of them.
They did really good. First place.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
the
have
one
reset the
Class
app.
11 got first.
Is it connected to that Starlink right there?
Oh, he might not have ever finished. So I might be wrong. But here we go. We got a live feed from the finish line here.
Zach, we have winning race truck at the finish.
Looks like
you can kind of see potentially some lights coming.
Jack's tracker is not updating very fast. The last ping was over 5 minutes ago, so he could be very close to the finish.
That's it right there, rolling across.
There's our winner. Unofficially, of course, Jack Olligus in the number 27 truck with Kevin McGillivray.
Looks like the truck's intact. No body panels missing.
Made it.
First,
Looks like we got Christy Jackson there, getting ready to hand them their medals.
How you doing, bud?
Truck looks in really good shape. Brand new truck, first race in it, brand new geyser.
This truck's a little bit wider than your other truck, huh?
Looks like we got Steve up there congratulating Jack.
It's all good, boy. Good applause.
Donald jumping in there, giving everybody a good handshake. What's cool about Donald? He's the guy who sends you off. He's the guy who meets you at the finish line.
Yeah, that's top notch right there. It's not every day you see that.
No, sir. Hopefully have some audio here soon. Love to hear this conversation.
Girl snap shirt.
Just a little bit of
Got out all day. Jack Olligus, Mike.
We're just here at the finish. The number 27 trucks rolled in here, first one to finish. It's getting just figuring out where the other car's coming. I know there's a tight battle between him and Connor McMullen, so it's going to be close to see who finishes actually on top of the box because it goes off at corrected time. So I know it was really close between him and Connor.
Jack, dude, how long was today for you?
Oh, it was a long day, but it was a fun day. Donald and Legacy laid out a great course, which makes it good battles going with Connor and a bunch of people on time all day, so that makes the race always more exciting. And then, we had a flawless day before the last, 40 miles, so that also makes it a good day as well.
All right, so co-driver, what's your name?
Mike.
Mike, so was there any oh shoot moments?
No, this kid drives.
Dude, he does, right?
I've been with him since he was 11. And
how old are you now?
16.
I've watched him grow up. I've watched him do it.
You know what's funny is 5 years is not a long time, but it's a long time when it's 11 to 16, right?
Yeah. It's a lot of miles on the desert.
Yeah, exactly. So give us a little bit of a breakdown of the race. Maybe you go first, Jack, and then...
Yeah, so we started off our day, first lap. I think I drove this thing a little too hard, drove it like a 6100. I'm pretty sure we put a lot of time on everyone. And then second lap came around, checked up quite a bit, just to save the truck. And then by the time the third lap came, had some issues. So.
We see another truck or another car coming in. It looks like a green car.
Not good. But Connor's a great driver, so I'm glad he got it here.
Well, so what's the move? Like, how do you guys manage the race when you do have such a tight battle on pace?
Yeah, we're the lead truck, so we're the pace setters. So it's up to our crews to tell us how far the guys behind us are, and then that's how we're going to set the pace. But yeah.
And then one other last question for you is we always like to tell the other kids, I mean, you're a kid, right? But anybody that's looking up to you, wanting to, you know, drive a trophy truck, what's something that you would give to them as advice on how to be a first place or a second place or a third place guy?
Don't let anything discourage you. You're going to have problems during the race. You're going to have setbacks, but you got to make it to the finish if you want to win. So just make it and keep doing that. And with enough time and experience, you're going to get it.
Spoken like a true champion, right?
Yeah, like I said, he's humble. He's a great kid. I love riding with him, and he's good.
Hey, so we'll see how the times split, but insane job, boys.
Thank you.
Zach, I'm going to go to Connor McMullen now and his team and finish it up because I don't know who's going to be the actual winner, okay? Donald, do you have time slip yet or no? Okay, so you know who won? Live stream that. I'm gonna follow you over.
Well, you heard it from the man himself, Jack August. It's gonna be tight. Like we were talking, there was 8 minutes between the two. So did you start your timer?
I didn't get to see the finish.
So
We
it's
don't
gonna
know
be,
on time between Jack Oligus and Connor McMullen.
it's gonna be close.
You could tell
Super
Jack
close.
was nervous seeing Connor pull up.
Yeah.
I cannot refresh this page fast enough. It is not updating for me right now, and I am a little frustrated. I would love to know what Racing Track says they finished in. Jack Oligus got across the finish line in 5 hours, 38 minutes, 11 seconds.
Yeah.
So Connor McMullen's time has not updated yet, and it's because his tracker was acting up today. So we might not ever get a time. This is fed from Racing Tracks.
Yes.
It's not the official timing. Oh.
Is that better?
Perfect, thank you.
Good job. Awesome job. Get around today. Yeah.
Farner, if Connor wins this thing by 4 minutes, that's back to back.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Hopefully we get an interview with.
Honestly,
the man
filming
himself
this
here
is the
soon.
two guys talking. I would just cut to it now.
Regardless of who wins, they both drove a hell of a race. Connor McMullen's a wheel man. Jack Oligus is a wheel man, and
We got a race.
there you go. Jack.
It's gonna be nuts.
I can't wait for the official who got what, but it's sick. This is what racing's all about. These guys battled it out until the very end. Connor charged from the back.
Well, good job. Yeah, thank
Or
you.
not the back, but 8 minutes behind. Connor was 9th off the line today. Jack was first. They finished 1-2. It's a hell of a day. And I'm excited to see if a buggy got this or if a truck got it. Either way, I don't mind, but it would be cool.
I think if it was a buggy, it would be awesome. Just for the simple fact that nobody ever sees a buggy win all
Nope.
the time.
There you go. You got Steve congratulating Connor. I wonder if they know something we don't know yet. Uh-oh, they just put a hat on him, but the pixels are blurry. I can't tell what it is.
Come on.
He obviously won his class.
Yeah.
So if he gets the overall win, that would be pretty dang neat. Yeah, the Racing Tracks isn't working for that. So I guess let's pop back. Let's take a look at where our 6100s are at. Hopefully we get an interview lined up with Connor when he's ready. Got
Again.
Donald jumping up there. Always the professional.
Everybody's been here since 5:30 this morning. So
Oh, yeah.
everybody's probably packing up, going home. That's why everything's not updating.
They started, man, the course workers were leaving for their spot. Some of them as
Oh,
early
yeah.
as 3:34 in the morning.
Yep. Well, you
So-
heard some of the racers were saying, hey, you know, like you said, Doug McTag. It's like, yeah, we started at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to, man. Be ready, have everything loaded, all the vehicles warmed up, ready to rock and roll. We got Connor sitting here talking about some fun times, getting the good old racer hand gestures, showing you what was going on. I wanted to give a big shout out to some of the people that were kind of feeding us info in the pits. You guys know who you are. Thank you for your help. The different teams, everybody helping each other. But I'm gonna say
It's a huge collaborative effort to bring you guys what we're bringing you today.
correct. A lot of moving parts. You got Starstream going. You got all the people that helped bring it to us financially. Master Fabrication, Nate Martino, Travis Williams Motorsports with their live stream in their truck and helping produce with this one. You got all the different sponsors of just the series. It's all a big production, and there's a lot of moving stuff behind the scenes.
Like you said, especially everybody in the pits.
Okay, we're gonna throw it down to a live in.
Great job, Jack. First time in a truck, man. You let it start to finish. That's amazing. Yeah, great job, Jack.
Holy moly, insane, dude. That was a long day in 3 minutes only.
Yeah.
So we just had an interview with Jack. Jack just kind of just sign off and, you know, congratulate Connor.
Yeah, I just want to give huge congrats to Connor. He drove a really smart, great race, so really good job. Glad you won. No one else around the lose too, I guess.
Yeah, right.
All right.
No, it was
Great job, Jack.
It was a good day. I ran a good pace all day with Jack.
Talk a little louder.
Guys, everybody out here. It's a blessing to be out here, and it's fun to come race all these fast guys out here and bring the Class 1s back alive again. So
Yeah. Well, give us a breakdown of the race, though, dude, because it wasn't, like, easy at all.
No. Started ninth, and I know I had a whole bunch of 1 cars in front of me and a couple of trick trucks in front of me that I knew were going to be fast. And just ran a smart pace all day. I didn't overdrive it. Made no mistakes. Had no flats. The BF tires held up great. This is the first race on the project, so it's rare. So they did awesome this race. But as far as mechanical wise, no mechanical issues, no nothing. But just ran a clean day. Just slowly started picking everybody off and coming into the pits, having a clean pit run. And the biggest thing is not having flats. Having flats, it just ruins your time making mistakes and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
all in all, the day was good, and I just ran through the day.
So, Jenica, like, having to, like, he said you guys ran a clean race all day, right? That's not easy. Like, that's not easy by any means. So what was the co-driver's seat like all day?
It was just fun. It was on the edge all the time, just calling things out, trying to make sure we were staying on pace, being smart, trying to call it out nice and good.
So it sounds like you guys were in the zone pretty much all day, Connor.
Yeah, all day.
Dude, that's good, man.
Big
Well,
competition.
yeah, absolutely. And you had a big team. Everybody, just thank everybody and let's sign off the live feed since
Yeah,
you won.
thank you to all my sponsors, my team, Method Race Wheels, BF Goodrich Tires, Redline Performance, United Construction Group, Phineas Commercial Electric, Gear One, JMR Hubs and Brakes, Lumicraft Race Cars, Maximum Oils,
And
everybody.
most importantly, Kevin McMullen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad and the crew, they spent endless hours getting the car ready and getting the team right and all this stuff. And it takes a small army to make all this stuff happen. So huge thanks to my team for doing all that they do, and all my sponsors, everybody that helps me out. Legacy for putting on an awesome race. Donald does a great job marking the course.
100%.
And it's a ton of fun to be here.
All right, Jenica, tell everybody thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for watching. See you guys next time.
Good job, guys.
Again, guys, We wanted to give a huge thank you to all the sponsors that brought you the Legacy Racing Parker Dam 500. This was all presented by Brenthal Race Trucks, Rugged Radios. They've been the official communications for the Legacy Racing Association since day one. Also, Liquid Moly is the official race oil. Wordco BC bringing all the heavy equipment in for the cleanup, and to even get this thing going, they've brought all the heavy equipment in. T-Real Racing with the official advertising. Maxxis Tires, the official tire of the Legacy Racing Association, as well as Raceline Wheels. VP Race Fuels is the official race fuel. Hostile with all their official bags, window nets, all their gear, and VT Construction bringing you all the equipment on Wordco's stuff. Nate Martino, Master Fabrication, and Travis Williams Motorsports with all the live stream. They made that possible to bring you this live stream today. Again, thanks, guys. We really appreciated being here. A lot of this was shooting from the hip in the dark, so towards the end of this live stream kind of got tough not being able to see car numbers, but me and Robert here, Robert's been my navigator. I've been playing off of him the whole time. He's been killing it, especially with all the people that he had in the pits supporting him. He's got numerous group chats going, bringing him live updates as they're coming in, especially with us being in Las Vegas, and everybody else being down in Parker. It's a tough deal to be able to bring all the information to one spot.
Yeah, kind of centralize it, make sure we get it out the best way possible. Once again, congratulations, Connor McMullen. You're an animal behind the wheel, dude. From 8th to 2nd physical, taking it on time. Huge congrats, Jack Olligus.
Oh, huge.
First race in the unlimited truck, brand new truck, green flag, checker flag, first place. Ran it, flawless day, maybe flawless. If he did not have that downtime towards the end there, he might have got the overall. But
never know.
That's part of it. You got to run a clean race to get it to the finish line, and Connor did. So congrats, Connor. Jenica Jenkins. I know I messed up how I said that. She's a bad A co-driver. Connor's a bad A driver, and they got it done. So want to wish everyone a good night. Thank you, Legacy Racing Association, for putting on these awesome events. Please hang with us. There's going to be more races this year. Hopefully we can continue doing this in the future. And thanks again for tuning in with us all day and listening to us ramble.
Thanks for being on today's episode of Legacy Racing Association Parker Dam 500.
Have a great afternoon, everyone.
See ya.